The protagonist, Kong Zoma, accidentally transmigrated into a pay-to-win game with a conventional monster hunting system. Essentially a completely ordinary game by all accounts. What truly captivated Zoma enough to play this game, being drawn in by the beauty of the female character. In the end, he spent a huge sum of money on it, and even after playing through multiple rounds, Zoma still couldn't transmigrate into a decent character. Was he even an NPC? He was merely a background character that nobody knew existed. Kong Zoma in this game is a sword demon, existing, a setting where the blessing miracle takes place in Korea with a few minor differences. It's generally easy to adapt to. By now, Zoma had already been in this world for a year. Many times he even wondered whether this was real or just a game. In this world, Zoma had been living a peaceful life that he couldn't enjoy in his previous existence. That brief period quickly came to an end when that fateful day arrived. It was the day that Joaquin Academy sent its acceptance letter. Zoma's parents were all extremely proud and happy about it. Only Zoma himself felt absolutely nothing about the matter. From that point on, his humble dream of a peaceful life essentially went up in smoke. Zoma took the acceptance letter and returned to his room. The enrollment date written on it was for tomorrow. With the whole family being so cheerful about it, he had no way to refuse. Zoma was truly exhausted by this. Many times he wanted to quit but couldn't. It was all due to the original Kong Zoma of this. Before transmigrating here, that boy had already revealed his sacred ability and was immediately accepted into the academy. Speaking of sacred abilities, they are special powers that humans can use, similar to skills in a game. Not everyone possesses sacred abilities, as they only appear through inheritance. With sacred abilities, the society of this world had been divided into 3 social classes: elites, commoners, and lower class. Joaquin Academy, where Zoma would soon attend, is an organization established to maintain the power of the elite class that was established long ago. Though founded under the pretext of training heroes, in reality it had become a school exclusively for upper-class families. Recently, a special admission system appeared for families that were not heroes. It's called special admission, and Zoma was none other than one of the special students accepted through it. The reason why heroes needed to be trained wasn't hard to get. It was because of the Demon King and those hideous monsters. You could think of Joaquin as a hero training school preparing for war, much like a young man having to re-enlist to protect peace. Zoma, feeling dejected, called forth his sacred ability, where a status window immediately appeared. Zoma glanced over the mediocre sacred abilities that the original character had. All of them were just SOSO lightweight ability, an activation time of 30 seconds and a cooldown time of 12 hours. Zoma looked at them feeling annoyed and dejected. Suddenly he noticed something important on the system. It was the sacred ability he was granted when entering this body. That sacred ability was called Sword God's Blessing. It would break if Zoma slashed with it. Activation time: infinite, cooldown time none. This type of sacred ability Zoma had never seen in the game. The name sounded grand, but the actual effect was so trivial it made him want to laugh. Even more striking was the activation condition. Only activates with a sword blade under 30 centimeters long and under 5 centimeters wide. Was clearly the size of a sashimi knife. It was basically implying he should go slice sashimi here. Either way, life doesn't always go as you want. Zoma still had to pack his things and prepare to set out for tomorrow, and he also needed a weapon for learning and training. Recalling when he used to play the game, the weapons that the character Zoma used were very expensive. Even the lowest E-rank type cost tens of millions of won, mid-level C-rank items cost hundreds of millions, and obtaining an A-rank or S-rank item was no different from possessing a true treasure. The tuition alone at the academy was already a huge dinosaur-sized amount, so Zoma was even less inclined to spend money on something he was being forced to do. The admission letter clearly stated the equipment requirements, so if he didn't bring anything, it would leave a bad impression on the first day. With no other choice, Zoma sighed deeply and decided to go to Daiso to buy preparation supplies. At that moment, he suddenly remembered his first master, the one who insisted on using a Japanese sashimi knife worth over 100 million won to fight. He had a saying that Zoma would never forget: a true master never blames their equipment. Very quickly, the next day arrived, and Zoma was standing at the enrollment procedure desk for new students. There was a bit of a problem with this supervisor. The weapon that Zoma brought was precisely that sashimi knife he'd acquired at Daiso with a 30% sale discount, where the supervisor observed with a stern face, thinking, every year those upper-class students often played pranks, so he felt the need to establish discipline from the start. The supervisor slammed his hand on the desk and shouted loudly at, "Do you really think using a kitchen knife like this as a weapon in the class placement test is acceptable?" Zoma, maintaining a calm expression, affirmed that this was indeed his weapon. Seeing that he seemed unwilling to back down, the supervisor became somewhat flustered, continued to scold but was cut off by Zoma. Said that he himself was a special student recruited here. The tuition alone was already unbearable, so where would he get money to buy a proper? What I have now is all there is. The school can accept it or not, either way. At this point, the supervisor looked at Zoma's name tag, and his throat tightened in confusion. He never expected this rotten organization would push such a sincere and filial child into such circumstances. Seeing the supervisor fall silent, Zoma added another philosophical blaming your equipment is just the way of amateurs. Where the supervisor's throat tightened upon hearing this. This was definitely not something a boy of his age should say. It felt like Zoma had reached the pinnacle in some field. Looking at his firm and resolute face, the supervisor felt that the passionate words he spoke carried great, so magnificent and great that it brought tears and snot streaming down his face. In the end, the sashimi knife weapon was approved. The incident just now had attracted the attention of other students. Everyone was gossiping noisily, and most importantly, showing contempt for an ordinary special student like Zoma, where the supervisor, as if a rocket had been lit under him, blazed with momentum and told the students to be silent and move quickly and neatly after finishing the evaluation. Whether you become angels or demons depends entirely on your attitude. Hearing this, Zoma suddenly felt offended, feeling like he'd just been psychologically tortured after that statement. A while later, Zoma had entered the academy and was sitting in a resting corner. Although he had anticipated this, experiencing it directly still made him feel uneasy. The equipment inspection and entrance ceremony had proceeded smoothly enough, and all that remained was the class placement test. Zoma pondered for a moment. Either way, he had already come this far. This grand and beautiful school would be where Zoma would study for the next 3 years. The hero training school, Joaquin Academy. Seeing it with his own naked eyes like this was definitely different from what Zoma had seen in the graphics. The campus of this entire school could be as large as a small town, very impressive. Feeling for someone who once had to drop out of high school due to family circumstances back on Earth, now studying at a school for the elite. That feeling was strange and hard to describe. At that moment, the school's loudspeaker sounded, announcing a request for students to gather at the training hall before 1 p.m. Perhaps the time had come for the important class placement test. Zoma took out from his bag his special weapon, thought that since it's a test, he needed to get familiar with it, and thinking back after entering this game for a whole year now, there had been no reason for Zoma to use this knife. His master from his previous life had once said that not a single day should pass without holding the knife. Even when sleeping, you must grip it tightly. Zoma observed the knife, lightly tapped it a bit to check. Fine, it looked much better than he'd expected. Now he would probably have to cut a few slices to test its sharpness. Just as Zoma drew the knife from its sheath, a blue electric current enveloping it appeared. The status window also suddenly appeared, reporting that the sword god's blessing had been activated. Current physical level and weapon too low, using initial synchronization mode for user, where Zoma's body suddenly stiffened. Zoma had only just drawn the knife and hadn't done anything yet when he felt the electric current radiating from the knife paralyze him. The system displayed that the synchronization process had been completed. May the blessings of the gods be with you. Immediately, a brain-piercing pain struck. The powerful electric current emitting from the knife caused him such unbearable pain that he screamed out loud. If this continued, he was certain he would definitely meet his maker. A dazzling golden light radiated outward. Zoma felt his body as if it had shattered and been reborn as a new body. The terrifying power from just now left him frozen. He inadvertently dropped the knife to the ground, where, at that instant, everything immediately returned to normal amid Zoma's dazed astonishment. Except both his head and his entire body hurt as if they'd been torn into many pieces. Zoma understood this was part of activating a sacred ability, but he wondered whether this world-shattering experience had anything to do with the sword god's blessing. The reaction just now was truly very painful. Even the pain-nullifying sacred ability only helped reduce the pain after use. If every activation was like this, sooner or later this body would be discarded. Perhaps right now, Zoma couldn't possibly use the sashimi knife weapon. The school's announcement speaker sounded once more. Students, please gather at the training hall immediately. Zoma with no other choice but to pick it up again. Either way, he couldn't leave a knife like that lying scattered on the ground. Perhaps that painful ordeal was only for the first activation. Turned out that subsequent activations were exactly the same. Just barely touching it caused Zoma to be shocked so violently he had to curse. Arriving at the academy's training, all the new students had gathered in full here. The atmosphere was extremely noisy and bustling. In particular, the administrator of this school, 7-star hero Klinger, was also present here. He was known as the successor of Eren, the direct disciple of the founding hero Valor Joaquin, and the authority radiating from his expression alone was enough to make people afraid and run away. At that moment, the academy's principal, 7-star hero Sage Media, appeared simultaneously. Klinger felt utterly helpless about her manner of dress. There was no way to tolerate it. Perhaps being in her 70s was just a number for Media. Either way, every woman wants to preserve her beauty until death. Klinger could only throw up his hands looking at her. Already 70 and still unable to mature, where Media laughed mockingly. Old man Klinger is still no different from 50 years ago. Bringing me to a place like this, there's some effort there, I suppose. Media guessed that the granddaughter Klinger was introducing must certainly be very beautiful. Klinger didn't respond, only silently pondering something. Everything seemed about to begin. Zoma had now reached the hall's lobby. Looking around for a while, he discovered he was the only one with black hair. Felt like being a different black sheep among a flock of white sheep. And on top of that, having the status of a special student among a forest of young masters and mistresses of nobility. Their scrutinizing, contemptuous, and disdainful gazes made Zoma feel like falling into an abyss. Right at that moment, the most important event of the game simultaneously occurred. Zoma, looking around for a while, finally spotted the game's most important character. The female protagonist, Annabelle von Nibelung, the Sword Emperor's granddaughter. Standing in the training hall, memories of the game came flooding back to the subspace. The legendary hero Valor Joaquin had created this space parallel to the Academy's establishment. It was a completely separate reality. Injuries here were real. Subspace in reality didn't exist at all. Here, there was no interference whatsoever from the real world. Here, even murder was overlooked. Up on the high platform, Klinger and Media were also discussing this matter. He observed attentively below and asked, "A royal battle in the subspace?" Media seemed interested. Fighting in the subspace is our Academy's tradition, but this year there's a slight innovation to the royal battle format. The innovation here is that students will be divided into groups of 10 people, where Klinger commented, "So this is a survival game," and Media added, "Equipment is unlimited." Media's expression grew colder and colder. "Don't mention it again. I had to negotiate for a long time to get this. Whether you like it or not, this school is funded by nobles F." She couldn't help but voice her complaint. "I went through so much trouble to create this system." Klinger agreed, "So that's how it is." He suddenly mentioned Yorma, "Right, that boy is a special." At this moment, Yorma was standing at a distance with a flushed face and pounding heart, gazing at, "She's incredibly beautiful. Honestly, I thought she was just a 2D character. But those fools are trying to approach. Perhaps if I didn't know anything like them, then I would also act." Having played this game, Aiden is a player with a mysterious divine. In other words, she's the main character of the game. In the end, someone so beautiful will find. Yorma let the crowd around Aben pass by, silently made a decision. Moreover, someone like me, a special student, is not on the same level as them. It's better that I don't get involved to avoid inviting disaster. He took out a book and thought about the 3 principles he had set for his safely complete his studies, get a traditional job, and live a peaceful. Yorma opened the book, and what struck his eyes were images of heroes who had left their names in history. Heroes, what kind of slow death is that? Just drawing a sword makes my body tremble uncontrollably. I'm still spinning around. Decisively closed the book. You protect the world, and I'll find a leisurely. Suddenly, a strange rhombus-shaped object appeared and broadcast an announcement from the school. The 783rd class placement test of Huajing Academy will now officially begin. I will explain the rules. Yorma thought in surprise. The rhombus-shaped object spoke again. This year, as announced, will be a royal. Both Klinger and Media listened attentively. Among 10 random students, rank 1 will enter the elite class. Ranks 2 and 3 belong to Dragon. Continued to announce. Ranks 8 to 10 will be placed in common. The noble family brats listened and revealed arrogant and conceited expressions. Classes will be assigned based on these points will be automatically recorded. And there is no time limit. Yorma listened attentively while thinking. Just like in the game. The goal is common class. End it quickly and don't waste any more. Long-winded words ended. And it was also time for the subspace to gradually activating subspace creation device. The test began. May the hero's blessing be with you. Feeling his body gradually lose gravity, Yorma silently calculated. Must try not to draw the. After a considerable amount of time passed, the school's announcement rang out. Group 24 evaluation complete. Rank 1 is Daijua. Rank Group 47 evaluation complete. Rank 1 is Saki Ryoyo. Rank 2 is Sarada. Ignoring the storm below, Media continued chatting with Klinger. Thinking about it now. In this situation, opened a control panel while saying boredly, "Klinger, you have granddaughters and several bloodline relatives of Zhang Xiang and Zhang Gong. The results will change significantly." He didn't quite agree. Speaking of which now, Media's voice suddenly rose, cutting in. "Look at this. Look at this. 7 minutes 14 seconds. Zulf. On the screen was Aben's battle scene. Media didn't stop but continued speaking. An E-rank weapon achieving this record? Klinger explained. Aben wanted a fair evaluation. She discussed. That young man seems quite interesting, doesn't he? Klinger. Although your record hasn't been broken yet, but the girl still ranks in the Academy's historical top. Hearing that, in his words he couldn't hide his pride. A descendant of the Nibelung house. Then suddenly Klinger stood up. Seems like it's about to end. I'm leaving. Media questioned. There's still one group left. But Klinger didn't seem to value this final group. Probably just some stragglers. Having said that, he briefly bid farewell to Media. See you again. She teased out of habit. See you in the next life, old. However, when these words had just fallen, an event occurred that made everyone, from to all the students, able to contain their astonishment. Media shouted. You can sense it too, right? Klinger answered in shock. Unbelievable. The students in the yard below also didn't know what was happening. They gathered in groups of 5 and 3. Klinger fell into contemplation. This aura has never appeared in this building before. That strange sound along with that terrifying aura appeared again, making him and Media become subspace, bringing with it beautiful frag. Klinger and Media couldn't believe their eyes and subspace. Huajing's pride. Something unidentified fell. The students watching were dumbstruck. 2 people had landed headfirst. It seemed they were the cause of this chaos. Throughout the training building courtyard were sounds of commotion. Did someone just fall out of the subs? In the sky at this moment, an unclear bright point appeared. Depths of Klinger's eyes were filled with where, and then after the bright point revealed itself. It was a brand new sashimi. It had nearly pinned one of the 2 people who had just. Media reacted quickly and sharply, immediately ordering medical staff. Check the health of the students who just fell. She kept urging her. How unexpected. One of the 2 who fell out of the subspace was actually Yorma. He thought with difficulty. The result couldn't be avoided anyway. Yorma recalled the battle just now. At that time there was a boy reacting very violently. Immediately, that boy was harshly grabbed by the throat by Mao, and without letting him resist, his entire body was mercilessly slammed into the ground. Yorma at that time could only watch the scene of the Mao Sun brothers massacring the other students while, unfortunately, it seems like I've fallen into a death. They're a pair of vicious twins from Tiziwang. During that match, Mao Sun continuously wore a cold face mocking his opponents. Mao Sun was truly a scoundrel. He was choking someone while speaking with a contemptuous tone. Is it over yet? Although they had innate talent, their cruelty and duplicity were unmatched. Yorma cursed inwardly with indignation. These bastards are deliberately toying with us. 30 minutes all stood alone on the field with the thought, do I look too weak? They don't even bother paying attention. Meanwhile, the student in Mao Sun's hands had stopped moving. He wondered, dead already? Having said that, he callously threw the person aside and turned to walk away, not forgetting to sigh. So he walked while spreading his hands to count. 1, 2. Mao Sun didn't seem very confident. He turned to Mao Sun and asked, brother, how many are there? He was currently also tormenting a student miserably. That person was gasping for air, begging. It hurts. Mao Sun at this moment had discovered. Mao Sun unhesitatingly pressed that student's face deep into the ground, turning to ask his younger brother, wanna end it fast or slow? Trouble. Mao Sun didn't seem to have any respect for his brother. You take 4. Mao Sun didn't bother paying attention, just pointed forward deciding. Sorry. That one's. The person being mentioned was Chloe. Mao Sun shamelessly declared. Well, that works. Before these 2 extremely inhuman beings, Chloe could only hug herself, trembling and even though Yorma was indifferent to worldly affairs, he couldn't endure the situation. He thought to himself, the person sitting quietly in a corner seems terrified. She doesn't look ready to fight at all. Thinking that, he couldn't help but curse. On the other side, Mao Sun was step by step approaching. His face was extremely filthy. Look at. Mao Sun raised his fist while threatening. You're my type. I wonder what kind of scream will come from those small lips. Want to know? Hearing these words, even Mao Sun couldn't help but show contempt. Even though you're my younger brother, you're too Mao Sun didn't bother with that remark. His fierce and despicable expression continued. So, where should I start tearing you? Yorma couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Hey you bat. All 3 couldn't help but turn to observe. He was so angry he couldn't control his words. Even if this is a subspace, you've gone too far. Are you guys insane? Though appearing fierce, his heart was sighing. Damn it. I rushed out without. Mao Sun spoke with irritation. What's this? There's another one? Mao Sun very calmly reminded him. Son, look at his name. Enormous green-colored name. The contempt grew even thicker. A special student? A low. The Mao brothers looked at each other and simultaneously revealed contemptuous smile. Mao Sun quickly advanced forward and said, brother, let me finish him off. Mao Sun looked at the bloody ground below, lightly agreeing. He gave instructions. Since that one dared to insult us, cut out his tongue. Mao Sun replied with an evil smile. Yorma at this moment was in his head was a jumbled mess full of hesitation. Damn it. What should I do? Should I use the painless divine power? No. They've been rampaging for 30 minutes. Avoiding pain for 30 seconds, what use is? Then he suddenly paused, as if remembering. Sashimi knife in his bag at this moment, as if guiding Yorma to you. Thinking about those painful experiences before, he thought harshly. But if I hold the sword, the blessing will automatically activate. The sword gods. In Yorma's heart, he seemed to have made a decision. Ordinary, peaceful, safe. My resolution hasn't even lasted half a day. Mao Sun looked at what was unfolding before his eyes, speaking with confusion. Who could have guessed that Yorma would pull out a sashimi? This made the Mao Sun brothers freeze completely. A moment passed. They burst out laughing. Ridiculous. Mao Sun took a fighting stance, angrily saying, "You're somewhat interesting, so I'll help you suffer as little as possible." Then, without any warning, he used the explosive force of his heavy body and jumped into the Mao Sun from above threatened loudly. "I'll smash your head." Yorma was already in a ready combat position. This isn't a situation where I can be picky. Just 30 seconds. It should. As the thought emerged, he immediately used the painless blessing. The system also displayed a notification. For 30 seconds all pain will be erased thanks to the blessing. Activation time 30 seconds. Recovery time 12 hours. The sword god's blessing has been activated. With this blessing, it will oppose the pain of the sword gods. Mao Sun attacked while contemptuously criticizing. "How can you use such a pathetic sword? You bat." Yorma looked up to observe. "If I get hit, I'll die." With that sashimi knife, his pupils contracted before the life and death crisis. Not a fish, but a. In that critical moment, Yorma remembered a conversation with his master from before. Why do the hitmen in movies use sashimi knives? Can sashimi knives cut people? Not just. His master at that time was very angry. This madman. That's just in movies. The old man shouted hoarsely. If the master comes, it's useless. Escaping from the memory, Yorma watched Mao Sun approaching and thought silently. If I get slashed, it's. A ray of light flashed in the darkness. Like divine guide. Mao Sun had lunged forward. He crazily shouted, "Go die, you bat." Simultaneously, Yorma also made a slash. With that slash, our sword saint has returned. With just a sashimi knife, he severed the arm of the giant Mao. The sharp glint in Yorma's eyes hadn't completely. He coldly watched Mao Sun free-falling to the ground, silently thinking, "Hope Lord's blessing will be." Right after turning Mao Sun into a cripple, Yorma fell into memories about his master. At that time he had asked him, "Master, why do the hitmen in movies?" Instantly he felt a bone-chilling cold flash past his. Yorma turned pale. A sashimi knife was embedded deep in the wall, barely missed. His master sternly reminded him, "I told you to call me teacher. And why are you wondering about?" If you looked carefully, you'd see he was missing a. But he was also an excellent chef. Yorma's first teacher was a former hitman. To atone for his sins, he had cut off one hand. After that, he opened a sashimi shop because he wanted to use his knife skills to make people. His technique was truly impressive. Yorma thought so and asked his teacher, "Why do hitmen in movies always use sashimi knives? I'm curious if in real life." He spoke. Someone who knows how to use a knife to a certain level shouldn't ask such questions. He leisurely butchered the fish on the cutting board while explaining. Think about it. If you stab someone with a large kitchen knife, when the knife starts to retract, can you pull it out? Sashimi knives are very small, so you can stab repeatedly and pull out. He was extremely confused, thinking, "Stab? Why not just slash once? You can cut fish, can't you? So why not a person?" Hearing this foolish question, the chef instructor immediately became furious, saying, "A fish lying on a cutting board is easy to cut. If they could stand up, you'd never be able to cut." Young Zoma continued insistently, "In the comics, each knife strike is very swift and clean. It's just that the master lacks." He grew angry, and then came a brutally harsh knock on the head, as he said, "You brat. I'm a teacher, not a master, and even if a divine blade tried, it wouldn't make any damn difference." Back to the battle with Mao, he still couldn't believe the arm that had just been severed from his. A cold bead of sweat rolled down from his round, wide. Both Mao Zun and Chloe doubted their own. Only Zoma stood in place like a silent. As if a switch had been flipped, Mao Zun's screams of pain and curses echoed through the sky, shouting, "You bastard!" His eyes were already drenched with tears. A self-important man had lost. The mental shock was too great, as he thought, "My arm, my..." Mao Zun clutched his painfully bleeding stump, groaning, "It hurts so much." Fear spread. He collapsed to the ground and yelled at Zoma, who was approaching, "Don't come closer. I said don't come any closer." But he slowly advanced like a demon stepping out. Mao Zun used all his strength to stand up and run, shouting, "Help! Someone save." Mao Zun still hadn't recovered from what had just happened. Mao Zun ran toward him like finding a life-saving straw, crying, "Brother, help! That guy! That bastard!" Eyes were bloodshot with panic, as he urged, "What must come will come." Mao Zun had only just cried out one word when the sashimi blade slashed across it. He looked at his younger brother's body before him, sweating with. Mao Zun's wide-open eyes stared at him fixedly, like a silent accusation. Mao Zun could no longer keep calm. He shouted, "Zun!" While they weren't paying attention, Zoma had gradually stepped closer. Chloe observed everything in horror. She wanted to say something, but everything was stuck in her. Mao Zun was trying to calm himself, thinking, "Stay calm. This is a void space." That night lay motionless beside Mao Zun's corpse, and he thought, "Even so, what's wrong with that bat? I'm not sure, but it seems like he's doing this for the first time." Mao Zun forced himself to stand up, breathing heavily, thinking, "Zun, is this just a coincidence? I'm certain, but I must be careful with that." He gently picked up Mao Zun's severed arm, thinking, Zun's mistake was being too complacent. If Mao Zun equipped his brother's weapon on his hand and shouted, "This weapon will unleash its maximum power if worn on both." Immediately after, he activated Fortitude Blessing, Enhanced Defense. His muscles swelled as if strengthened by fire. Steel Blessing, Strength Amplification 200%. Spirit Blessing, Blazing Theme to add 200% conf. Mao Zun laughed with contempt, saying, "Activate immediately. This is an A-rank weapon that commoners can't even dream." Both his hands overflowed with formidable. "I don't know where you found that sword, but even an S-rank weapon can't withstand this. I'm not like." Incredibly, Zoma was now calmly counting down. 23, 22, 20. Mao Zun's terrifying fist came. He roared, standing there like an idiot. "Are you mocking me or?" He threatened, "I'll smash." Mao Zun's fist was only an instant away from Zoma's head. He still paid no attention, continuing to count down. 7, 5. What the heck? Something unbelievable happened. Mao Zun's massive body was impaled full of. His blood-soaked body fell to lie beside his equally wicked. He wasn't dead yet. Zun's whole body looked up, mocking. Zoma counted to the final numbers. 3. When he counted to number 1, he seemed stimulated and awake. Mao Zun's eyes slowly closed. He had been rejected by the. Zoma counted to 0, ending everything, and his body continued trembling uncontrolled. The system also displayed a notification. The ineffectiveness period of absolute divine power has. Just as the notification appeared, Zoma cried out in pain from using divine. Time slowly passed, and Zoma gradually woke. He silently observed the strange room he was. After a moment of contemplation, Zoma deduced, "Is this a hospital?" He tried to sit up. The pain made him unable to hold back a male teacher with a stern face pushed the door open and, seeing that Zoma could sit up, he called out to someone outside, "This student has woke." Immediately, a man and a woman entered. Zoma was shocked, thinking, "Unfamiliar faces, but I can recognize." The people who entered were Wems and Media Poison. He remembered them, 50 years ago, the ones who defeated the Demon King commanding the 6th Legion. 2 of the 7-star heroes. Zoma looked at him, secretly marveling. The strongest of humanity. See, he looked at Media, thinking, Academy Headmaster, the Saint, Media Poison. She kindly asked him, "Are you all?" Zoma mechanically replied, "Yes, I'm fine." Then couldn't help wondering inwardly. These two. Zoma then spoke up, asking, "What's your name?" He reflexively answered. His face became intimidatingly fierce as he got straight to the point, saying, Zoma pressed, "What exactly did you?" Zoma remembered the aura from that time, thinking, "That wasn't imagination. It was me who did." He seemed to have realized. Zoma looked at the long sword in Zoma's. Being pinned down by this monster wasn't a good. Therefore, he quickly spoke, "Even though it was just a void space dimension, I think their actions exceeded the limits. However, I also think my actions were somewhat excessive. I voluntarily accept any punishment." After he spoke, both Zoma and Zoma stared intently at each other, as if he wanted to extract something from his. Suddenly, Media spoke up, interrupting this silent confrontation, saying, "You old fool. How can you treat a child like?" She then sat on the bed, somewhat pervertedly patting Zoma's body, saying, "Even if you say that, Siegfried was the one who stopped your bleeding when you were unconscious. People often say the older you get, the more difficult you become. Isn't that?" After that, Media raised her hand to her mouth meaningfully, adding, "Except for this face of mine." Zoma immediately exploded in anger, saying, "I told you not to say that." Media pressed her advantage, hugging Zoma's masculine body while laughing mockingly. The old man is embarrassed. Hearing this, he couldn't help being surprised, thinking, "The teacher? Why?" Media was still immersed in her own happiness, exclaiming, "Oh, look at these shoulders." Meanwhile, Zoma felt his body and thought, "No wonder my body feels as light as a feather, or more accurately, so." Mia's eyes lit up as she recounted, "Zoma, while you were unconscious, we extracted the recording and watched it with the." She recalled excitedly, The scene where you risked yourself to protect that poor female, truly like a dream. Media's saliva dripped freely as she said, "No, you are exactly a prince. To someone who knows no shame." Joms couldn't bear to watch anymore, and spoke up to remind her. Ahem, continuously interrupted. She grew a bit angry, saying, "I know, you old man." Joms finished his sentence. "Have some Regaining the dignity of a headmaster, Media reassured Joma. "Your actions in the test were not wrong at all, so don't worry. The truth is, the Mao twins got into the academy by flattering the elders, and they said they would drop out voluntarily." After finishing, she looked at Joma longingly, saying, "So attractive." He secretly understood, thinking, He couldn't help feeling fortunate, thinking, "How lucky. It seems I won't have to deal with them at school." And Joms, a man of few words, finally spoke after a while, saying, "We came to inform you." Joma was startled, replying, "Yes, thank you." Media couldn't help blurting out, "Joma, you are one of the students with the highest scores. Congratulations." He was completely made to doubt his own ears by what was just said, thinking, "Huh? How?" Joma felt like falling into an endless black hole, inwardly screaming, "What the? Safe? Peaceful?" A majestic, white, tall building. From outside, one could see into the room where Media was sitting in a chair. He held a teacup and said wearily, "I've been headmaster for nearly 20 years now, and this is the first time something like this is." Remembering the earlier conversation with Joma, he had replied irritably, "I don't." Both Media Poison and Jomjae were startled upon hearing. At that time, Media had said, "Do you know, Joma, you don't understand what the elite class I hear wrong? While the elders are very angry, decisions regarding top students are made based on results graded directly in the void dimension." Joma fell silent for a moment, yet he still firmly refused, saying, "But I still don't want to," which left the two elders utterly. Jomjae was now silently looking at. His gaze held a hint of a Media spoke up, "Hey Jomjae." The call pulled him back to reality. Media sat across from him and said, "Are you still upset that Joma took your granddaughter's top position? You keep looking down at your feet." Jomjae calmly picked up his teacup and replied, "That would be truly foolish, nothing more foolish than doubting the void space's judgment. It contains the will of the founding. If the academy itself has chosen him as the leader, then we should simply follow that." That's what he said outwardly, but inwardly he was conflicted, thinking, if his abilities were outstanding, I could understand. If his physical strength were extraordinary, I would accept. If he were very experienced, I would nod in agreement. But what that immature brat has demonstrated. Jomjae recalled the image of Jomma's power as if wanting to tear through space, striking at people's conscience. This gave him an astonished. Each movement seemed to contain some kind of the swordsmanship I've pursued all my life. And why did I feel uneasy when opening his meridians? When he examined Jomjae had assessed a weak, indecisive body that has never undergone physical training. Yet it felt like something that shouldn't be restrained exists within his. Returning to reality, Jomjae closed his eyes and sighed, thinking, at this. Setting down his teacup, he thought again, and still so moreover, against a kid the same age as my grand. Suddenly, Media's words rang out, cutting off his train of thought. "No, that face is really easy on the eye. And the way he defeated the enemy to rescue that frightened girl, if I were 10 years younger. No, this age is still fine, isn't it? Hey, old man, what do you think?" She said this while smiling at Jomjae, leaving him speak. Then he spoke up, asking, "Do you know what students call women your age?" Media asked back in confusion. Then she put on an indifferent expression, saying brazenly, "Let me see. What do they call people like?" Media set her teacup down on the table, and the motion wasn't exactly. She frowned, showing annoyance. Faced with Media's confusion, Jomjae pronounced each word, "Ku, ga." Hearing this, Media immediately became furious. Pressure caused the entire room to At the academy, Jomma stood before it. The sign displayed the class name, Wolf. This made him inwardly dismayed, thinking, this is the best agreement I can. Remembering the heated argument in the hospital, Media had declared, "We must send him to a higher class." Jomma had said, "Headmaster, I want to go to Tiger class." The suggestion further ignited the fire in Media's heart. How can the top student go to that class? Doesn't our academy uphold equality as its principle? No, even so, Tiger class is not a. After much arguing, Media was drenched in sweat and said, "Instead, I'll keep it a secret." Media couldn't help feeling anxious, thinking, if we place you in Tiger class, the elders will make a big fuss. Jomma, on the other hand, looked at her with utter confusion. Returning to reality, he thought, my plan is to complete my studies in a low-level class, rather than competing with higher-ranked classes. Thinking this, he slowly pushed the door open, sighing helplessly. At least this way it's still within control. After entering, the door slammed shut forcefully. Startled, he stood there bewildered under the attention of the entire. Everyone stopped their individual activities to look. At this moment, they noticed his nameplate. He wasn't an influential figure either, so no one cared. They continued chatting and laughing with each other, paying him no mind. Jamma walked down the stairs while silently praying. Don't look. Just keep ignoring. Only when he found a satisfactory seat did he feel relieved. Phew. Completely ignored. It seems the principal had tried to keep the information confidential. A loner has their own way of living. This is probably a good thing. Thinking that, he smiled softly. Suddenly an appearance caught his attention. It was Chloe. She appeared with shyness and embarrassment. Chloe approached Jamma to greet him. I'm sorry. Thank you for what you did. This surprise left him somewhat astonished. Jamma remained silent without saying a word. He put on an indifferent expression. Chloe blushed and continued speaking. During that examination, thanks to that, Jamma remembered. Back then, he wondered to himself. Why is she using such formal tone? We're the same, but he smiled brightly and replied. You don't need to thank me. Anyone in that situation would have done this. Jamma thought silently. Although in the end it seems like I saved her in everything. But I was just trying to survive. I'm like a hip. After that, Jamma smiled faintly. Now that I think about it, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. I'm Yo. Chloe smiled and answered. My name is Chloe, she said in a friendly tone. Nice to meet you, Chloe. I didn't expect us to be in the same class. Chloe awkwardly continued. I'm very happy to meet you. After getting acquainted for a while, he tilted his head in confusion, wondering. Chloe? Who is that? I've played through almost the entire game but don't know this character. As I recall, the main storyline in the second half will focus on battles with the demon race. A new character appearing now is truly beyond imagination. Jamma mistakenly realized. She's just a background character like me, he said again. Alright, by the way, can you keep secret for me what happened during the examination? Chloe cheerfully replied. At this moment, she seemed about to say something. By the way, if you don't. Then immediately someone walked in and spoke loudly, cutting off her words. Everyone get to your. Jamma looked at Chloe and said, let's talk later. She could only regret with a soft. The instructor slammed down a thick stack of documents on the desk and said loudly. First, congratulations on passing the entrance. The instructor stood on the podium speaking with a proud expression. All of you present here have been chosen to inherit the will of the founding hero. Valor Hakin. Something extremely honorable. My name is Lee Wonbin, homeroom teacher of the Wolf. Since today is the first day, we'll start with some simple physical exercises. Change your clothes and gather at the training ground within 30 minutes. At this moment, a student wearing glasses raised his hand to speak. What kind of training? Wonbin replied. Simple. Just 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups and 100 squats. After that, just run 10 laps around the training ground. If there are no more questions, go change clothes and gather at the training ground. Everyone was heading out. Only Jamma remained sitting there, eyes wide in helplessness, thinking, are these exercises meant to turn students into bald soldiers? He approached the podium calling. Sir, instructor. Wonbin asked. What is it? Student. He felt astonished. How does he know my name? But that's not important. The problem now, he had to find an excuse not to participate in this tedious training session. I feel a bit unwell. Wonbin thought for a moment. Then he said, then this training will help you feel much better. Or should we switch to elite training? The principal has allowed you to participate in all classes. Jamma froze for 5 seconds upon hearing that. Damn it. That woman. What secret? Recalling those promises from media made the corner of his mouth. Jamma quickly regained his composure and scratched his head with an awkward laugh, replying. No need, sir. I think just going to the restroom for a bit would be fine. Actually, I'm feeling a bit tired. This schedule suits me perfectly. Wonbin exclaimed. Worthy of being the top student. See you at the training ground. Jamma replied. Yes. Outside the training ground. Jamma trained until dripping with sweat. He panted, his footsteps heavily pressed against the instructor's urging voice rang out. 1, 2. Don't be lazy. Pick up the pace. Faster. The whole class was running forward, leaving. Jamma was still struggling to run behind. He was exhausted to the point of breathlessness. Couldn't help but complain. The instructor's urging voice still rang out. 1, 2. Even fast. Chloe ran over worriedly, asking, is it too hard? You don't look very well. Jamma looked over in surprise. Although thoroughly exhausted, he still managed to smile and replied, it's fine. Chloe still asked, how many laps have you run? Jamma replied, probably 5 laps. Chloe, what about you? Seems like you fell behind. Chloe innocently replied. I've run to the 9th lap. Jean-Ma couldn't believe his own. Chloe clenched both hands together encouragingly. Keep going. You can. Then she quickly ran. While Jean-Ma was still running slowly, but the sky had turned to late afternoon. In a certain room, empty water bottles lay scattered across the. On the desk were also 2 bottles drained of. Jean-Ma slammed the water bottle hard on the. He collapsed on the bed sighing. Damn it. So a week of life at the academy. I've encountered an unimaginable. At the academy's dining hall, students were already seated in full to enjoy earthly delicacies after grueling training period. Jean-Ma at this moment couldn't hold back anymore and hastily spoke before everyone's bewilderment. Hungry. So he rushed to the food counter and requested. Pork. A portion of pork, please. Please. The chef used sharp eyes to look. Jean-Ma paused, looking at a container holding meal tickets. He wondered to himself. Isn't it? Very quickly Jean-Ma replied. I'll go get a ticket right now. 1 pork rice set. Pre-order. But suddenly Jean-Ma's eyes had accidentally landed on the dining hall's price board. Price 50,000 won for pork. He stood before that expensive menu in disbelief, exclaiming. 50,000 won for pork. He stood there as if heaven planted, muttering unconsciously. 50,000. 50,000. The last drops of water dripped, returning to reality. Jean-Ma was tilting the water bottle upside down to squeeze out the last. After that, he immediately threw the bottle away angrily while cursing. Price 50,000 won for 1 portion of pork rice. This is truly highway robbery. His eyes blazed as if ready to kill someone on the spot. Starving to death. The gouging is too much. I'm running out of living expense. Jean-Ma remembered when his father gave him money. He had refused without hesitation. Looking back at the harsh reality, he was dejected without a bit of life. Too powerless, Jean-Ma curled himself into the. He buried himself in the blanket, endlessly regretting. I should have taken that. I'm such an idiot. I've survived on the cheapest water in the academy for many days. Suddenly a screen appeared. Sword God's blessing. Content as follows. If injured, will be disabled. Because your physique has been enhanced, the sword's conditions will be released. Blessing is only activated for swords with length shorter than 30 centimeters and width less than 5 centimeters. Jean-Ma idly pondered. Just thinking about it and the status window already, but still. He jumped up, standing before the tank top was lifted by Jean-Ma, revealing a 6-pack. He said with satisfaction. Truly not wasted. Jean-Ma looked down at both his hands full of amazement. And at this rate I'll reach a new. Sword God's blessing hasn't been upgraded yet. If I keep diligently improving step by step, I'll soon be able to control a short. Jean-Ma glanced at the 2 sharp knives on the smiled again. Just the other day at the entrance ceremony I was afraid to touch a sword. Yet now not holding a sword for even a minute makes my hands and feet very itchy. Is this the blessing's influence? Am I being too? Suddenly a knocking sound rang out, making him startle. Who? Jean-Ma opened the door, asking in a curt. Person outside was Chloe. She was still shy as usual. Her face showed some worry. She cautiously asked. Did I disturb your. Chloe? Why is she here? Jean-Ma wondered. He still cheerfully replied. Not at all. I was just lying down. What's the. Chloe lowered her face, carefully explaining. It's just that for a week I haven't seen you appear at the academy canteen. I was worried you weren't. On the outside, Jean-Ma smiled, saying. Ah well, I'm not used to eating other people's cooking. But inside, saliva was flowing madly. I extremely like it on the con. Hearing that, Chloe was relieved. I understand. He reassured. Don't. Suddenly Chloe hesitantly made a suggestion. If possible. Jean-Ma, I'm thinking of buying some ingredients from the convenience store in the academy to cook. Before she could finish the sentence, somehow Jean-Ma had already put on his jacket. He smiled brightly, saying, Then let's go. Chloe was surprised to the point of being dumbfounded. Jean-Ma continued, Don't you want to invite me to dinner together? She still couldn't process his words and actions. Right. Jean-Ma walked along the hallway, cheerfully humming. I'm very good at cooking, so leave it to me. Seeing that, Chloe happily ran after. Jean-Ma continued. Chloe's dormitory is on the other side, right? Let's go together. Outside, the sky had turned to night. Twinkling stars appeared. Only a few window squares still had light. Inside Chloe's room, she ate while exclaiming praise. So delicious. Jean-Ma replied. I'm glad you like it. Chloe continued. You didn't waste anything at all and were very fast. Jean-Ma momentarily fell silent. He looked down at the completely clean plate and said, I only know how to boil fish never cooked before. Let me check the refrigerator. Jean-Ma looked into the refrigerator full of fish boxes in surprise. But you really like fish? Chloe replied. Yeah. I come from a river region. He said. That's great, because my specialty is fish. Jean-Ma thought silently. Good. Anyway, my hands and feet are very itchy. Let's try making sashimi. The problem is the sword god's blessing. Ma looked down at the kitchen knife rack with some hesitation. Then he turned to ask, "Do you have any longer knives?" Chloe immediately asked back. "Longer?" He explained. "That's right. You know, my weapon is that type of sword. So I think using this kind of knife is a bit strange," said. "I understand." After that, Chloe didn't ask anything. A moment later, while Ma was fumbling around in the kitchen, Chloe called out. She cheerfully presented her sword saying, "Will this work?" This made Ma couldn't help but felt helpless saying, "No, I only use kitchen knives. That won't." He grabbed the kitchen, activated the sword god's blessing, then tensely told him, "Must complete this within 30 seconds. Then he began processing the fish. "I'm known as the #1 sword. I can do it." Ma encouraged him. The sword god's blessing was gradually taking effect. Just a few sharp knife cuts. The fish plate on the table was completely. Ma thought silently. 21 seconds. Time to separate bones. Remove fins and extract meat. He smiled satisfactorily at his achievement. Ma was proud. "Excellent. Like a masterpiece. I'm still a..." Chloe was amazed. "How can you cook so well?" He immediately replied, "I used to work part-time at a Japanese restaurant." Chloe was astonished. "Part-time work?" Ma asked back. "Don't you know what part-time work is?" This made Chloe a bit embarrassed. Ma smiled saying, "Yeah. No need to apologize." He thought, "Just as I thought. This class and Ma cheerfully spoke. "Anyway, I'm very happy you liked this meal." Chloe was extremely excited. Continuously, she enthusiastically took on the task. "Since you prepared the meal, let me wash the dishes." Ma wasn't polite either, replying, "Thanks. Then I'll leave it." Having said that, Chloe diligently went to do her work. Malizurli sat swaying. "I'm full and satisfied. The moonlight is also beautiful. It makes me want to hum a..." Before he could fully enjoy it, the clanging sound of dishes rang out, accompanied by a broken "Sorry." Ma broke into a sweat. After that, continuous clanging sounds rang out again. Chloe panicked. She fumbled about. "Sure. Sorry." Ma found it somewhat interesting watching that back figure. "Wonder if she's ever washed dishes before." "That's right. At that age I had already washed." While he was standing gazing at the moon, something fell down from the top of the bookshelf. It was a book. The wind flipped it open, revealing the contents in. Ma was astonished. It was a diary, and just then a page appeared with content related to him. "So someone helped me in today's placement test. I absolutely must repay that person." Ma sighed. Round handwriting and cute stickers. The diary, he smiled, thinking, "I should put it back. Chloe is really just like other fire sign girls." When suddenly a gust of wind blew through, flipped to other pages, Ma felt momentarily flustered. It flipped to another page. He looked down in amazement at this page's content. "Turns out the friend who helped me is in the same class. His name is Ma. My heart is racing so fast. I don't know what to do at all. I don't dare start a conversation with him." After reading, he immediately burst out laughing. Ma smiled. "So cute." Finally he knew the reason. "So that's why you couldn't talk to me." The corner of Ma's mouth lifted with mischief. "Should I read a bit more?" The title highlighted in bold with his name, Ma. The pages behind continuously filled with repeated writings that left Ma speechless in surprise. Those repeated words left him dazed. The sound of dishes clattering rang out, tearing through the space. Chloe stood beside the shattered bowl looking at her diary in Ma's hands, asking, "You saw it, didn't you? Hero families receive respect for eliminating many monsters, receiving society's admiration to consolidate their status. However, within these stagnant organizations still exist interests granted to exploit the poor under the government's guise. When the government lost all power, a hero family stood up cloaked in a dark mantle. That family's name was Auditor Gia Cecilia. A family operating in darkness toward the light, combining maintaining order with assassination. In this brutal context before their eyes, those born into the auditor must undergo psychological testing before removing emotions, must endure extremely harsh training." Chloe was surprised with wide eyes at the prospect she must carry out. The man before her eyes, seemingly without strength, was her target. Along with the old man's severity, Chloe was scared. Her body trembling but hands still gripping the sword tightly. The old man placed his hand on Chloe's to help her calm down. To become an assassin. The age at which a girl first stains her hands with blood is 15. After taking down the target, now her hands and sword were stained red. Even so, only through harshness can a strong spirit be forged. "Chloe, Auditor Gia Cecilia, don't deny your assassination talent," the old man said. Chloe was somewhat dazed. That was what she heard even before adulthood. Chloe had accepted it. In reality, she gently pulled up her face covering. Sword skills to take down enemies became proficient, and her current appearance had hardened compared to before. Continuous training made her spirit twisted, creating a deep shadow in her heart. And like that until reason completely disappeared with only traces of emotion remaining. Chloe reached school age. The poetic and somewhat elegant scenery highlighted, making the academy more magnificent than ever. Before Chloe's eyes now were many students looking very lively, This was Joaquin Academy, where students would be placed in classes based on their skills. Although all Auditor family members, a dark faction element, clearly possessed high dragon class level skills, Chloe thought excitedly. They were all placed in regular classes due to family tradition. That was the family's agreement with the academy. Suddenly she recalled the old man's reminder, disappear from my sight, which also made her somewhat melancholy. Chloe thought sadly about what she must endure. 3 years of youth taken by the family, losing all personal freedom, facing the destiny of becoming an assassin. Chloe didn't complain a single word. She accepted it, never thinking of ways to change, just continue. She thought so until she met a male student. In the gloomy scene, suddenly a voice rang out. Hey you bastard. Have you gone crazy? You villain, don't touch her. As soon as John Ma finished speaking, Mao Xian began noticing him with a somewhat cunning expression in the royal battle in the subspace. Even though this death isn't real, it would still be the first time she experiences death. She wasn't afraid at all. She was hugging herself because the weather was very cold when startled to know there was another person here too. Anyone else? Chloe calmly accepted the predetermined death. She had long abandoned useless resistance. That was how she learned to live. Had always lived that way. Returning to reality, Mao Xian now looked laughing, very pleased. I'll kill you first, then that little one. Exactly, it won't change anything. Chloe now could only watch what was before her eyes. Fate had been arranged. A red light slashed through, or it was already predetermined. Chloe looked intently, but it felt like sunlight had pierced through dark clouds in a storm. Something was burning fiercely inside her. Sword used with full mind and spirit. The images of John Ma slashing Mao Xian looking very impressive gradually crept into her eye. The image of Chloe being bullied by those people made John Ma rise up for justice. A sword drawn to protect someone. She was the reason that male student used his sword. The scene of Chloe by her bed in memories came back. Her childhood. She always remembered the fairy tale she secretly hid beside her bed. Turning the pages of fairy tales from when she was little, she was very happy. About the prince imprisoned in the castle. Before her eyes was the brave prince. Turning to the present, John Ma in Chloe's eyes was like a savior. He looked very strong with sharp will, and in his hand holding a knife radiating powerful energy. A story revolving around how the prince appears to save everyone. Chloe covered her face turning flushed and her chest beginning to flutter. A vague, indescribable feeling began to rise. Chloe stood still with deep thoughts, though the surrounding scene was very chaotic now. Chloe had only one single thought. Chloe was now in an infatuated state. This is love. The battle ended. On John Ma's side, he looked quite worried, unable to speak. Chloe, with a frightening face, appeared radiating red light. John Ma awkwardly could only scratch his head. In the room, the current situation, no one spoke to anyone but just looked at each other. John Ma was confused, sweating, thinking, did I do something wrong? Swallowing saliva. Was it when I saw this girl purely, or when I stupidly followed just for a meal? John Ma spoke up. Chloe, isn't the moonlight beautiful tonight? No response at all. Continuing to speak. Thank you, because it's been so long since I've had such a good meal. He smiled warmly. I'm heading back. See you tomorrow? Chloe's voice interjected. Saw it, didn't you? Frozen in place, the answer. Huh, what? That, Chloe said while removing her glove. John Ma was surprised, noticing the notebook on the table. Speaking hurriedly. You're talking about this notebook. You must have studied very hard. Chloe spoke loudly. My diary. John Ma trembled, thinking, do you have eyes in the back of your head, or what? When did you see? Moreover, that tone you often use. I told you to change it. I'll make her change it, he said. I didn't, Chloe replied. You haven't seen anything. The questioning continued like that. I didn't see anything. Don't lie. Yes, I saw it. As soon as the words came out, the scene returned to silence. Ma was panicked. Chloe began drawing her sword, her face looking very angry. John Ma flustered. What suddenly? Before those emotions ended, John Ma jolted internally. No, it's not like that. The scene outside was the 4th floor, the highest floor, and he doubted himself. If I jump from here down, then flesh mangled, bones shattered. With unstable mood combined with calculations that couldn't be wrong, John Ma thought, knife I used before. No, if it goes that far, I'll definitely lose a leg or arm. Chloe, with an expressionless face in her, holding the sword with intention to draw an attack toward John Ma's location. John Ma was no longer calm. Suddenly light emitted from the paper cutter, catching his attention. The container tipped over. Chloe reached the true climax, preparing to swing the sword toward John Ma. John Ma panicked with wide eyes. Here it comes. Seizing the opportunity, John Ma quickly grabbed the paper cutter swiftly. His hand forcefully pushed out the paper cutter blade. System panels began appearing in succession. Skills activated in series, mental state, language and actions temporarily carrying threatening appearance. Strength being adjusted more appropriately. Moreover, the sword god's guardian deity had been activated. Paper cutter now empowered. The slash began sharp, becoming more powerful. May the Lord's blessing always be with you. Around radiated brilliant bright blue light, while Chloe was trying to advance to attack him. Now his hand was showing streams of light. John Ma spoke up. Chloe, your hair is a bit long now. The words made Chloe stun. I'll help you cut a bit. Red streaks crossed each other, creating artistic cutting lines. In Chloe's bedroom, Chloe's figure was lying on the bed. She slowly sat up, raising her hand to rub her head. Mumbling the name, John Ma, searched around that room, wondering aloud, asking tentatively, "Where are you, John-ma?" Chloe was embarrassed, recalling when she shyly looked at John-ma. "I remember I looked out the window while washing dishes, peeked a tiny bit." She startled, realizing something different. Immediately panicked, flipping the blanket to search. She suddenly had to say loudly, "My sword." Chloe discovered the sword placed right beside her study desk. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I frequently lose consciousness when holding the sword." Chloe recalled the past. An old man's voice rang out. "Well done, Chloe." She was quite surprised, not understanding what just happened. Chloe's master continued speaking. "Don't worry. Don't deny your assassination talent." Chloe looked at that sword, contemplating. She was embarrassed, immediately burying her face in the pillow. Cursing herself, "You fool, Chloe. Why did you faint at that moment?" Speaking of that, her face suddenly burned hot. Her voice stuttering, unable to form words. She doubted herself. "Did I say anything strange while unconscious?" Chloe curiously looked at the paper cutter on the floor, touched her hair. "Why is that paper cutter on the ground?" She was quite surprised, looking at her own hair. "It seems my hair became shorter. Was that knife to cut my hair?" She slowly approached the trash can to examine. "It seems he already cleaned up and left." Chloe pondered. "John-ma is really very kind." Her face looked very happy, thinking of John-ma. "Should write it in my diary before I forget." Immediately she pulled out her diary, Chloe happily writing in her diary. "Done." On the diary page appeared writing done neatly and cleanly. "John-ma, I like you." The scene shifted from Chloe's room. John-ma was tossing and turning. He immediately leaned against a corner wall and vomited. He reflected on the scene at that time. "I got through that situation." The system's image at that time rang out, announced, "The blessing has ended." He silently calculated. "I exceeded by 5 seconds from the 9-second mark." And this is what happened. Suddenly John-ma's nausea surged again. He grimaced uncomfortably. Beside the blessing of courage, there's the Furnace Flower Sutra. And if I remember correctly, there are only 2 legendary blessings in this game, both of which belong to Int. A line of urgent red text appeared. "Please save the world from the hands of the demon." Doma recalled the story and the main character. A system panel appeared. Banmung, SS rank, a legendary sword called True Wound that has the ability to grant its user near absolute power. But this sword will choose its own master, he thought further, chosen by both the sword and the demonic sword Banmung, whereas His blade appeared. Daiso Sashimi, a sashimi knife capable of slicing very quickly. And though its packaging is somewhat ordinary, it's a quality product. He reproached himself, and need I explain further? Doma immediately used both hands to press against his cheeks, crying, "Focus!" Moreover, since entering this academy, continuously encountering these absurd numbers and surreal situations, Doma watched a shooting star streak across the night sky and said, "Has made me forget my goal. As many reasons have held him." He pondered in deep contemplation. "Now that I think about it, is there really not a single normal person in this academy? I don't understand much about the key characters in this game, and my knowledge of this world isn't much either. It's only been a little over a week since I started studying at this." The main character has appeared and they've already completed their enrollment procedures, which means the story of this game is truly about to begin, and I know the general story but not its ending. Doma, "Can't believe I'm regretting dropping this game, but of course, knowing the main story up to the middle already gives me a clear advantage. No matter what happens, just follow the official route." He wavered over choosing which path to take. The sign on the left read, "I want to live a quiet life," while the sign on the right read, "Will I become a commander?" He reconsidered. "If everything goes to hell, all efforts will be completely wasted. If I remember correctly, the dark period will begin from semester 253, marking the birth of the demons will unify their forces under the Demon Lord's banner and march to threaten the academy, with their scale growing ever. Finally, a great war between demons and humans will erupt. The game's plot follows a rather hollow. Doma felt annoyed. "What's this? Why this sudden turn at this Yan Shao?" he muttered, feeling strange as he stared intently at his phone. "How could they die like this? That's kind of scary, and I've grown too attached to these characters. I'll just delete this game." But the scarier thing is that something terrible has happened in this. He sat alone gazing at the starry sky, thinking, "War? Will I have to die in war too? No, there are still nearly 3 years left, and right now my most realistic goal is to escape from this desolate." Doma looked down at the ground. "I can't just die like this. I need to become stronger to survive, and most mass-produced games like this have happy ends. This world will also be saved by the main characters, but I need to have the strength to protect myself completely. I can't just leave it all to. Therefore, I need to quietly train myself, because if I stand out too much, there's a chance I'll be called into the army to fight those demons, and that's something I need to. Moreover, I also need to be careful when using the uncontrolled blessing." Doma muttered absent-mindedly. Uncontrolled blessing, and calculated. "Why did I even pick up that sashimi knife? It just adds burden upon." The system panel appeared, displaying information about the uncontrolled blessing. If injured, will be disabled. Physical level 2, sword conditions relaxed. Mental level 3, words and actions carry more deterrence. Weapon level 1, insufficient conditions to unlock. synchronization rate 1.5%, and Doma looked at the system panel and remarked aloud, "Impressive." He rubbed himself, staring intently at the panel. There seems to be a lot of new information. Physical, weapon, the numbers here seem to represent levels, and this synchronization, what is? He immediately clicked on the system panel out of curiosity, and it displayed, insufficient conditions to activate, synchronization rate 1.5%, can only act. Suddenly, the system panel turned red, system access limited due to insufficient usage conditions. He looked confused. It's not that important, Doma pondered thoughtfully, yet another mysterious question, but the most important thing is training my physique, and I need a new. I can't rely forever on the 30-second uncontrolled blessing. I also need to train with a sword without the blessing's conditions. Doma looked at the phone in his hand. Fortunately, next month there will be a practical combat test instead of mid. The reward for this training session is the Murasame, B rank. If I can use it skillfully, that's enough to graduate, and its standards are different from the divine sword blessing, so it won't be a main. Doma frowned. There's more to do than I thought, when a voice interrupted his train of, "Hey." He reflexively glanced toward the source of the voice, saw a girl. "That's my." Haben approached, her body glistening with sweat as she looked at Doma, who was. The air between them seemed to. Doma and Haben looked at each. This made her feel uncomfortable, and Haben said curtly, "Can you move over?" causing him to panic and Doma thought, Haben, damn it, no matter how I look at it, this feels like a dream, so he reluctantly shifted to one side, thinking, I was just staring at her without noticing it. Haben reminded him, you don't need to go somewhere else, just scoot over a bit. While he remains, Doma glanced at her and pondered, but, your spot? Isn't this bench Zhong's? Is this some kind of class discrimination? Oh right, if I get involved with the main character it'll get really complicated, so even if I don't like it I should still stay. On Haben's side, she gently wiped the sweat droplets from her, causing Doma to stare blankly, thinking inwardly, damn, she's terrifyingly Haben spoke up. This is where the stars are brightest, isn't it? Startling him so much his heart nearly leaped out. God, what if Doma silently turned to look at her, while she was gazing at the stars in the thought to himself, is this really the Haben I know? The Sword Saint's granddaughter? Even that handsome main character was very difficult to approach from the. Haben turned to strike up a conversation with Doma. Your weapon is also a sword, right? He still hadn't collected himself and replied, ah, yeah. How did Haben seemed a bit shy, her face reddening as she said, grandfather told me. Her eyes lifting to look at him. I heard that swordsmen have completely different. Doma also blushed slightly and remained silent, saying, suddenly Haben held her sword to here, she offered with a confident smile. Do you want to try? Doma hesitated, looking at her. It doesn't look heavy at all. His words made Haben appear angry at Doma, and both fell silent. Meanwhile, Doma was pondering. Is she sulking? He looked at her awkwardly, thinking, hard to adapt to this. Is this really the Haben I know? Haben, with a stern face, hesitated and, you, then turned to ask, you know me? Doma's expression immediately became bewildered as he thought. She's asking like this. She doesn't suspect me, does she? Of course, who in this school doesn't know who Haben is? He broke into a nervous sweat but remained calm and answered, I know. Haben suddenly said, I don't know you, which made Doma even more confused. What is she? She laughed aloud. Isn't it a bit strange? You know my name, but I don't know yours. And hearing this, he questioned, do I really have to tell my name to a stranger? She answered matter-of-factly. Who knows? You could be the Demon King's spy trying to infiltrate the academy, you know? Haben hesitated for a few seconds, then continued, or I can't think of any reason why you'd be sitting here alone this late. Doma didn't know how to respond and just muttered. She saw. She, on her side, grasped the long sword with one hand and pulled it up, and seeing this, a bland answer arose with no particular reason. Doma questioned back. Then why are you here? Haben replied straightforwardly. Isn't it obvious? I'm training and practicing here, he claimed. I'm also training. And she, training what? Doma answered calmly as if it were nothing, breathing. And that answer made her freeze, turning to look with contemptuous eyes. Doma's gaze lightly swept toward the opponent's raised hand and noticed. Seeing him staring intently at it, Haben hurriedly pulled her hand, her cheeks flushing red and lips pressed. He then spoke, you're really hardworking. And she immediately acknowledged, of course. Haben seriously revealed her feelings. People don't know what it feels like to have Nibelung blood flowing through you. They always have to wear a perfect, and showing even the slightest weakness means everyone will trample on it immediately. You know I'm not the student with the highest score this year. Honestly speaking, this is the first time I've lost to someone. But suddenly, The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, as if satisfied by. She looked up at the sky, her expression gentle as she spoke. On the contrary, I feel somewhat relieved, but on the other hand, I'm still curious about who defeated me. I want to know who. Doma froze, as if turned to stone on the. She declared resolutely, I'll crush that person next time. And this statement made him suddenly cough and turned to question, do you really have to go that far? Haben proclaimed loudly. This is a matter of honor. I begged grandfather to tell me more details, but he said that person isn't even in my class. They even had the audacity to break the oath. So how can I live with being second-rate? Then she also calmed down and laughed, saying, oh my God, why am I telling all this to a stranger? And Doma also wondered, why are you Haben tilted her head and answered bluntly, because you seem. After that, she continued rambling about various things. My family's principle is to be resolute with the strong and merciful with the weak. Everyone in my class is very good at what they do, so I have no. He thought to himself, that's why the main character feels so distant, and now she stretched and said, I think that's enough for tonight. And he replied coldly, good. Haben remained silent for a long, then stood up abruptly and shouted in frustration. So will you tell me your name or not? Or. Before she could finish, Doma cut her off. Don't want to. And she grew even more irritated. Fine, whatever. The next day, in a large and well-appointed class, he sat seriously at his seat. Life at the academy is more peaceful than I. Chloe quickly made friends with others and blended in with the class, while meanwhile, he had to constantly avoid eye contact and encounters with that. In case of making eye contact with that person, their new friend would look at him with ice-cold eyes. And at this moment, someone behind Chloe laughed mockingly. Special student? Hilarious. Doma thought further. But he couldn't just ignore those contemptuous looks as if they were nothing, and more. Doma wasn't the only special student in this tiger class. There weren't many like him, but they were very reluctant to interact with others, probably because the others were delusional about their. He glanced sideways and told himself, thinking this way, at least Doma isn't in the higher classes, because is the time when the elite and dragon classes are fighting for power, he thought. When playing before, he thought of them as a bunch of clowns, but if Doma were in that class now, his head would Doma brought out something. At least now I'm eating and sleeping well. What should I eat? He remembered media once saying, a top student like you should have received this treatment sooner. Sorry for making you wait. And gently pulled out the card. Instructor at Joaquin Academy, and thought emotionally. Even meeting this person 3 times before the principal wouldn't be enough to fully express my gratitude. So he turned his face skyward and paused for a moment of silent tribute. Thank you so. The corners of his mouth lifted with delight. Perfect. I've fulfilled a student's duty. Haven't I? Doma also hasn't changed the main plot too much, so just live like this for the remaining 3 years. And if it continues like. Doma laughed aloud. I'll be able to live the future life I desire. That early morning, in the fresh atmosphere of a solemn space, a professor's voice rang out steadily. 700 years after the first great human-demon war, the hero Joaquin Baller, realizing the necessity of cultivating the next generation of heroes, established this academy with 7 principles. The old professor continued, these sentences will be on the test, so make sure to study this information. Doma was dozing off, eyes hazy, thinking to himself that he already knew all this by the hero who opened the boundary, Joaquin Baller, for 20 years fought against the commander of the first legion and the demon king Lycan's right fought one. However, when 2 streams of immensely powerful light collided like 2 colossal, creating an explosion so massive it shook heaven, and Joaquin lost and could no longer continue fighting. Screams of agony could be heard everywhere, in every direction. It was a bloody battle with continuous casualties. It seemed there was no clear victor. Fortunately, humanity and demons reached a ceasefire, and the hero Joaquin founded this academy to nurture the next generation of. The professor on the podium continued teaching. And thus, the first human-demon war led to the signing of a non-aggression pact between both sides, ushering in a 700-year era of. Lo, 2 students whispered to each other. I'm still worried about what to wear to the party. Joaquin's eyes were vacant, thinking to himself. 700 years of peace. He was the only one who knew about the first crack in this peaceful era. Everyone had grown too accustomed to this tranquility. He recalled media's image. Joaquin really wanted to tell the principal what was happening, but he didn't know what the consequences of doing so. Suddenly, Joaquin, though she had never hidden her intention to resign as principal as soon as possible, she had once said, should I quit this way? Media was the first among them to notice the abnormality thanks to possessing the spirit, and she was also the first among the 7 heroes to stand up and protect the students. I didn't play that part. Joaquin remembered with regret the moment her body had a large hole carved in her stomach, but he truly respected her. She was the first to sacrifice herself in the battle against the demon. When playing to that part, Joaquin had frozen for a very long, eyes wide open, Voice shocked. She returning to reality then, he remained but inwardly he thought, I wish I didn't. The professor instructed the students. That's all for today. Remember to study hard for the test in 2 weeks. They replied, Yes, sir. Yes. Then came noisy chatter. Awesome. What? Really? What is it? A curious student asked. What is it? I'm coming too. Making Yoma also look over. What's going? Shout made him remember. He looked at the date on his phone. May 5th. That's right, today, the students were very curious, crowding in front of the main entrance. He won't come to our class, will he? Of course not. He obviously has to go to the elite class. Yoma tried to push through to see. If I remember correctly, the crowd still cheered excitedly. Oh my god, he was suddenly stunned. On May 5th, he will the protagonist of this world. A handsome young man was and that was Leon van Rijn, and the 700 years of peace would show its first. Yoma looked at Leon and inwardly complained. Truly a troublesome guy. His face is so annoyingly handsome. As I said, all the women in this will fall into his net. He continued thinking with a frown. If this were an adult game, maybe it would be better. Leon would probably have died before fighting the demon. Moreover, the girls who fall in love with him. Rachel Zamura, the Holy Apostle's granddaughter. Saki Ryojo, the Bao Saint's daughter. Aben von the Sword Emperor's granddaughter. All main characters are impressed. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Detestable. The protagonist of Miracle Blessing, Leon van Reinhardt, would be one of the first to be drafted in the next 3. He ground his teeth in frustration. Actually, drafted is already putting it mildly. I refuse to go through a second time. It's no different from forced conscription. Incidentally, even Valor Joaquin could only seal 1 Legion commander. So how strong must the demon king? Impossible. Could this be such a crazy story that even the protagonist will? Leon was smiling with his classmates when he suddenly noticed a gaze staring intently at him, and immediately, looking straight at where Yoma was, he gave a slight friendly but that made him freeze for a brief. Watching them leave, he pondered. Right, we're talking about Miracle Blessing. The protagonist will handle it himself. He rubbed his chin, thinking, his face is so trustworthy. When did I get convinced? Suddenly, someone called out, hey, that voice caught his attention, making him whirl around. That evening at the training, Yoma was gripping a wooden stick, swinging it up, and after a while he let out a breath. But if I don't meet the standards, the blessing will be executed. He thought to himself, I must have a certain level of proficiency in swords. He remembered this morning when Chloe appeared and hesitantly asked, hey, did I do something? Yoma smiled awkwardly, thinking, I almost lost my head. He wanted to say that, but they still had to study together for several. So he said, it's nothing. She asked uncertainly, really? He replied, yeah, then thought, must maintain peace here. Shouldn't create unnecessary. Chloe sighed with relief. Thank goodness. He thought to himself, what is her true personality? While unconscious, she could still use the sword. A sorrowful sword. A sword that seemed to be crying for help for some reason. Yet it was still full of killing intent. If she decided to kill someone, she'd probably be more dangerous than those brutal siblings. She stammered. Yoma, if possible, could I treat you to? Shyly added, I just want to repay you. Of course, I'm not as good at cooking. Yoma was dazed, his head full of ominous thoughts. Dinner. He suddenly saw her eyes sparkling with anticipation. But to him, that was quite a worrying look. Refusing would be strange, but if I agree, I might end up in a morgue. Suddenly, he realized something. That's right. Then he said, Chloe, this might sound strange, but instead of dinner, could you help me? She wondered, help you how? He replied, I couldn't think of anyone else but. Chloe's cheeks immediately flushed red. What? Yoma scratched his head awkwardly and answered, could you teach me swords? Now, gripping the sword, he pondered, either way, I need someone to teach me swordsmanship. It's also a good excuse. Chloe is terrifyingly. From that day on, the only thing Yoma looked at before sleeping was, you need to survive. It seemed somewhat. Chloe called out loudly, Yoma, how long have you been here? I've been waiting over. He calmly replied, Chloe, I just arrived. What about? She answered excitedly, I just got here too. Yoma felt suspicious and asked, what time? She replied, 6. Broke into a sweat. We agreed on 8 o'clock, didn't we? Chloe scratched her head and Yoma became serious again. Right? She noticed him looking at her and glanced around. Is something wrong? He shook his head. No. Yoma hadn't paid attention because she wore the uniform all day. But now he could see her abs and muscles. Now he understood why she was so. Anyway, she's cute. Yoma smiled awkwardly, thinking, cherish this. Then held the stick forward. Here, Chloe took it and wondered. I thought we'd use real swords. He panicked inwardly. Did you mishear? Who practices with real swords? Is this a death match? Then he awkwardly explained. Practice. Just practice. We should use wooden swords to avoid injury. She scratched her head and laughed in realization. Then she nodded, face darkening but the corners of her mouth curling up. So kind. Making him break out in goose. She held the stick in her hand, eyes blank for a few seconds, then swung it down lightly, creating a strong gust of wind that made him nearly wet himself. How strong must she be? It sounds like the air itself is being... Yoma immediately took a cautious stance. Must be careful. Finally, he activated the system. Sword God Blessing. If injured, it will lose effect. Physical level 2 years. Sword parameters have been relaxed. Mental level 3. Actions not yet decisive. Weapon level 1. Not qualified. Synchronization rate 2%. Can only be activated when the sword is smaller than 32.3 centimeters and shorter than 6.2 centimeters. He thought to himself, let me confirm again. But are blessings normally like this? Although blessings usually upgrade skills, do they have any additional effects? I don't remember these things. Yoma remained silent, absorbed in his inner thoughts. But what are the requirements? Chloe hesitantly called. She wondered, is something... Then realized he'd forgotten about his opponent. Sorry. Then he thought to himself again. It seems only Yoma can see this. I must look like an idiot standing... Yoma smiled awkwardly. Today's the first day, so go easy. Okay? She confidently replied. Then he also picked up a stick. Well, with determined eyes, he announced. Let's be... Suddenly, the space fell... His face grew stern. In his previous life, Yoma had always lived practically. As the saying goes, only believe what you see. To become a master in any field, sacrifice and blood aren't enough. You must be willing to reshape your entire body. Yoma's quick adaptation to the academy was also the product of what he learned in his... Now Chloe's entire body glowed. Yoma squeezed his eyes shut, feeling it out. Sweaty hands, awkward... Then slowly opened his eyes slightly. But the essence of swordsmanship is accurately gauging your opponent. She charged like a stick blazed with magic, burning through... He was startled but still stood there dumbly when the stick flashed like lightning straight at him, making him wince. Too fast. She struck directly. It grazed past his face, just millimeters from sending him to the afterlife. Yoma trembled. Hey, you said go. Chloe's hand released the stick, then spun around, using her other hand to grab it and charge. Loud clashing sound rang out. One swing sent his hand flying. Yoma's whole body shook. He tried to regain composure. But I blocked it. She'll strike down like... Just as he thought that and looked up, Chloe had already leaped high into the air. Since Yoma ground his teeth, thinking, damn it, she's even that last strike was just a feint. She slashed down. He struggled to withstand that terrifying... The sticks collided with a... Yoma's feet were pushed back. She kept attacking Before him, Chloe continuously changed techniques, changed stances, changed positions to strike more effectively. He clenched his teeth, sweat pouring like rain. Every strike feels like heaven descending. One hit means instant death. Yoma is reaching his limit. There's no chance to counter. Suddenly, the wooden piece he was snapped in half from excessive... Chloe stammered. I'm sorry, I intended to go easy, but I broke... She widened her round eyes and called softly, Yoma! She was suddenly shocked, pupils contracting as she clearly saw the... He stood in the center of a blue magic circle. The system kept appearing. Weapon used does not meet requirement. Weapon damaged. Error occurred. Initiating forced auto-adjustment. Reducing human... Sword God Blessing activated. His eyes blazed with terrifying... Sensing the terrifying aura, Chloe immediately jumped back. The system then announced, weapon activation requirements met. Warning. Weapon experiencing issue. She was bewildered, face full of wariness, looking straight at Yoma. Initiating forced auto-adjustment. He stood solemnly in space, a stream of magic flowing throughout his body. Humanity gradually disappeared. Eyes wide open, pupils contracting. Sword God Yoma's original self stood in the middle of a stark white room. Yoma, where is... Around him were kitchen utensils. Yoma, the kitchen? Has all this time been just a fish lay on the cutting board? Yoma, that's right, I was preparing fish. Yoma, back to work. Thanks for watching. The red system screen appeared. Cannot select this item. Jomar, what? Can't select Jomar. Then try selecting this knife. It displayed an error again. Error. Cannot select this item. Jomar, can't. This one doesn't work. Don't worry about this and just continue doing what you're doing. Jomar. Then the only knife left is the sashimi. That's right. Just select Jomar. Even so, holding the sashimi knife really hurts my... His hand gripped the knife tightly. Is it still like that now? Jomar. Strange. I don't feel any pain at all. Jomar. On the contrary, it even feels refreshing. Exactly. That's it. Continue. Just leave it. An ivory white hand used red threads to control Jomar. Alright. Today I must create a masterpiece for the 8th activation. A beam of light from above flew straight down toward Jomar. His expression was solemn. His eyes filled with intent. Jomar. Her words had no effect on him at all. His whole body swayed. Then, like a lightning bolt slicing through, he charged straight forward without hesitation or... In an instant, Jomar stood before Chloe. The two staffs clashed violently once. She tried to resist with all her strength. Jomar. But her legs, under too much pressure, lost balance. Matt showed no mercy and sent his opponent flying far. She was thrown backward a great distance, slammed straight into the wall behind. Chloe spat. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself. He's like a completely different person from Earth. Jomar didn't spare her. Once again, he charged forward and slashed down. Fortunately, Chloe dodged quickly enough to save her. His eyes blazed brightly. There was no consciousness within. She propped herself up with her staff and thought. That attack from earlier had sent her. Chloe clutched her chest, trying to get up. Moving hurt so much. What happened to Jomar? She didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, she had to stop this match immediately. Chloe struggled to speak. Jomar, I need to stop this. He seemed unable to hear what his opponent was saying anymore. In his mind at that moment, there was only fighting. He charged. Seeing this filled her with despair. Too late. Chloe said. Snap out of it. Jomar swung his fist toward, and she screamed as loudly as she could. Now, in his subconscious, strange changes were occurring. Jomar, the fish on the cutting board kept thrashing continuously. Why does it keep slipping? He had never seen a fish like this before. It dodged again? Zulf. Jomar, so annoying. He had to deal with it. The sound was as if it was speaking. Was Jomar hallucinating? He listened to the sounds the fish made and muttered along. Jomar, the knife in his hand reflected his image. Jomar, that's right. The calling of Jomar's name helped pull him back to himself. No longer controlled by the red his eyes glanced down at the cutting board. So this is... The calling rang out again. Was Chloe trying to wake him? Jomar. Snap out. Now he realized. Chloe. A beam of light was gradually consuming his subconscious. Only one voice remained, calling. Back to reality. The staff fell from his hand. Silence filled the two stood motionless before he had recognized himself. It's me. And she was so frightened she was in tears. She opened her eyes slightly to assess the situation. Now Jomar had returned to normal. One hand around her waist, he spoke. Let's stop here for... She blushed furiously at that action. Thinking. So forward. Then awkwardly asked. Are you okay? Smiled, turned around, and prepared to leave. Thank you for helping me practice. I'll go. Just like that, he walked away, leaving Chloe inside. She walked alone, deep in thought. Since the class placement test, Jomar's skill, though she still hadn't used her blessing, she was still no match. That thing too. The wooden broken in while she was lost in her thoughts. She knew he was strong. But a figure suddenly appeared and said, You look like you're enjoying your... Hearing that voice made her eyebrows furrow in annoyance. It turned out to be Nox Auditora 52nd level. He called her Chloe. She hesitantly called. Nox mocked. Associating with lowlifes is all you do after entering the... Chloe angrily demanded. Don't talk about Jomar like... Challenged. So that guy's name is Jomar? If you continue to associate with that kind, the Auditora family will eliminate... Hearing that, she showed a fierce gaze directed straight, then closed her eyes tightly and bowed her, then resolutely turned around. She answered flatly. Even if the entire Auditora family came, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Nox fell silent, watching her figure depart, then softly called. On this side, he was still immersed in his own conflicted thoughts after experiencing what had just happened. Jomar needed to clarify one thing. The power bestowed upon him wasn't a blessing or gift at all. It was a curse to be more apt. To avoid relying on the sword god's blessing, Jomar needed to find new but that power seemed to despise all his efforts. It clung to him and wanted to seize this. Jomar didn't feel pain. No, not just not feeling pain. He was like a puppet tied with strings, lying still while that curse manipulated him. And the sweet whispers in his ear. Jomar no longer had any awareness. Cut more. Deeper. Destroy even. Was submerged in the red threads, allowing them to freely lead him. He had completely surrendered himself to that. He recalled the moment from earlier. So then, Chloe's scream mixed with desperation. The name that had made him regain consciousness. Jomar. In that cry, all fragments of the world had been gathered. Jomar had thrown away that sword that had stuck to his flesh. Jomar felt that if he didn't throw it away immediately, he would lose himself. Until now, he was just a Neander who wanted to kill himself. Chloe, the girl who had made him regain consciousness. Although he was the one who had broken the sword and caused the problem, despite being angry, Jomar still felt so he decided to let everything go. Even so, Jomar still had to quickly leave to avoid being affected again. Sword God's blessing. A talent that was nearly a curse. Jomar's body was emaciated, his eyes vacant. That was the talent he had to bear. Like an alien living in the large building, outside were lightning bolts illuminating the night sky. Jomar thought to himself. He didn't dream of much. Now he dragged his body up each stair. His eyes were weary and exhausted. Jomar just wanted to live a normal life. He thought he could handle small incidents if they... Suddenly, hands with bizarre gaping mouths appeared. From their lunge down, trying to grip his body tightly. There was something inside Jomar's body. Something that was devouring his... This wasn't a blessing but a curse trying to swallow Jomar whole.
Even-defying tech.
Time passed. 3 days later, class was taking place in the large... Classmate cheerfully spoke up. Yesterday something crazy happened. I'll show you in a bit. Chloe replied. Really? Let me... She suddenly fell silent. Her eyes containing something difficult to explain. Turned out she was looking at an empty seat below. Jomar. Chloe pondered. Only now noticing. She didn't even have his contact information. Why hadn't she asked? Chloe had even gone to his dormitory room, but the only response to her knocking. Chloe frowned sadly. She liked watching him from afar. When he was leaning and lost in... Chloe was afraid he'd think she was troublesome. So she was careful not to strike up conversation. At first, Chloe thought she was attracted to him because he had risked his life to save her. She missed him. Suddenly Chloe spoke. The next day, at that time in the vast, magnificent school, someone's voice shouted out an order. Bin stood on the podium, annoyed and nearly roaring. Everyone, order. You've been studying for so long and still act like since it's raining today, we'll study in the classroom instead of training. It seems Jomar isn't attending class today, he thought grimly with a stern face. There must be some reason, so he would patiently wait like a proper After a while, Wonbin announced. Class begins. The whole class responded in unison. Yet, suddenly, a loud noise made Wonbin irritably remove his glasses. During my class, who did? Suddenly he opened his eyes wide. Looking up, a figure descended from each footstep moving down the stair. That person was Jomar. His eyes were ice cold. His expression calm and he showed no emotion whatsoever. Just calmly walked down. Seeing this, Chloe jumped up and called out. He spoke slowly in a measured tone. Brief. I apologize for being late. Seeing this, even Wonbin had to be cautious, his voice stuttering. All right. Sit. Students witnessing this whispered to each other. Isn't he supposed to be a special type of student? Is he always like this? Look at him more. Now that you mention it, I just noticed. Since Jomar appeared, the space immediately fell silent. He sat quietly in his seat, his eyes still pitch black, cold to a frightening. Class ended. Students filed out for break. Let's go eat.
I'm starving.
Chloe now approached, hesitantly calling softly. Jomar. He replied. She asked worriedly. What happened? He said. Chloe continued. It's been quite a while since you came to class, so I thought something must have happened to you. Could it be because of that? Jomar was silent for a few seconds, then turned around, smiling slightly to reassure her. I was just a bit sick. That's all. Thank you for worrying about. She seemed moved, her eyes widening, her cheeks said shyly. Really? That's good. He thought to himself. As he expected, she wouldn't believe. Jomar recalled. Over the past 3 days, he had to struggle through excruciating symptoms until Jomar couldn't leave his room to eat anything. He had to lie flat on the bed, praying for this terrible ordeal to end. Pain Jomar endured was much greater than in the past. That was the price for using that broken sword. That wasn't the only thing that happened. When he looked in the mirror, his appearance was the same overall, but his face had sunken in. Even his hair had turned. Jomar had been utterly horrified by that despair. This was the punishment of the holy. Back to reality. Chloe looked at Jomar with his head bowed and thought. He seems to feel. Makes sense. He had seen her like that at the training ground. She had to change the subject. Suddenly he spoke up. Hey, about that dinner you mentioned before, is today okay? She suddenly froze for a few seconds, then became unexpectedly excited, her cheeks flushing. What? Really? He continued. But this time I want to eat your cooking. All right, I'll do my best. I'm so. Jomar smiled slightly and thought. She must really like. Chloe asked enthusiastically. Jomar, today I'll make everything you want to eat. What would you like? He answered. It's been a long time since I had. Last time I ate in your room, I threw it all up. No, it was because it was too expensive. Suddenly at that moment, a trace of murderous intent flashed, making Jomar startle and turn around. But there was only a decorative plant. What? Then he turned toward the main. Seeing this, Chloe was also curious and looked. It turned out the person standing there was not. His eyes turned completely white. A horrifying expression appeared on his face. Startled her when she saw it, prompted Joma to ask, "Do you know him?" The face fell silent once again. He stepped forward to find the answer himself. Right when their eyes met, only then Joma bluntly say, "If you have something to say, just say it. Stop staring." Nox's eyes flared red. Silently wonder, what's wrong with his eyes? When suddenly Chloe rushed forward, standing between the two of them and saying, "Joma, don't pay attention to this person." Nox, "No, brother, didn't I tell you not to come?" Questioned, "Why are you here?" Which made him glance to the side and think, "Brother, I see." Noticing that Nox's voice was harsh yet hesitant. No, it was trembling, actually. Nox coldly said, "Who the hell is this guy? Are you really breaking the auditor family rules for him, Chloe?" To which he replied, "Auditor or whatever, it has nothing to do with me anymore." Prompting him to respond, "You're talking about blood ties like that? Once born an auditor, forever an auditor." Which Joma say sternly, "The little sister sounds like she's rebelling, and the older brother sounds like he's in a period drama. Can you both calm down?" Nox nearly roared an order. "Drop this thing and come home right now, Chloe." Her to bite her lip until it bled, saying, "Don't," before shouting, "Don't talk about Joma like that." With him to think again, "Can't you just talk this through? Let's all go eat or things will get chaotic." He was used to these kinds of situations, when suddenly he paused. "Wait, auditor, Joma understands now. Just remember, they specialized in infiltration and assassination, appearing as shadows in the middle of the game, and were weaker than other heroes. When it came to assassination, they had no rivals. All members of the auditor family were absurdly strong from being forced through brutal training, turning them into the most ruthless killing tools as they grew up, and Chloe was born into the auditor family." Joma clutch his weapon and think further. Damn it. If that's the case then, normal and abnormal. Isn't that expression more normal? Consider an expressionless face when killing, no, an expression accustomed to it. He was certain the auditor was chasing enemies to consolidate their position, and if it was urgent, Joma wouldn't hesitate to kill either. Thinking this made sense, if Joma glanced at Chloe trembling violently, speculated, Chloe must want to live a normal life. Just like the sword god's blessing, since Chloe had grown up in the auditor family environment from childhood, there was certainly no way out. She was destined to become a cold-blooded assassin. How unfortunate. He wasn't a hero and couldn't become one even if he wanted to, though it was true that the corner of Joma's mouth lifted as he said, "What the hell am I doing?" Then thought, "I can't save the entire world. Saving one person or one girl, that should be possible, right?" He stepped forward saying, "I'll talk to him." Joma thought further. "I have to admit, this power is definitely a curse, but it won't let me taste defeat." System notified, "The Lord will bless you." Joma to ask, "Your name is Nox?" He only nodded without answering, making him say to himself, "No matter how hard you try to escape the sword god's blessing, you can't succeed." In anime they'd say, even if you run to the ends of the earth you can't escape fate. Which was true. Joma resolutely stepped forward, thinking, "If I don't run away, then I'll charge forward." Introduced himself, "I'm Joma. My name is formed from Jom meaning sword and Ma meaning demon, and I'm a blade user." Moving outside while not forgetting to say, "Follow me. I'll cut you into pieces." At Wanbin's office, he sat contemplating in silence. Remember the earlier incident with certainty. Something definitely happened to Joma. His face showed no expression at all. Assistant Joma suddenly pushed the door open and entered, asking, "Senior, what's wrong? You're about to poke through." To Wanbin raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't make fun of my poking." Prompt to burst out laughing, "Sorry?" Suddenly the phone rang, so he answered, "This is Lee Wanbin, instructor for Tiger class. What's the matter?" While Assistant Joma on his was still thinking amusedly, "So he was poking from the beginning? How cute." Wanbin suddenly jerked in shock. "What? Subspace duel? Why so sudden? Which student requested it? Who's the opponent?" The caller informed, "It was Joma who requested it. The opponent is Nox Auditor." Wanbin to exclaim in shock, "What the hell?" The door gradually opened. Above them a timer board for the match. Joma sat inside deep in thought. There's 15 minutes until the subspace match. I thought the procedures would be complicated. It turned out to be simple. Remember media's words. If you absolutely must do this, then be careful. Thinking to himself, Anyway, this is outside the scope of reality's interference, so I probably won't get injured physically. Mental trauma is hard to avoid. As Joma muttered quietly, whatever, winning is all that matters. Noise echoed into the waiting room. Everyone knew watching fights was fun. Didn't expect the reaction to be this intense. Joma to sigh, I'm strange too. Not long ago I was trying to avoid attention. Now, it's so meaningless. Suddenly he noticed Chloe sobbing beside him. Him break out in a cold sweat as he realized. She seems to think it's because of her. He spoke up to reassure her. Chloe, it's not your fault. Don't worry. Joma held up the kitchen knife, excitedly. Chloe even lent me a weapon. I'll be fine. Atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. She spoke up. Extremely strong. He turned and said, Chloe is strong too. She exclaimed loudly. My brother is a genius with unparalleled talent in the history of the Auditor clan. No one matches him in using hidden weapons. At age 4, he was already called the pinnacle of shadow techniques. Joma thinks silently, pinnacle of shadow techniques? What's with these two? Who came up with these names? He looked at the knife in his hand, thinking back, it's always been this way, no matter how hard I try to avoid it, and I still have to choose this path, since my fate is to hold a sword my entire life. That old man probably never imagined that in this second life I'd be messing around with a sashimi knife, huh? An announcement voice rang out. We will now proceed with the subspace dual pairing. Related students, please proceed to the training arena. Joma to stand up abruptly, saying, I'm going now. While Chloe behind him hummed softly in response, face showing extreme difficulty in silence. Him to turn his head slightly and call, Chloe, raise her head questioningly, he said composedly. There are many geniuses in this world. Gripping the sharp knife tightly. But in the end, stare in bewilderment, Joma waved his hand and smiled confidently, saying, the victor will still be me. Brightly lit door in the distance gradually grew larger from his perspective. In an instant it was right before his eyes, him shield his dazzled vision. Before Joma now stood an entire grandstand packed with people, excitedly shouted, I believed in you, special admission student. Do your best. Damn. I've been waiting for this fight for so long. Him smile awkwardly. Just like Roman gladiators in ancient times. Huh? I didn't expect this many people. Suddenly he noticed a section high up in the stands. To Joma's slight surprise, the entire Saint class was 4 of them. Saki, Rachel, Leon, and Aben, her frowning as she looked down below. He stood silently on the arena floor thinking, are they holding a grudge or something? So tense. Suddenly a voice rang out making him turn his attention. It was Nox with his deathly eyes. Hey, you lowborn commoner, you mocking me? You lowborn trash who can't distinguish between courage and arrogance. How dare you use such a cheap weapon? Extremely powerful killing intent surged forth, threatening to swallow Joma. Raise his eyebrows. Such terrifying killing intent. This bastard is insane. Bursting into mocking laughter. A true master doesn't blame their equipment, causing to angrily curse. You bastard. Close his eyes tightly and say, first, I'll have to take foul tongue of yours out. Before pulling out a long sword brimming with mana, corner of Joma's mouth curl up. Look at that, nice, an S-rank red will blade and 2 of them at that, plus he's wearing one of the highest grade concealment protection layers in the work Shadow's Grace too. Joma thought silently. I can feel the killing intent being suppressed. Facing that invisible threat, he showed not the slightest fear. An S-rank weapon sounds ridiculous. I'm serious about this too. While in his hand he only held a Deso sashimi knife, a fruit-peeling knife borrowed from Chloe. Rank unidentifiable, the two stood facing each other and the announcement voice rang out, activating the barrier. While their eyes met like worthy sharp and terrifying, subspace was mentioned, with the 4 Saint class members and Chloe all watching curiously and attentively. Not summoned. I invoke the hero's grace. Both sides immediately charged forward at cutting speed. Guardian activated. As the distance between them rapidly closed, system displayed a notification. Martial God's Blessing activated. Sword God's Blessing activated. Joma gripped his knife tightly and charged forward, invoking, I call upon the Divine Spirit's grace, Guardian. The students watching the match raised their eyebrows questioningly. What's that? Did you see it? One grimaced. Gradually everyone complained in frustration. I can't see anything. Is this Tiger class? Too fast. Isn't this supposed to be a match between rookies? The two charged into battle against each other. Lightning speed, making it impossible for everyone to follow. Echoed a laugh in admiration. They're fast all right, this is interesting. Ibn was extremely displeased. That weak-looking guy actually fight like that. As Zoma deflected Nox's attack with a single strike. Blocked all his frenzied slashes. Nox gripped his handle tightly, slashed straight down at the ground, but
Continuously unleashing countless lightning-fast technique.
two diagonal cuts to appear clearly on the ground from the strikes. He cursed in frustration. You bastard. Let's see if you can dodge this. Before rushing forward, a brilliant surge of mana appearing. Nox moved diagonally, executing triple crow. With Zoma's eyes widen in shock, countless mana spikes erupted from the ground, surrounding him completely. Before Zoma now appeared countless afterimages of Nox. I'm done for. His entire body suddenly turned into a projection, vanished from the space in an instant, making the jerk in alarms. In just a split second, he had escaped from that formation. Nox to be stunned. This? He dodged that too? Jeanma streaked forward like a bolt of lightning, so fast that no one could easily keep up. His entire body blazed with light as he gripped the railing tightly, while the students watching the match fell silent, blinked in stunned silence, leaving Leon utterly speechless, unable to utter a word as, up in the stands, two figures remained motionless. Jeanma's eyes blazed with bloodshot threads, and he thought, whether this is a blessing or a curse, I accept it all. My peaceful future. Nox's severed arm lay scattered on the ground, panic still frozen on his face. Streaks of light flashed from somewhere, cutting through the air with blinding speed. Before their eyes, Nox Auditor, masked from nose to mouth, struggled desperately to hold himself upright, his eyes bulging wide, threaded with blood, when suddenly a beam of light sliced through his neck, severing his head from his body, triggering a text notification. Spatial barrier activated. As before them the arena became the stage for a fierce battle, the spectators in the stands raised their eyes, furrowed their brows in unease, stared intently downward at the arena floor, where Nox Auditor collapsed in exhaustion while, on the other side, a handsome young man named Jeanma slowly sheathed his blade, slipped it completely into its case, creating a flash of light. Aben and the others looked on with eyes wide as saucers. Jeanma stood in the center of the arena, smoke swirling hazily around him, looking majestic and imposing with one hand in his pocket and the other holding his blade. That moment the announcement rang out, spatial battle complete, and he glanced upward, scratching his head and thinking, was that reaction natural enough? Too late to turn back now. Suddenly his gaze turned ice cold as he stared intently at something, thinking, this is a fish-gutting knife. What he was staring at so fixedly turned out to be his own blade. A knife with patterns near the handle partially visible behind the sheath, and the thought kept surfacing. Cutting someone always leaves me with an indescribable discomfort. He shifted his eyes backward to look at the collapsed auditor and thought, trembling. The only consolation now is that both Mao and Nox are still inside the spatial zone. Since the spatial zone's function was quite clear, at that moment Nox's eyes bulged wide open, trembling, as sweat poured down from him like rain onto the floor, and a sound, Nox, rang out. Jeanma tilted his face and thought, he's very strong, just as Chloe said. Feels like he's had extensive combat experience before. Deep in his eyes there was a trace of worry, and he assessed, however, if I display my strength like this, everyone will want to avoid me. I've seen it all, but I suppose that's his fortune. Loud announcement blared from the arena speakers. Victory belongs to Jiangnan First Class. A display board appeared showing the victor, and the defeat time of only 26 seconds as the name Jeanma rang out. The rounding chatter erupted in a wave. That's Jiangnan First Special Student. He defeated a 2-star Year 5 in one blow, Jeanma. And faced with such praise, he could only stand still and think, this is really, are they advertising me everywhere? He lowered his head, a self-satisfied smile curling his lips as he thought, well, nothing I can do now. This is the path I chose. Slowly he stepped off the arena floor, thinking, I'll just have to risk my life following it. In school hallway, noise erupted. That guy's from Auditor? You mean yesterday's match? No wonder he's so strong. Two people conversing with great enthusiasm. That's what I'm saying, but if he's that strong, how'd he lose his weapon? Sitting in the middle of the classroom, the two talked so loudly that even people outside could hear. Over on this side, a girl named Aben rested her chin on her hand, gazing into the distance and thinking, his name is Jeanma? She stared blankly out the window, her mind still entangled in thoughts. Everywhere I go, I hear his name. Hard to believe, but she recalled the scene of Jeanma and Nox fighting, when he severed the arm holding the sword and sent it crashing straight to the ground, blood spilling everywhere. She seemed to realize something, her eyes widening as she recognized. From that moment on, her pupils constricted and she thought, I can't see clearly anymore. Streaks of slashes flashed through her mind's eye. Perhaps she was reimagining it, and she thought, His swordsmanship is incredibly unbelievable. John Ma's two blades crisscrossing as her thoughts surfaced. And he was fighting with two kitchen knives. She pondered deeply. Because I'm the Emperor's granddaughter, when it comes to swords I'm extremely confident. Truly I was foolish. How could knives be that powerful? Suddenly something flashed through her head, making her jolt and cry out, "Huh!" Aben recalled talking with him back then, both sitting on a long wooden bench, and she'd said to herself, "But I'm quite curious. Who beat me to become valedictorian? If I meet them again, I'll definitely defeat them." She turned to her side and said, "They look rather weak. My family's motto is strict with the strong, kind to the weak. I don't even know who this year's valedictorian is." Suddenly she realized, "Don't tell me he's the valedictorian?" She slammed her hand on the desk in anger, her face flushing crimson as her body trembled violently, those thoughts racing through her head. Surely back then so frustrating. But he's far stronger than me. Damn it. What was he thinking, looking at me like that? What was he thinking? From those indignant thoughts alone, Aben pounded her hand hard on the desk and shouted, "What exactly was he thinking?" Startled the sleeping Rachel beside her, who bolted upright in confusion, asking, What happened?" To Aben replied, "Ah, sorry Rachel. It's nothing major." And Rachel responded with suspicion. She continued, "Really?" And Aben answered, "Ah yes. I haven't exercised these past few days, so my head's a bit dizzy." Rachel looked suspicious, thinking, What's this? What's this? You're clearly hiding something," which made her glance back and ask, "What's wrong with me?" And Rachel pleaded, "Tell me, I want to know." Rachel asked gently, "Are you hungry?" To which she replied coldly, "No," and Rachel continued asking, "Did you forget something somewhere?" And once again Aben answered, "Not at all." She asked again, "Bathroom?" To which Aben snapped back curtly, "I already said no." Suddenly Rachel said, "Ah, thinking about a boy," which apparently struck Aben's bullseye and made her flinch so hard her whole body shook. Aben's face gradually turned red while Rachel seemed to have caught on and grinned with her mouth agape. She burst out laughing. "Effed? Really? Miss Aben has a maiden's heart too? I thought you didn't know what love was." Seeing Rachel's exaggerated reaction, Aben could only reply awkwardly, "It's really not like that." Rachel's laughter rang out, "Is that so?" And then she asked directly, "Who's the handsome guy?" While over here, Aben glanced at her with shy eyes and didn't reply at all. She speculated to herself, "If he stole Aben's heart, he can't be a fool, let's see." Her voice rang out, "Ah, is it Leon?" As she pictured a young man with striking blue eyes and blonde hair, and she admitted, "He really is handsome." Looking at Aben's face, her eyes, her lips, her entire expression, two words appeared, "Not him." Sensing this, Rachel thought, "Strange. She doesn't seem to like Leon." And said, "Then," once again she asked, "Is it yesterday's special student?" As an image of John Ma's expressionless face appeared, he reminded Aben, the black-haired guy, apparently aligned with Aben's thoughts, as she quickly turned away, slightly startled. With girl's intuition, Rachel easily guessed correctly as a huge bingo appeared, and she smiled inwardly. "This is getting interesting. Today's batting average is pretty good." Rachel quickly grabbed Aben's wrist and said, "Miss Aben, let's go." He asked in surprise, What? Where are we going? Where?" And without explaining clearly, Rachel just said, "Just come." Her eyes gleamed with obvious mischief as she gripped her hand tightly and said, "To class who?" Classroom nameplate appeared. Rachel dragged Aben straight into the class, calling out loudly, "Hello! Class who students? Let me borrow your classroom for a moment. Okay?" Stunned everyone as surprised eyes stared straight at the two of them. People around whispered, "Whoa, Rachel. She's rank 2. Rank 4. Someone recalled her name. "Huh, Aben." And from behind, she could only feel utterly embarrassed, thinking, "Huh, Rachel's just barging in like this?" Rachel strode confidently forward and said, "Oh, this spot's good." Suddenly she stepped right up onto a desk stand. Standing on the highest desk, Rachel shouted proudly, "I'm looking for a black-haired friend." Her voice boomed, "Hey, where are you? You, black-haired friend." Down below, a blue-haired guy with blue eyebrows looked up uncomfortably and said, "Hey, stepping on someone else's desk is really going too far." Seeing this, Rachel confidently replied, "Because I'm pretty?" and snapped her fingers, making the guy swoon and cry out, "Beautiful! So beautiful!" Over here, Aben could only cover her face as everyone around just laughed and said, "So cute." Suddenly Rachel noticed something and muttered, "Found him." and her face became truly comical. A red-haired girl named Chloe sat next to John Ma, who was slumped over his desk, and Rachel's thoughts surfaced. Girlfriend? She adjusted her hair and thought, what does it matter? Fine then, this approach works too. Rachel boldly stepped quickly across desks, even pulling at her hem as she advanced. At that moment, Chloe was still laughing with her eyes squinted shut. Suddenly something passed by that startled her, and her smile gradually faded. Rachel brought her face close to John Ma's. Seeing her act this, Chloe froze like a statue, completely unable to say a word. Everyone else was also stunned by her actions. Rachel thrust her chest powerfully forward, leaning in and crying out several times, "Oh my! Oops!" Sensing the commotion, John Ma woke up, his eyes dazed and confused. She arched herself in a pose right on the desk, her eyes lighting up as she said, "Oh my! You're awake!" Rachel pointed at him and said, "Are you John Ma? I saw you in the training room yesterday but didn't recognize you." While he thought, "This is John Ma, why is she here?" She pointed straight at his nose and said, "Up close you're pretty handsome, especially," when suddenly, unexpected thoughts flashed through his mind. Feels like danger's approaching. My instincts are telling me this is very dangerous. And a voice from somewhere rang out, "Excuse me, who are you?" At that moment Chloe gripped Rachel's wrist tightly, her eyes clearly blazing with fury, and she said, "You." Then Chloe tilted her face, looking puzzled and somewhat annoyed, and asked, "Who are you?" Her crimson eyes gradually narrowed. Over on this side, Rachel's eyes, blazing with the fire of love, remained unchanged as she flashed a bright, questioning smile. Afar, John Ma saw the two women raising their eyes toward each other, and he thought to himself, "Chloe, is this the danger I sensed?" And his thoughts kept echoing. It's that mode, her personalities changed again. Chloe gradually tilted her head to the left, her eyes narrowing into slits as they looked upward, and she suddenly drew a knife, looking truly terrifying, which made him think, a knife? If there's a stabbing incident at school. Then, sensing the danger, he furrowed his brow and thought, I didn't think the game would include this. What's happening? Witnessing the situation, Aben rushed over quickly, pushed Rachel aside and said, "Rachel, what are you doing coming to someone else's class?" To which she gently replied, "What's wrong, Miss Aben? I just came to say hello. Just saying hello. Is that not allowed?" Then she pursed her lips pitifully, glancing somewhere. Suddenly Rachel stamped her foot hard on the ground, reached up to pat Chloe's head, saying, "Little one, when adults are talking, don't interrupt. Understand? And kids shouldn't play with dangerous things like this. Got it?" Which left her in an eerily silent response. Her eyes grew even colder, displaying extreme indignation. Rachel turned away casually, saying, "Then let the adults talk now." While behind her, Chloe was drawing her blade to its full extent. A streak of light emanated from her knife. Standing beside them, John Ma and Aben both saw this and their eyes widened. Something approached rapidly from behind Rachel. She suddenly glanced backward. A splash of bright red liquid sprayed from somewhere. What seemed like a stabbing incident was merely spilled drink as two friends cried out in annoyance. "Hey, look what you did. Be more careful." And the other replied, "But if you hadn't done that, then, so careless." Two kept talking until the other snapped. Shh. Vetro gently caught Chloe's arm. She cried out. Vetro spoke in a mocking tone. "Too slow. I thought you were just an ordinary brat. Turns out you're a narrow-minded fool." Huh? Her hand reached out to restrain the girl's arm, making those hands filled with anger tremble violently. Continuous groans of discomfort kept coming out. From this side, Aben raised her eyebrow, shouted loudly, "Stop it, Vetro." But she didn't care much, looked completely dejected. But then suddenly, in one moment, she pushed Chloe hard backward. Chloe herself was quite startled when she was pushed. It was so strong she could have fallen straight to the floor. But unexpectedly, before she could fall to the floor, she flipped her body and landed lightly on the ground. Everyone standing near exclaimed excitedly, while he only looked on with emotionless eyes. Truly insane. A line of text appeared. Sacred Merchant Family. A notification board appeared stating, "The family is renowned for having supreme power, and with the motto of facing overwhelming strength, no skill is needed. The granddaughter of the Sacred Merchant, Rachel Jamura, carries within her special missions." After pushing someone away, she simply spread both arms as if preparing to act. Then she turned back to ask Joma in a gentle voice, "Is that girl your girl?" He answered decisively, "No." But he thought to himself, so cold, don't look anymore. That was the truth. He just saw himself thinking of Chloe's fierce image, which hadn't faded at all. Spoke first. "Hey friend." Rachel replied, He was troubled in his head. What the heck was going on? Just then, Aben's face appeared. That thought kept emerging. Looking closely, Aben was also here. He'd been so worried he hadn't noticed. Spoke first. What business do you two have looking for me? Answered. Miss Aben is interested in you, so I came here to see what you look like. Seeing her secret, Aben quickly raised both hands in denial. When did I? She denied it, but her face turned red. Seeing the strangeness, Rachel asked back. If not, then why did you come here? Aben answered passively. Rachel, you forced me to come here. She said. I thought Miss Aben wanted to come, so I obediently followed along. Hesitated and said. That matter. The whispering of people rose up around them. Aben shouted. See? What's going on? Wow, are they arguing? She explained. No, I think you misunderstood. I never said I wanted to come here. But in his head he guessed her intention correctly. Thinking that, but still following, he put his hand on his head, thinking, and said, if there's nothing else, then you two should. Seeing his cold demeanor, both of them were. Then Rachel sat down right next to Joma, hooked onto his arm and said, You're quite interesting.
I like humor hos menn.
He raised his eyebrow, replied through gritted teeth. Lucky for you, I'm not fun at all. Still you, that gentle, enchanting tone. She said. Hey, don't say that. So, do you want to watch Netflix after class? At this moment from afar, Chloe had erupted in furious anger, shouting loudly while raising her terrifying eyes forward, stepping forward, saying, Get away from friend Joma immediately. This made Vetro turn around in surprise. Friend Joma? She burst out laughing, calling him friend Joma. Halfway through the sentence she laughed again. Joma also thought, truly ridiculous. Still hearing her voice ringing out loudly. Miss Aben, did you hear that? Friend. For Vetro came softly from behind. Perhaps at this moment Aben had truly erupted in anger. Vetro could only glance backward, saying one word. This have to turn back to say goodbye to Joma. She said, how embarrassing. Meeting you, I'm very happy. Goodbye, friend Joma. We'll meet again soon. Angrily said. Don't come again. Vetro said coquettishly. So cold. Quickly, together with Aben, held hands and left. She turned back to say goodbye to him. By then, he still thought, please leave quickly for me. Then he quickly slumped his face down on the desk, thinking, so sleepy I could die. Seeing him like Chloe quickly turned to look, about to call out. Friend Joma. Aben changed direction and turned to look at him. Her glanced backward with a bit of regret. She imagined her in a truly romantic scene, where only she looked with such affection toward him. Aben glanced forward again, but she still had to turn away decisively. Through the window, one could also see Rachel's silhouette standing there. A thought rang out. I didn't think it would come to this. Rachel and Aben were returning to class together. Rachel thought further. Although his attitude was very cold, thoughts rang out again. Deep in those black, mysterious eyes, I sensed something very vague. Joma's image appeared in her head once more. She thought, it feels like my throat being cut. Touched herself, looking satisfied. Truly terrifying. Rachel believed he was completely different from those classmate clowns she'd met after entering school. Faces full of emotion appeared. She concluded, I just planned to play around, but who knew there'd be an unexpected gain. Through many generations, my sacred merchant family has always been betrothed to outstanding warriors. Which she licked her lips once, her eyes lighting up. He is the talent the family desperately desires. Glanced sideways at Aben walking beside her, then thought, indeed, the inviolable queen is very interested in him. Sut turned around very quickly and said, Miss Aben, I'm sorry. Put one hand on her head, showing helplessness. You should apologize to our classmates. You made such a scene back there. Her voice rang out. No, not about. Seeing her denial, Aben lowered her hand and asked. Then Vetro crossed her arms and declared bluntly, Joma, I won't give. Made Aben freeze and images of spinning gears appeared. Still up, the sounds of die kept ringing in Knox's thoughts as he still carried his rage. His face was bulging with veins. The black mask only served to hide that vicious face. Believed that a body that had lived its whole life without ever tasting defeat, the body of the auditor wondered to himself, would nighttime be any different? His whole body walked briskly forward, thinking, should I raid him by surprise at night? His mind, Joma's shadow appeared again, and he broke out in a sweat, raising his eyebrows. He held so much hatred that just thinking about him like this made him rush forward, pushing other patients aside, yelling, get lost. He walked very fast, one hand still holding the forestand beside him. He must mobilize the auditor genius family. Only then could he behead that bastard. I must kill that bastard. Bring Chloe back. Chloe's image appeared, and he concluded that Chloe's potential was even greater than his own. Approached his hospital room, preparing to open the door. That's right, must do it right away. The family's power, peak nighttime skills. Just peeking his face through the door gap, he still thought surely will. But he saw it. There was something that made him freeze the moment he saw. Someone was munching on an. Walking into the middle of the room, he saw Janma, who spoke first. Chloe sat plopped down in a chair, one hand brought to her mouth, the other still firmly gripped the paper cutter. Observing from afar, Janma thought he looked so angry, but he was the one who drew first. Was immersed in anger, her eyes flashing brightly as she stammered something. Like it so much? Friend Janma. Call of Chloe from somewhere rang out, making her startle, look up and ask. Really? Taking her hand from her mouth, she asked. What is it, friend Janma? Is something wrong? Standing before her, he still thought, put the knife. He raised his hand to scratch his head and asked. How is Nox? Chloe seemed hesitant. She lowered her face for a moment, then she looked up and said, My brother is lying in the Academy's hospital. Hearing, he was puzzled and asked again. Why was he hospitalized? Answered. At first in the pocket dimension, my brother wasn't injured at all. Actually, I still don't really know. Continued. I only heard he was taken to the hospital even though he had no wounds on his body. Everything will be fine. Chloe's voice still echoed. Friend Janma doesn't need to worry. He bowed his head and thought. Even though I cut him in half, surely he's not weak enough to have a mental breakdown. That bastard. Could he be calculating something else? Thinking this, he rubbed his hand on Chloe's head, asked, Chloe, can you tell me Nox's room number? He thought to himself the first way to deal with an enemy. Pat their head. This her shyly asked back. Why? Returning to the fateful meeting of Nox and John, he shouted. You. Only glanced at him lightly with his cold eyes, apple up and asking, Can I eat this? Seeing him ask, he thought in his head, You already ate it, didn't you? Continued. Auditor must be really rich. Huh? A special room for one person? No joke. Nox could only stand there like a statue. This moment he finally spoke. How did you get? Just finishing the sentence, Janma turned straight toward the knife placed on the shelf, his hand fleetingly about to grab it. Seeing this, Nox widened his eyes, looking and thinking, could he have come here to finish me off? Long, slender, sharp knife now lay neatly in his palm. As it turned, it wasn't as he thought. He simply wanted to use the knife to peel the apple, which made Nox freeze. Peeled apple looked truly perfect. Each layer of peel separated evenly, forming a spiral. This made him have to admit, what? How does he cut so perfectly? He gently placed the shiny peeled apple on the table next to some other fruit. He walked past him gently, saying as if instructing, If you're sick of rice, then eat some fruit. Another strange behavior that caught him by surprise. In the hospital patient's hand, he had prepared a knife, glanced sideways. Hateful thoughts kept circling Nox's head. Bastard! Dare to pity this body? I'll kill you. Janma had just stepped out of the hospital room door, he exclaimed. He walked while saying, Also, if you're planning to take revenge on me, then, he looked out curiously to see what he would say. Seeing him assert, I will destroy Auditor. With cold eyes and an emotionless face, he successfully scared Nox. Was both frightened and surprised. Not knowing how to deal. Suddenly, something flew over very hard and slammed into the apple now had cut marks on it, then that apple rolled down. Seeing people cooperating together to subdue a monster. In team competitions, individual skills are very important, but trust among teammates is even more crucial. Although the team members are quite difficult, if they cooperate well, he imagined a scene where everyone traveled together on a bus with different levels. Everyone's voices rang out. Ah, how funny. Everything remained the same. His thoughts kept echoing. We can ride the bus together. The monster we need to eliminate in the test is the Matsu Merman, a nightmare rank creature. A fish with human limbs appeared before. In his head, scenes of them charging forward to attack kept appearing continuously. He sighed. It was already annoying in the game, but having to fight it in real life, he assessed, this feels like I'm about to. He thought, even though I've been fishing all my life, if it were a mermaid, that would be so much better. The image of a beautiful mermaid maiden of nightmare rank, gracefully swaying. He said, I won't get a nosebleed. Joma continued walking step by step. Thinking about it, mermaids are the elites of the demon race, demon people. Compared to the powerful main, the Matsu are just like guard dogs. Fortunately, my only goal is to conquer nightmare rank monsters. No need to deal with. He said, it's been over a month since I came here. Indeed, the night is so peaceful. He looked up again and said, Ocean waves appeared layer upon layer. A blue light flashed. It had been 700 years since humans and demons signed the Armistice Agreement. In this world, many conflicts both large and small had occurred. Most notable, purple face appeared. It was back half a century ago. They said they would resurrect the sealed commander of the 1st Legion. The commander of the 6th Legion personally crossed the ceasefire boundary. Chains twisted and intertwined with each. Powerful punch tore through the ice. A voice shouted, "Lord Light." A chaotic scene unfolded. Earth and rocks flew everywhere, terrifying everyone. The shouting continued. "I will bring you." The people below looked up and called out, "Jom." A person holding a blade appeared standing in the gap. Humanity's strongest heroes, known as the 7-Star Heroes Organization, achieved victory after 1 week of bloody. Blood gushed continuously from someone's leg. In exchange for survival, 3 people had sacrificed them. A gaze appeared. One of his eyes was covered in blood. Fortunately, after that, no one wanted to cross that boundary. A person dressed entirely in white, sitting in a restroom holding a phone, said, "The strongest type of person? This is just a commander of the 6th Legion." That peace has continued until Joma spoke up. Who knows how much longer the peace will. Sitting in a chair looking at his phone, images of him and another giant person kept appearing. He said, thinking about it, Baylor Joaquin was the one who sealed the commander of the 1st Legion. Wasn't he? However, there will soon be a war between demons and humans, including the demon lords. His finger quickly scrolled through the calendar on his phone to the year 2037. Just 3 more. He looked up. Worrying now is useless. I must stay alert and focus on the midterm. The phone screen had now switched to chat conversations. It will be very troublesome, but first I need to have hundreds of billions. He hesitated. I've lived too quietly. I have no friend. He felt satisfied with himself. But thinking about it, I'm currently one of the most famous people at the academy. If I exploit this, can I make... Joma focused intently on his phone and said, "All right. Anyway, I can't live quietly for the next 3 years. I need to join a good team and complete the midterm exam perfectly." Instead of comfortable and quiet, he chose noisy but comfortable. He said, "All right, I need to change my..." In a flash, the next week arrived. Joma sat in class, but his expression wasn't happy. He thought deeply, damn it, no one invited me to... He recalled when he used his blade to slash Nox, cutting him into many pieces. And a sound rang out. He thought, this is really serious. Propping his hand against his face, he showed helplessness. I'm the type who doesn't know moderation. Are people afraid? Suddenly, he directed his gaze to the... He was looking at Chloe. She was also alone. Joma thought, is she the same? Since that day, Chloe has also been ostracized. He approached her and asked Chloe. She jumped and turned around. "Friend Joma," he asked, "has no one invited you to join a team?" Chloe answered, "That's right, no one." He confessed honestly, "Are you okay?" "Anyway, I haven't had friends from the start." She cheerfully replied, I'm fine. If it's with friend..." She hadn't finished speaking when he spoke first. "Then you and I will form a team. We need to find 3 more." Without hesitation, she immediately agreed. While thoughts about her kept continuously appearing in his head, Chloe is definitely the person I need. The goal is to catch as many nightmares as possible within 1 hour. If we catch one every 30 seconds, that's about 1,000. Seems to suit her. Chloe kept exclaiming, "So happy." Seeing this, he felt happy too. So much happiness. Suddenly, a very loud friend rang out, startling him. The 2 words Joma also arrived. None other than Rachel calling his name. She was running toward him casually. "I came to Seeing the person, he jumped and he spoke up. "Why did you come again?" She answered cutely, I just came." Seeing Rachel's appearance, Chloe became frightening. She whispered, she came. Realizing this, Joma gritted his teeth. Seeing trouble, he quickly stood up and said, "You should go today. I don't have time to receive you." Rachel pretended to be pitiful, wiping tears and crying. "Friend Joma is so hard," reminded her. "Hey, can you stop calling me friend?" She acted defiantly, don't know, won't listen. She moved close to Joma's desk, pretending to fall and saying, "I won't listen." Rachel lifted her face and asked him, forgot. Friend Joma's test is still going well, right? He thought, she doesn't even bother listening. His voice rang out faintly, no. She seemed to sigh. "Oh, that's..." Rachel invited. "Then come here, join my..." Joma frowned, hearing someone say, "That's..." Rachel smiled and said, "Then come." She raised her hand to hold Joma's chin. "Join my..." Joma knocked Rachel's hand away. "Why me? Even without me, there are plenty lining up wanting to join your..." Rachel leaned against the desk, looking at Joma and saying, "They're not interesting at all. I don't know why, but I feel if we're on the same team, something fun will..." Joma jerked his head toward Chloe behind him. "I've already decided to team up with..." Rachel acted like it was nothing. She raised 2 fingers. "No problem, my team has 2 empty seats." Joma frowned. "At this rate, forget the prize money, even my own score is at risk. They say hate the sin, not the..." Glanced back at Chloe behind. He saw Chloe nod. Joma turned back to look at Rachel. "Then we'll count on you." Rachel quickly took out her phone and tapped a few times. She replied, "Okay, no changing your mind." Joma looked at her. But who's leading the... Rachel shrugged. It's Leon. You know who he is, right? He's super fan. Hearing the answer, Joma practically froze in the wind. Damn this situation. After Rachel left, Joma sat alone in his original spot, his body trembling. He ground his teeth. Did I commit a grave sin in my previous life or what? In the past 30 years, what have I done besides... He recalled Aben and Rachel. I tried to avoid them, but somehow I'm always involved with the female heroes. I can only blame myself for being too outstanding, and also being compatible with them. Joma paused for a moment. But in the end, it happened. Joma suddenly saw a halo radiating from Leon. Leon van Reinhardt was another matter entirely, the main character of this. Joma tensely pondered. I don't know which direction the future will develop. Will the responsibility fall on my... He felt like he saw himself bound by Rachel. I can't even change teams. That which Rachel already registered my name on the team and submitted the application before asking my opinion. Rachel smiled, reaching out to grasp the tiny Joma, saying, not letting you go. Joma clenched his fist. Damn it, I've never wanted to slash a woman like this, but at this moment, Chloe slid forward, tilting her head and asking Joma, friend Joma, did something bad? He smiled and said, just now when that, no. Since that blonde friend left, your expression hasn't been good. Joma was silent for a moment, then answered, I just feel pressured about having to be on the same team. Chloe encouraged him, I bet no one in that class is stronger than friend Joma, so you should be confident. Joma forced a smile. Then Joma sighed. He thought to himself, all right, Chloe will participate with me. If I leave her behind, that would be irresponsible. Thinking about it, aren't they top-tier members? That's actually good. I need to think positive. Joma turned around. Chloe, what time is our team? Chloe answered, that blonde earlier said we'll meet at the cafe at 6 o'clock. Hearing this strange nickname, Joma was somewhat speechless. So he's decided to call Rachel the Joma asked Chloe's opinion. Then shall we go slowly? Let's go now. Chloe nodded. Inside the cafe, a glass was placed down on the table with a... Chloe held an avocado smoothie, letting out a refreshing breath. So Joma silently picked up his coffee cup, glancing at Chloe. That green thing costs 5,001. The price is... Joma was shocked by the bitterness. He stammered, it's just Starbucks price. Joma gritted his teeth and swallowed the bitter coffee. Must protect adult dignity. He lowered his head to look at the coffee cup on the table. The only drink priced at 1,001 is espresso, so I ordered it, but it's bitter to death. Since it's an off-campus cafe, I can't use the academy. Joma's phone on the table suddenly vibrated. He picked it up to... It was a message from Rachel. She said, I don't see friend Joma anywhere. Joma replied, it's been over 5 minutes. Aren't you coming quickly? Rachel hurriedly answered, sorry. I'm waiting for the others. Joma simply sent her the location. Starbucks. Meet. Rachel replied very quickly. Here it is. Okay. The meeting room door. Rachel and 2 others entered. Friend Joma and little miss. Sorry. Rachel asked, have you been here? Before he could answer, the gaze. Leon and Joma. Joma noticed the orange-haired person walking at the speed weapon was looking around. Joma thought about him. Leon walked up to Joma and extended his hand. Joma responded. Leon smiled and said, your dimensional pocket battle was very impressive. It's great to have Joma on the team. Joma observed Leon. His elegance shows through his words. This is the main character I met. Picking up the coffee cup from the... Leon spoke first. We should introduce ourselves first, right? Rachel loudly responded in agreement. Leon clasped his hands on the table and spoke seriously. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Leon van Reinhardt. I'll be the leader of this team, member of Class Song. Although I'm the leader, I still have many shortcomings. I hope everyone will... Joma stared at Leon. Look at his face. Life is truly Rachel giggled and spoke up. Everyone knows me, so no need to introduce. She gestured for Speed Weapon sitting next to her. Speed Weapon spoke up. Class Long member Speed Weapon. What I like most is Hero, so much so that he has Hero tattooed large on his... Joma was somewhat speechless. That's it? No explanation of the name at all? Is he the quiet type? His prejudice against Speed Weapon was shattered when he said he likes heroes. Joma felt he seemed like the type who thinks being quiet creates in... Chloe spoke seriously. Hello everyone. I'm Chloe Auditor, Class Long member. Friend. Rachel laughed, interrupting her. Teasing. Friend Joma. Friend. Chloe immediately felt angry. She took a deep breath and held it in. I was introduced to the team, please everyone. The 3? Leon smiled. Rachel nodded eagerly. Oh, heard it. Speed Weapon also nodded. Standard introduction. Joma said coldly, I'm in Class Long with Chloe. My name is... Leon turned to search for something in his bag. Well then, Joma felt a bit awkward. He thought so. Leon took out a laptop and operated it a few times. The laptop immediately projected a 3-dimensional holographic... What appeared was a map of Skopali Island. Leon's voice was steady. Starting today, the instructors have distributed guidance materials to team leaders. This is a map of Skopali Island. This time we'll be tested. Explained the rules to them. First, on test day we'll be transported to this island through a dimensional pocket. However, only the gate is a dimensional pocket. The island itself will be real. When everyone is brought to the island, the spatial gate will disappear. You may be injured by monsters, Leon warned everyone. Remember this well. He operated the device a few more times and the image displayed 3 warning zones. Our group will take the exam at the eastern beach. Including our group there will be 3 teams total, and the 3 teams will hunt mermaid in this area with the focus of this exam. Leon paused briefly then continued, whichever group can defeat the most. Both Yorma and Chloe were nodding their heads, concentrating on the map displayed. Then the screen went dark and Leon also stopped, saying that's it, before turning to look at everyone and asking if anyone had any questions. Speed Weapon raised his hand. This Skopali Island also has mermaid, so what if there are? Leon answered that you can rest assured because the teachers have completed the preliminary inspection. And Speed Weapon nodded, saying I understand. After that, Chloe hesitantly spoke up. What if there happens to be a surprise raid in the... Leon explained that the purpose of this exam is to conquer monsters. So any student with abnormal behavior will be immediately disqualified. Asking if that answer was satisfactory. Chloe nodded to Leon while Yorma turned to look at her, wondering if anyone came from an assassin. After a while of discussion, Leon summarized, alright then, today's meeting is concluded, so let's prepare well for the exam, and tomorrow we'll discuss each person's position, leaving the others surprised. It's over already, let's go eat, don't pull my pants, they're already stretched. Leon closed his lap. Yorma looked at him. He and that guy were sitting in the corner, so only the 2 of them remained. Thinking he should quickly go outside as this was all. Thinking that, Yorma quickly right at that moment Leon called out. Yorma confusedly turned his head. Leon asked, Yorma? Where? He looked at Yorma seriously. The boy also looked back at Leon seriously. Yorma hesitated slightly. What? It seems I received a similar question before, but this basic question is different from that time when he asked where I came. Leon's deep blue pupils were profoundly captive. Yorma furrowed his brows, unable to understand the meaning of that gaze. Is he simply asking about geography? He recalled, no, if that were the case, it would be a question that could be asked during the self-introduction earlier, so there must be a legitimate reason for asking all members after going out. Yorma thought, could it be? But Leon had already interrupted his train of thought, apologizing for suddenly saying meaningless. Leon spoke in a low voice, Yorma, you are probably similar. Yorma was puzzled. Similar, carefully pondered, even though the world language in this game world is Korean, there is no distinction between countries, so anyone can say they are. Leon smiled faintly. Just pretend you didn't hear what I just... Saying that, he stood up, passed by Yorma and left, saying I'll go. Suddenly Yorma reached out to grab Leon's shoulder, calling out. He stopped, and the boy asked, where are you? As soon as the words left his mouth, Yorma cursed inwardly. Damn it, I accidentally caught him, and if I leave it like this I won't be able to sleep because of the Leon turned around, removed Yorma's hand from his shoulder, and said, I'm... Saying that, Leon opened the meeting room door and Yorma stood there dumbfounded. What was that? Spoon in Yorma's hand clattered onto the... He thought intensely. A coincidence. Yorma recalled this morning, that moment. Could this guy also be someone from another? I only thought about all... Yorma leaned back against the chair. There's no rule saying that entering the game only applies to me alone, and moreover, because he's the main character, it's more likely than a supporting character. Yorma looked at the knife lying on the table, feeling that his senses had become strangely sharp when protected by the sword. Somewhere, Yorma drew his sword, blessing of the sword god, and Yorma closed his eyes to concentrate. Suddenly a system message appeared in Yorma's mind. Leon is an existence of this. Yorma was startled and opened both eyes wide. Leon is an existence of this. He quickly thought, as expected, I saw it again, just like that time when I focused on deploying the sword god's blessing, and the voice would see it. Yorma raised his hand to rub his head. When I try to think deeper I get a headache. But breaking the blessing doesn't. Let out a breath. Anyway, the Leon I saw today is the Leon I played in. No matter how many actors you hire, you couldn't achieve that, so could he really just be asking about my national? Yorma pressed his lips tightly into a straight line, but remembering Leon's words. Maybe you're similar to me, Yorma took out his phone to search for information online. At least I should check the wiki, since I'm not very interested in male characters, and the wiki page displayed the text. Leon van Reinhardt, no corresponding documents found, making Yorma think there are no documents about Leon in the... He leaned back, feeling somewhat relieved. Alright, this will be the only time I get involved with Leon, and if something like this happens again, I'll at least have to ask. Yorma recalled what Media Poison had said to him. Haven't you been avoiding me lately? Just the other day we were planning to escape together, so what? Yorma nodded. Don't make it more complicated. It's strange that even though I don't want it to happen like this, I'm still keeping calm. Is this the influence of the... Yorma opened his system panel to check. The blessing was still developing smoothly, with the system showing body level 57, sword specifications loosened, mental level 3, feeling oppressed by words and actions. Weapon level 1, conditions not yet met. Synchronization rate increased from 2.5 to 6.8. Yorma thought spirit and armament are still the same, but the body has increased a bit after physical training, and thinking about the rewards that could be received, if I get Murasame it will definitely. Yorma thought about the information on the system panel, those lines saying conditions not yet met, synchronization rate increased from 2.5 to 6.8%. When reaching a synchronization rate of 7%, the conditions will be met, making Yorma wonder what this synchronization rate really is, since it just increased quite a lot and will probably soon meet the conditions for the pro. Recalling what had happened recently, what I've done lately is just playing with my buddies. Could that be real? Yorma tapped a few times on the information panel. Frustrated because he didn't know himself and couldn't ask, the system displayed a new notification. New? Activation time adjusted to meet minimum appearance frequency of the system continued to send another notification. Blessing of painlessness, activation time 30 to 40 seconds, cooldown time 12. Yorma muttered 40 seconds. Really? He reached out to touch the sword god on the hard work was worth. Yorma picked up the sword god and laughed heartily. What is this thing? This is too. And then time passed, countdown to the exam. 5 days remaining. Everyone gathered in the meeting room laughing and talking cheerfully when Speed Weapon angrily warned. Don't be ridiculous. 3 days remaining. Yorma and Chloe practiced together as she worked hard on each movement like this. Continuing the countdown, 2 days. Another day of Chloe being annoyed seeing Yorma close with the rope. The final day, drop of water slowly fell to the ground. He was in a position ready to shoot off like a rocket. Yorma held the sword god in his hand and quickly cut the water drop in. Yorma looked back with a satisfied. Finally that day arrived, midterm exam day, and everyone gathered in one. Yorma also appeared in uniform, thinking this is the spatial gate, and with just this alone, the atmosphere of the arena is completely. Someone called out to Yorma over. He turned his head to look. Leon, Rachel, Speed Weapon and Chloe were all already standing in ready positions on one side, and took on the main attacker role, smiled and said, even though the time was set so clearly, you're still late. Team leader Leon spoke up, hurry over. Time the support was Speed. Chloe held the sub-attacker role and greeted Yorma. Yorma, in the rear support role, answered, sorry, I'm a bit. Yorma moved forward closer to everyone while scratching his face. Their weapons. As Rachel joked with him to pay the fine, but Yorma ignored her and focused on observing the weapons in their hands. Rachel had an S-rank halberd, Leon still hadn't reached the fantasy great sword, and Speed Weapon. Yorma saw the flute hanging around Speed Weapon's neck and was slightly surprised. A vertical flute? Is that a... Speed Weapon got annoyed at being stared at. What do you look... Rachel stepped forward and nudged Yorma, whispering to him. No matter how you look at it, among the healing systems only that is S-rank, and Yorma, confused, asked, that thing? Rachel nodded in confirmation. The vertical flute was an S-rank healing system weapon that was difficult to find even after burning tens of millions of one in the actual game. However, that was also its feature, but the Yorma leaned closer to Speed Weapon to observe. Amazing indeed. When Speed Weapon backed away. Oh God! Right at that moment, an announcement rang out from above attracting everyone's attention. Attention, from now on, the first semester midterm exam of the first year class of 2034 will... Students on the floor all stopped and looked up as that voice continued. Looking at your expressions, you must be... Leon Bin smiled and said, I'm sure you're familiar with the rules, so I'll be brief. If you feel danger, don't hesitate to run away, and don't forget you are still students. Not here. He emphasized once more to the students. This means don't take risks for your... Leon Bin reminded them, and if you're injured or want to withdraw, please contact your supervising instructor at... Leon spoke up. It's time. Get ready, he's getting more long-winded. So let's all not worry and try our best within our ability. Yorma and the others, he thought seriously, now it began. Chloe stood beside him silently when Yorma asked, Chloe, what's... Chloe hesitantly said, that thing. It's strange to feel anxious like this now, but I remember they said Skopali Island is where Yorma reassured her, because the instructor said they checked it during the preliminary field trip. So don't worry, Chloe, and she hummed in a... However, Chloe still couldn't stop thinking, in my homeland Sicily where I was born, there are often stories about seeing and being harmed by mermaids, and we're currently in a ceasefire with the demon tribe, so it's actually very difficult to see demons unless in a dungeon. But the fact that such rumors continue to exist means the conditions for Mermit to appear are Li Wan Bin loudly announced. Then enter the gate at the current time, and the spatial gate was active. Yorma patted Chloe's head and called, let's go. She blushed slightly, thinking, that's right, I shouldn't worry because Yorma is here, and under Leon's lead, Yorma's group entered the spatial gate to reach Skopali. After that, suddenly Chloe's voice rang out in the night darkness as Yorma's voice kept calling her. Yorma called loudly, Chloe, are you conscious yet? Chloe was stunned. Did I lose consciousness for... Chloe opened her eyes wide with constricted pupils. She saw everyone panicking. No, we can't contact the instructor? Because we're on the move, the phone is out of cover. Chloe saw something. Someone was hit. Suddenly, a face suddenly appeared. Chloe saw it. The moment when Mermit appeared at Skopali, the sound of urgent shouting continuously rang. Yorma was speechless looking at Leon, Rachel and Speed Weapon who were dizzy and nauseous before his. Leon looked at Yorma and asked, Yorma, are you okay? Yorma answered, I don't get seasick, and Leon smiled faintly. I don't think this is a seasickness. Suddenly a big fish head with arms and legs jumped out from. Yorma's face showed full question marks. This is a stone. Watching the small fish run away, Yorma thought, smaller than I am. He raised the machete in his hand, making me nervous all this time. What a waste of emotion. But whatever, my position is in the rear anyway, so I'll just let my teammates carry the. Leon said to Yorma, at the assigned location there will be mature Mermit. Since Mermit that count for points aren't these small. He commanded everyone, let's go to where Chloe is scouting. The four people walked through the forest. Leon reminded Yorma remained silent without answer. Suddenly a red flash streaked past where they were as Leon spoke up. Seems like we've. From above, Chloe was stepping on tree trunks to gradually descend to the. Yorma asked her, did you climb a tree to get here? Chloe nodded. This way, it'll be harder to be Leon asked, how is it? What's the situation over? Chloe hesitated slightly. About 500 meters ahead, there's a cave. Everyone moved forward. Leon looked at the cave before him and asked Chloe, here? Chloe nodded. Inside the cave, dozens of pairs of eyes were estimated to be watching out. The Mermit were gathered around a bonfire. Rachel estimated, about 50 to 60. Yorma silently contemplated. This really needs careful consideration. He thought, if we can eliminate all of these, we'll definitely top the midterm exam. But as the school team, I have to think about everyone's safety. In a cave, if someone gets injured, we can't contact the outside. Should we take the risk, or find a safe? Yorma raised his head to look at Leon. The decision was Leon. Calling when everyone had gathered, Leon had assigned roles while playing chess. Chloe, when we reach the island, scout ahead for us. Weapon, you stay in the back providing support buffs. And Yorma rested his chin on his hand, looking at Speed Weapon. Still feels weird that you're a healer. Speed Weapon glared at him. What? It's in a hero's nature to help others. Didn't? Leon paused briefly. As for Yorma, he raised his head to look at him. Stay in the back and guard against the unexpected. Yorma was secretly delighted. Excellent. So relax. Leon picked up a white chess piece. I'll be in the center commanding everyone. Don't rush in recklessly. Of course, depending on the situation, I'll also participate in the. Vecho, sitting nearby, leaned over and asked, what about? Leon smiled at her. Vecho, you. Leon's eyes lit up, filled with determination. Yorma thought, he's made his decision. Then Leon called out, Vecho. She immediately grabbed her. Vecho raised her. Lightning fast, she launched her weapon. Her long spear traced an arc, flying straight into the. It struck precisely into the bonfire at the center of the Mermit's gate. Mermit stood dazed, not understanding what had. Suddenly, they heard a sound behind. Looking up, they saw a rope descending from above, striking. She smiled, reaching out to grasp the long. With one swing, the Mermit within range were all. Heads flew up. Leon's voice from the meeting echoed, Vecho. At that time, he had confidently assigned her the mission. Destroy them all. Can you? Back to the present, Vecho answered. Of course. At this moment, Speed Weapon's vertical flute was also. He was casting bless. Mermit. In the rear, Vecho was also pursuing and killing them, counting as she went. 6, 7, 9, 11. She didn't stop. The Mermit kill count kept rising. 15, 18, 20, 20. Vecho executed a great will slash. 20. Vecho said with a smile. Weapon? Thanks for the buffs. 20. Yorma sighed in admiration. Chloe in the back immediately couldn't sit. She drew her sword. Dark elf assassin. Chloe at this moment seemed like a different person. She swung her sword, slashing through a. Chloe coldly counted. Before Chloe could stand up, 2 more Mermit lunged. She swung 2 more slashes, cutting them to pieces. Chloe and Vecho split into 2 sides, competing to kill. The count kept rising. 43, 40. Leon and Yorma both froze. Why aren't they stopping? At this rate, Yorma suddenly recalled. Earlier, it seemed like Chloe and Vecho had agreed on something. Could it be? Both kept stepping over Mermit corpses, advancing toward. When the 2 were about to reach each other, a giant Mermit. It opened its mouth wide, intending to swallow them both. However, Vecho and Chloe simultaneously raised their weapons. Mermit was immediately annihilated. Vecho said to Chloe, oh, kid, you've gotten. Chloe glared at her. That one was my. Vecho laughed mockingly, then spun around the opposite direction. How funny. Chloe did the same. Yorma scratched his head. That was. When Yorma came to his senses, he saw Leon swinging his sword to cut down a Mermit in front. Then he turned back to ask Yorma, Were you that worried? Yorma answered, well, not exactly. At this moment, Vecho called out her report. 60 killed. Leon said to Yorma, as teammates, we have to trust you. He sheathed his sword and said, we're done. Let's go. Yorma nodded. He silently evaluated Leon. Decisive and has leadership qualities. A solid pillar for the entire team. There's no way this is an act. People from this world appear to be Yorma pondered. Indeed. Was that really just a question about home? Raised his head. Finally got to farm some experience. But suddenly a beam of light flashed past Yorma, piercing through Leon's abdomen and continuing. Leon had been in. The sudden incident made the rope users jump. Chloe and Speed Weapon were both. Yorma sensed something behind. He quickly turned his. Everyone called out in alarm. Behind them was the shadow of a. What had attacked Leon was a mermaid. Vecho stammered. That. Why is there a mermaid here? Speed Weapon was shocked. Didn't we scout beforehand? Am I dreaming? Yorma stood frozen for a. Damn it. Everything seemed smooth. Who would have thought? Looking at this situation, run or fight. If we drag the injured Leon and flee, the whole team will be wiped out. Then Vecho turned to order Speed Weapon standing beside him. Contact the teacher. Report there's a mermaid. There's more too. Can't. Yorma smiled bitterly. Lost contact with the outside. Panic is natural. Seems like I'm the only one keeping. Yorma ordered Vecho. Vecho, you block those fish at all costs. Then he turned to Speed Weapon and said, you focus all buffs and healing on. As for Chloe, who was standing dazed, Yorma called, Chloe. Chloe quickly snapped out of it. Yes. Yorma placed a hand on her shoulder. Get out of here. Find other students nearby and lead them to safety. Then call the teachers. Chloe hesitated. But Yorma. Yorma cut her off. Moving Leon and everyone at once is too difficult. Hurry. Before the mermaid swarm arrives. Chloe worried. Yorma. Right after, she quickly Vecho turned back to ask Yorma. Yorma, what should we do? Is there a way? What are you doing? Speed Weapon saw Yorma heading in a direction and shouted, hey, you, this guy's crazy. Where are you going? Yorma stood facing the mermaid. He said, Rachel, Speed Weapon, leave the small fish. Speed Weapon shouted loudly. What are you planning to do? Yorma closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. I've never liked these small fish. Childs drew the fillet knife in his hand, confidently saying, this is my specialty. Since ancient times, the demonic energy used by the demon race is similar to the blessings in humans. Demon magic. Yorma had realized. That demon magic took down the protagonist in one blow. This is the difference in power between humans and He took a step forward. Even using the sword god's blessing, it's hard to guarantee victory. Even though it's a game world, defeating a demon using demon magic alone is impossible. He cursed inwardly. Can't believe the system is forcing me to deal with a boss. In this situation, even cursing won't. Yorma steeled his determination. Now there's no turning back. About 10 more minutes until Chloe returned. The mermaid demon smiled wickedly at Yorma. He thought, this is the only. Yorma, holding 2 knives in both hands, walked forward. I have to make this fish. In 40 seconds, when I take out the sashimi, the feeling of crisis will ease. Yorma smiled. By releasing fighting spirit, mental level will increase. The opponent will feel threatened by my words and actions. Activate the sword god's blessing. Use suppression ability to begin proper adjustments. He muttered, it's been so long since I've tasted sashimi. Yorma called out, blessing of the sword god. Come. At this moment on Vecho's side, she was desperately The mermaid kept. Vecho used her spear to block in front of a mermaid's. Then she gathered force, pushing all 3 toward the rock wall. She roared. Over. Vecho pierced all 3 mermaid with 1 strike. Get low. Vecho wiped her. Speed Weapon stood nearby silently holding his flute. I want to apply buff bless. Turned his head to look at Leon enduring pain. But healing Leon has exhausted me. His wound is very deep, but fortunately he's recovering very. After thinking, Speed Weapon glanced over at Yorma. I know that in confined spaces that kid Yorma is unreasonably strong. He saw Yorma standing face to face with the mermaid. Speed Weapon broke into a cold sweat. Clearly he's insane. Just looking is enough to feel chilled. Should I stop him? The mermaid demon smiled, raising its hand. It launched an attack. Yorma quickly died. He thought, that mermaid demon mainly uses water attribute demon magic at long range. He gripped the knife firmly in his hand. I don't know demon magic, but in the end, she's just a flesh and blood monster. Yorma leaped up, jumping toward the mermaid demon. Just charge. He raised his one slash down at it, but it had quickly vanished. Looking again, the mermaid demon had changed direction, wanting to attack Speed. Watched the mermaid demon approaching, frozen in place. The mermaid demon bared its rows of sharp. It opened its mouth wide and Yorma swiftly flew over, cutting off one of its. He landed firmly on the ground, seeing the mermaid demon still intact. Yorma cursed inwardly, then lunged again. Damn it. Yorma struck, still didn't. He furrowed his brow. Damn it. A true mermaid. Hard to predict its movements. Yorma gritted his teeth. Ah, so it's targeting the wounded? Then I need to hurry. At this moment, Speed Weapon called out again. Hey! Yorma turned his head to look. His gaze fell on Leon lying by. Yorma asked, Is he? Speed Weapon held his flute, answering a beat late. Huh? Yorma nodded, then charged at the mermaid demon once more. Then I'll have to rely on you. Speed Weapon stood silently watching Yorma battle the mermaid. He raised an eyebrow. Hero? Speed Weapon recalled his own words. Justice and courage. Sacrifice for others. The power to turn despair into... He said to Yorma, Even though I got into the world's best hero training academy, I've never met anyone with that kind of ability. Yorma at that time had felt utterly indifferent. Looking for me to express something? Speed Weapon didn't care. He excitedly continued. The class is exactly as I... Having said that, he turned to look at Vecho. That's why I suggested Vecho join this team. I think I chose correct. Speed Weapon looked at Leon. Leon, if it's him, I'm certain I'll find the heroic image I've always admired. Yorma, hearing this, also agreed with this opinion. Speed Weapon turned his head again, saying to Yorma, But what about this? Sorry, but you're definitely not a hero. Though you're very strong. Yorma smiled faintly. Wouldn't take it even if offered. Speed Weapon, hearing this, laughed mockingly at him. You think hero is an object? It's not something you can give just because you want. Back to this moment. Inside the cave, Speed Weapon couldn't believe what was unfolding before his eyes. Yorma, that kid. At this moment, from the mermaid demon's body, many small fish were being released. The fierce small fish charged. Mermaid demon unleashed its full power. Yorma perfectly evaded the attacking. The fish quickly turned back, heading toward Yorma. He looked at them. These slow things are. Yorma frowned. Like blood, mermaid demon roared. A diagonal slash mark appeared on the rock. Yorma flew out from within the rock. The mermaid demon's small fish also kept pursuing. The mermaid demon didn't move much, just stood in place waving its hand in turning its head in one direction. One hand of the mermaid demon reached. Rachel cried out in alarm. Weapon! Speed Weapon jerked his head. Seeing the mermaid demon's attacking posture, he was astonished. Could it be? Ah, that mermaid. From the beginning, he realized. It's been targeting this. When the mermaid demon was about to reach Speed Weapon, Yorma once again appeared. Slashing, he shouted. Too shallow again. Yorma cursed himself inwardly. What are you doing, Yorma? The mermaid demon, repeatedly attacked by Yorma, grew furious. The hand Yorma had just severed fell to the ground. Then it sprang up, launching a palm strike at the rock. This palm strike directly exploded through the rock wall to the out. The mermaid demon enraged, it controlled the small fish to it. This commotion also attracted students outside. One student called out, Teaching Assistant Yorma. Teaching Assistant Yorma? Oh, Teaching Assistant Yorma turned her head to look at that cave. The student asked, Why is it so noisy? Sounds like screaming. Earlier it was even flat. The two observed silently for a while. Suddenly it started raining. The student spoke up. It's Teaching Assistant Yorma turned back to tell that student. Quickly get the wounded out of here. I think a storm is coming. The student nodded. That student didn't notice Teaching Assistant Doma's strange, meaningful smile as he urged them. You must return to the academy immediately. At the cave's location, the ceiling had been punctured with a large. That hole happened to strike right next to where Leon was. Several rainmets turned their heads, looking at each other from both sides. They immediately started running away, while Vetro raised his spear to look at them and shouted, Where do you think your Doma group all held their positions as rainwater fell through? Doma furrowed his brow, thinking, Damn it, I couldn't inflict a fatal wound within 30 seconds. It must be because I was paying too much attention to Leon. And now this demon rainmet is falling into the trap I set myself. But there's no way it'll die that easily. Suddenly, the stone wall exploded once. Doma smiled slightly and thought, Just as I expected. It won't be that easy. The demon rainmet reappeared from within the stone. Doma removed his outer coat and tossed it. He called out, Rachel, I've dealt with those lower-level ones over there, so I'm leaving Weapon and Leon. Rachel quickly nodded in agreement. Sweet Weapon held the flute in his mouth as his eyes lit up, thinking in disbelief. Doma is fighting a demon all by himself. I thought he'd gone mad earlier, but I might be witnessing a legendary moment. Doma rolled up his sleeves with a smile and said, Finally, I can focus. 10 seconds left of lost time. Beginning, demon rainmet bared its fangs and quickly attacked toward Doma called to it. Closed his eyes to calm his, then suddenly opened them. Doma raised both knives and attacked forward, saying, "Let me cut you." On this side, Chloe departed following Doma's orders, constantly accelerating as Chloe panted heavily, thinking, "Faster. I have to go even fast." Chloe charged forward with her head down, thinking, "I can't." Chloe drew her sword slightly and propelled herself forward a distance. Sweat drenched Chloe's face as she thought, "It feels like my body's about to explode. I'm using all my remaining blessing to run, so I have to call for reinforcement." She gritted her teeth to endure it, thinking, "This hurts so much. Doma, please." Chloe recalled what Doma had instructed her earlier. Chloe, quickly call the teachers. And she thought, Doma is stronger than anyone I've ever met in my... She remembered Doma's lazy demeanor and thought, but he always seems to view fighting as a... Doma avoids combat as much as possible and only draws his... Chloe realized the importance of the situation, thinking, because Doma truly only takes action when he deems it necessary. Chloe kept running with all her effort, thinking, I also think that was the best decision and I left following Doma's request. But still, if only I were stronger than... Then, Chloe heard an explosion from behind. She turned her head to look back and thought, Chloe pressed her lips together in prayer, thinking, no way, Doma, please you have to survive. Because she lost concentration, Chloe suddenly stopped. She lost momentum and pitched forward. Chloe quickly used her legs to steady her. She gritted her teeth and continued running forward, thinking, I can't fall. I can't. Chloe's tears mixed with the rainwater as she thought, I have to find... From deep within, Chloe wanted to scream, someone help me. Please. Anyone. Why is there no one? Suddenly Chloe joined. There's a figure ahead, not very clear because her senses were weakening, but Chloe worried, is it a rainmet? And tensed up, thinking, at a time like... Chloe swung her sword, but she stopped upon noticing something unusual. The person in front wasn't a rainmet. It was... Chloe flew past Aben and gasped, thank goodness. So Chloe collapsed on the ground. Aben silently watched. Aben's teammate asked, what's going on? As a purple-haired girl who was dealing with rainmets also turned around and asked, a surprise attack? She suddenly charged in, didn't... The others surrounded Chloe on the ground and shouted, are you crazy? Get up, we can't just let this... Right then, Aben spoke up to stop them, saying, wait, her face looks very familiar. Chloe lay on the ground muttering, help me, as tears streamed down and she said, my friend, friend Doma, while Aben stood silently in the... Back inside the cave, Sweet Weapon stared at Doma in shock, thinking, there are so many surprises today. That appearance is exactly... He struggled to find the right word to describe it and thought, a skilled chef handling a fish flopping on the cutting board, then muttered. He had the upper hand from the very start. Even when fighting Doma could always strike with overwhelming... Sweet Weapon furrowed his brow, thinking, I'll never forget this scene for the rest of my life. I have to engrave it in my mind. He watched as Doma and the rainmet fought until 19... He not only moved incredibly fast within the confined space with refined technique and precise attacks, but also closed in on the... Doma spun the knives in his hands and with 2 or 3 strikes severed the rainmet's tail, while Sweet Weapon stood stunned, watching as he the ferocious rainmet had been turned into pieces, starting from very simple cuts and ending with perfectly straight sections. Both Sweet Weapon and Vetro were frightened by this. Rachel furrowed her brow, thinking, even Vetro, a descendant who grew up in a powerful family, has never witnessed anything like this. Sweet Weapon turned to look at Vetro, thinking, if things continue like this, I really want the... While Sweet Weapon was still pondering, Vetro suddenly shouted, hey! She quickly rushed over and shoved Sweet Weapon to the... Rachel scolded him, you dare look elsewhere? You want me to kill... The attack just now created a long streak across the... Sweet Weapon lost his focus, thinking, I almost forgot because that scene was completely unreal. Space has been warped, and the opponent is a demon using... He turned his head to look at Doma again, thinking, from the very beginning, using knives to cut through magic didn't make any sense at all. And even if he could overpower it, what if it uses magic? Doma silently looked at the traces of the attack. He gripped the cleaver tightly in his hand and turned his head. Rainmet let out a series of raised its hand high and called out, needle rain poured into the... Immediately afterward, it vanished completely without a single raindrop. The rainmet swung its hand toward a series of attacks all directed toward Doma holding 2 knives, moved, stepped onto the stone wall and successfully dodged the barrage of it. The knife in his hand unfortunately grazed the attack just now and was slightly Doma furrowed swung his hand and slashed the knife back. This strike unexpectedly succeeded in cutting the rainmet's body and pupils contracted in an expression of disbelief. When it looked again, Doma had already closed in. The rain-met roared once and swung another slashing attack. Doma's eyes, what he had cut at some point had turned into an ordinary. Rain-met showed a sinister. It reached to pluck something from its own, then put it into its. The rain-met's body immediately underwent an enormous transformation. It opened its mouth wide and fired an attack using magic. Sweet Weapon shouted, "Dodge it!" Doma's eyes widened as he thought, "I have to die." His pupils contracted with the thought, "Must die." Suddenly the space changed, and Doma was standing and looked around in confusion. Finally looking down, a red thread appeared in the. Doma reached down to pick it from behind. A sound suddenly rang out, and he turned his head to look. A red thread appeared from nowhere, cutting across the horizon.
Doma stood frozen.
He muttered, "Magic. It's already been." The red thread reflected in Doma's. The knife also appeared before. Doma quickly grabbed. He swung his hand upward once. From above looking down, that red thread seemed to cut across the cave into the rainmet's body. The magic had been set. A pool of fresh red blood flowed before Doma's. The demon rainmet lay there now without any move. He stood before it, looking at it with an incredibly sharp and terrifying. Those eyes were filled with indifference, without a trace of. Demon rainmet, with its last bit of strength, let out a few faint cries. This made Sweet Weapon and Vetro both surprised and more. Suddenly, a decisive slash swept. The demon rainmet's head was severed from its body and rolled. In the rain, it gradually lost its balance and fell into the pit below in front of Doma's. Sweet Weapon seemed to suddenly realize the demon rainmet's head had just fallen into the large pit ahead, and everyone could now reach a final conclusion. Looking at Doma's back, Sweet Weapon couldn't hide his admiration, thinking, he defeated a demon. Moreover, he's just a first-year. He and Vetro both showed expressions of incredible disbelief on their face. Suddenly, a stream of fresh blood spurted out right before everyone's. Doma immediately collapsed, clutching his wounded body as he coughed up. Vetro rushed forward in worry to examine the situation while shouting. Sweet Weapon looked back to check the situation behind and also breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Leon, thank goodness." Suddenly, movement from outside appeared. Startled, Sweet Weapon turned his head back to look with worry in his heart, thinking, "Don't tell me those rainmets who fled have come." However, the newcomers weren't enemies but their allies. He could drop his guard and said, "You've finally arrived." Looking at the scene ahead, Aben's eyes widened in surprise, while the pink-haired girl following behind let out a startled cry. "What is—" Looking at the pile of corpses before them, they couldn't help but ask in curiosity, Is that a rain?" Countless questions were raised. Why is a rainmet here? And chopped into pieces. And they also noticed Vetro and Doma beside them, as she painfully held his wounded body in her arms. Tears streamed down her cheeks, mixing with the heavy. Seeing this, Aben was quite agitated and asked, "Who on earth did?" Next, she stood there awkwardly with a helpless look, doing nothing, which immediately caught Leon's attention. She thought helplessly to herself, a team member is on the verge of death while the leader is. It seems like he's pretending to have regret. Aben felt somewhat irritated inside and thought, how terrible, then announced to everyone, "I've contacted the academy, so the teachers will arrive within the next." Aben seriously asked about the previous situation. What exactly? Sweet Weapon thought for a moment then replied, "Teaching assistant. Those bastards dared to say they came here to scout this island. Why did rainmets?" Aben didn't want to beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "All right then," asked irritably, "Are you giving me orders?" And she loudly retorted in annoyance, "What's with your attitude? Please. I'm asking you to." Sweet Weapon just smiled slightly then began to narrate. "Even if I tell you, you won't believe me anyway. Let me tell you from start to finish," he said with full confidence. "This is my specialty after all," explaining. Sometime after hearing the entire story, Aben spoke up and said, "So to summarize?" Then asked with considerable doubt, "You mean rainmets suddenly appeared and Doma defeated them all by himself?" Sweet Weapon firmly confirmed, "That's exactly it." While Aben now had some doubts, thinking, a first-year student single-handedly defeated demons that suddenly. She began to recall things from before, thinking, the stories grandfather told me when I was little were more realistic than this. She thought, this story sounds hard to believe, but judging by the current situation, it seems to be. Aben could also be certain of one thing, because he had no reason to lie, and at this moment, the raindrops kept falling continually. She continued analyzing the story, thinking, this sounds very much like a hero's tale, the ancestor of hero Baylor Joaquin and the descendant of his weakest disciple Aaron Nibelung. This foundation made me belong to a special category. Aben realized something very important, the so-called blood. She directed her sharp gaze forward and thought, however, I didn't want to be bound by those two words, so I worked very hard. That's how I developed my talent and reached this. After that, Aben softly spoke with helplessness. But still, Doma, I never thought our actual strength would differ so. She told herself wearily, fear, worry, shock. All emotions are mixed up inside me. Then sighed. Perhaps it's because I'm just an ordinary. Back to reality. Aben asked the person beside her. Hey, please use your blessing to heal. The pink-haired girl immediately agreed, and a stream of blessing enveloped Doma's body while Vetro supported him. As Aben watched and thought to herself, although Doma looks like he's dying with his body in tatters, still, Doma, someone my age, has single-handedly defeated it. She now felt somewhat unwilling and a bit jealous. Next, Sweet Weapon asked to confirm. You said earlier you've contacted the academy, right? And Aben immediately confirmed, yes. He quickly instructed, first, don't tell the teaching assistant the details of this incident. And she asked curiously, why not? As Sweet Weapon reminded her of what happened earlier. Clearly, those teaching assistants had come here to scout beforehand. Aben also agreed with this and said, he began analyzing the events that had occurred. But wasn't something off? No matter how large Skopali Island was, this cave shouldn't have been hard to find. So how could demons appear here? This story didn't quite add. Abel seemed to understand the hidden meaning behind. In the current situation, the injured Chloe was being cared for when a voice rang out, saying this was just speculation on their. Leon asked somewhat reluctantly, Weapon, are you saying there could be a demon spy within the academy? Speed Weapon was immediately struck at his darkest. He didn't want to believe it either and quickly explained, not exactly, but we shouldn't rule out that possibility. Looking at the current situation, Abel began analyzing. This area is certainly not difficult for students to find. She continued her train of thought. As Speed Weapon said, if it weren't for John, all members of Leon's team would have died at the hands of demons. Looking at the unconscious person before, she wondered to herself, but why? Abel used her head to think. Throughout the past 700 years, there had certainly been conflicts both large and but hadn't reached the point where demons interfered with the academy students. Moreover, there was a clause stating it would lead to war. She seemed to realize something. Could it be? It seemed Abel had understood everything. Seeing this, Speed Weapon quickly stopped her and spoke up. Abel, I know what you're thinking. You're going to. He voiced his thoughts. I mean, the spy hypothesis sounds plausible, but it's too early to draw conclusions based solely on this. Leon also immediately chimed in. So we need to discuss this together. Assuming there is a spy in the academy, and if they discover that John alone defeated a demon, he'll certainly become a. At this point, Speed Weapon was quite conflicted when presenting the options. That's true, but we can't keep silent. Looking at his teammates, he continued, about what that bastard did to us. Suddenly, Abel interrupted. Then what? Rachel heard this and immediately paid attention with curiosity. Abel suggested an idea no one had thought of. What if we ask my grandfather's? Everyone fell silent for a moment, then loudly asked, Sir John. Returning to the city a gentle breeze blew through the window frame as the beautiful sunset gradually appeared in the. John Rhee lay on the hospital bed, having just woke. He wondered hazily, a hospital? And he suddenly raised his hand to look. John Rhee looked wearily and said, I'm still alive. He immediately remembered the past when looking at his hand. The attack Mermit unleashed before dying was fierce and unavoidable. John Rhee could affirm he saw it very clearly. He visualized the event at that moment when slashing horizontally. The magic shattered like a water bubble. It was certainly water. John Rhee, with his personal experiences, could affirm. He sat up from the hospital bed, doubts arising in his heart. What was that feeling? After using the sword god's blessing, an indescribable feeling surged within him. John Rhee could only guess one thing. The system displayed text, sword god's blessing. If you slash once, it will automatically split. Physical level, 7. Sword specifications reduced. Mental level 3 to 4. Threatening presence appears in words and actions. Armed level 1. Insufficient conditions to unlock. Synchronization rate increased from 6.8 to 7.2%. New conditions to unlock met. After reading, he said, then John Rhee also realized the connections between everything. His mental level increased to level 4. Which must be why he didn't feel fear when facing. He continued speaking, finally. While touching this, another line of text appeared. Synchronization rate, 7.2%. Mysterious line 1 unlocked when synchronization rate reaches 15%. The next conditions will be unlocked. Suddenly, media poison rushed over and hugged his body tightly. Continuously, I was so worried something terrible would happen. Those assistant instructors dared say they'd gone to. She trembled slightly and softly spoke. Academy director. She hurriedly let go and said, sorry, I was too excited. Right, from now on. Media poison rummaged through her bag looking for something. Where is it? Where did I? He saw this and couldn't help being curious. Is that a spatial bag? She then exclaimed joyfully. Media poison happily announced while pulling out a powerful sword in her hand. Here, take this. Then she explained clearly, midterm reward. John's face showed clear surprise. He carefully examined the sword in his Mia Poison kindly explained. A Japanese sword called murasame, because its blade is covered with patterns resembling bones. I hope you like it. I had planned to give it to you before, but as you've seen the current situation, I'm outside the hospital room door, a figure kept lurking there. She pondered briefly and glanced in that direction. And suddenly Media Poison called out, "Hey, old man, are you ashamed? Come in." Jones awkwardly stepped out when exposed, clearing his throat and trying to regain some dignity before John. "I told you not to call me." She fiercely glared at Jones once, dissatisfied and rebutting. "You're 70 years old already, while I'm still a young." John didn't understand what had happened, thinking hazily, "What is this déjà vu feeling?" But he still tried to stay calm and inquire, "What?" Media Poison seriously answered, "I heard everything from your group." John, on behalf of Joaquin, two of them simultaneously bowed down, sincerely apologizing to John. "We send our apologies." She was extremely earnest in accepting all fault. "Everything that happened during the midterm exam is our academy's fault, so you and your team." Hearing those words, he couldn't help being. She once again apologized to John. "I, Media Poison, swear by my honor as the head of Joaquin Academy to sincerely apologize for the demon's opinion." Jones had been standing still until now, finally speaking. "You saved the student's life." Remained silent without response. Surprise was still evident on John's face upon hearing them speak. He looked away, his hand habitually scratching his face whenever embarrassed. "I only did what I—" Media Poison smiled faintly, gently continuing John's words. "What you did was wonderful, but I think we must keep this secret until the truth is revealed." Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? When an academy director like me says. He showed no particular attitude, only silently listening to her explanation. "But I think this problem originated from the academy. I'm truly sorry. John, no matter how I compensate, it won't be." John very understandingly replied, "I understand." Media Poison hinted, "John, can't you be a bit more childish?" She bluntly expressed her feelings. "You're like a young old." He awkwardly laughed a few times. After visiting John, Media Poison and Jones left. The atmosphere between them was extremely. She was walking when she suddenly stopped. Seeing this, he also unconsciously. Media Poison looked out the window frame, directly calling out, "Jones? Do you?" Jones looked at her in confusion as Media Poison reminisced about their past together, slowly recounting. "The first day we met after entering here, you were lying on a bench, and when I told you to move, you brazenly drew your—" The two gazed at the entire view of Joaquin Academy under the sun. She gently asked, "What did you say again?" "Don't order me around." Jones mumbled a perfunctory answer. "I don't remember." Media Poison pursed her lips in a smile, glancing at him with nostalgia and "It feels like just yesterday. Yet it's been 60 years already. We've lived too long." Jones didn't respond, silently listening as Media Poison teased. "But isn't it rather funny? We haven't even completed 1/10 of the Academy's history. When we entered, this place had already been built long ago. Truly a long history." He contemplated her words. Despite many incidents, the Academy had been training students for 700 years, and now it was their turn to protect it. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surrounded Media Poison's body as she angrily gritted out. Media Poison's power erupted, shattering the glass window frame before her power burst forth so quickly and powerfully that John was startled. Eyes wide, Media Poison's face contorted with regret, thinking. Before the midterm, during the scene of her sitting solemnly before the instructors listening to reports appeared. "I received reports from instructors that they had completed the preliminary inspection." In Media Poison's mind now remained only the terrifying image of that demon. Though very rare, Skopali Island had previously seen Mermaid appear. She had been very cautious, yet despite this, after she stabilized, Jones still contemplated Media. Then he gently placed his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Media Poison smiled faintly, reassuring Jones. Sorry. I got a bit Seeing that smile, he frowned thoughtfully. She suddenly appeared extremely delighted, exclaiming, "But isn't our child wonderful? Defeating Mermaid alone." Jones cursed inwardly in frustration. This old Media Poison stood among the shattered glass, twisting her body in joy and asking his opinion. "Jones, what do you think?" He remained silent without immediate response, though he had already thought of the answer in his mind. Natural talent. I've witnessed many illustrious names honored as favorites of their era, but they only sparkled briefly before fading like shooting stars across the. Jones recalled the true circumstances of children, once called favorites of their era. In a heroic family full of fame and power, a child born is always called a genius. In his mind appeared Aben's bright face along with the thought, though sometimes they have not a shred of Media Poison was speaking. Jones remained immersed in his thoughts. I've also been cautious about my niece Aben, a vague talent. If there's a genius, it's certainly that boy. I wonder how far he'll go if he accumulates experience. John's cold, emotionless face came to Jones's mind as he contemplated silently. Could John be my lifelong dream? Jones decisively walked past Media. He solemnly declared, I am deeply grateful to the Academy. Hearing Jones's words, she was extremely pleased, and the entire Joaquin Academy was enveloped by the gentle dawn light as Media Poison's cheerful voice rang out. I know. So let's clean this place up together. He wasn't very pleased and declined. I don't remember, she asked in confusion. What's wrong with this old man? Jones continued repeating his previous answer. I don't remember. The bell rang as students entered the class. John sat alone in contemplation. The fact that I defeated Mermit on Skopali Island is being kept very secret, as the Academy director didn't interact with anyone, only silently immersed in his own thoughts. I feel somewhat bad saying this to myself, but my classmates can laugh and chat happily like this because I stopped. John recalled the scene when he was in the forge. After being discharged, the first thing I did was visit the school forge to reforge and strengthen Murasame. He had been very polite when talking to Galen, asking permission to enter, and had evaluated the Murasame sword very carefully. Actually, its technical specifications don't suit the sword god's blessing. To me it's no different from an iron bar, so I must strengthen. The image of him politely presenting the sword with both hands to the man and requesting, strengthen it. Galen didn't hesitate to immediately agree. All right. He was the blacksmith Galen with fierce. Galen cheerfully winked at John, while not forgetting to mention, I won't charge since next week is the 700th anniversary of the school's founding. He thought joyfully, luck. John only briefly answered, thank you. He thought, I hope this enhancement will be a great success. Suddenly someone called his name. Friend John. John was surprised and turned to see who had called. The person who called him was none other than Chloe, struggling to walk down to John with a leg crutch, asking him kindly, You've been discharged? Are you well? Seeing her condition, John exclaimed in Chloe, what happened? One of Chloe's legs was bandaged due to being broken. She didn't pay much attention to the injury and said, It's like this, but Speed treated me, and the doctor said in one more week I can remove the. Chloe patted her chest proudly, boasting, After all, I am an. She didn't hesitate to express her feelings to John. I'm so glad. He saw Chloe's mood wasn't bad and felt more relieved. I'm glad your grandma once again reconsidered the things he just thought about more carefully. He remembered her cold expression when surrounding and killing Mermit on Skopali Island, along with Rachel's powerful moves when counterattacking to kill the enemy, where Rachel fought 1 against 100. Following that were Speed Weapon's proficient skills when helping everyone with support. But then in his mind appeared the cold back of Leon, making him wonder what Leon did. Command, perhaps. Janma hesitated in thought, wondering if they could defeat the Demon King that way by cutting off the entrance to the demon realm or facing the battle head-on. Suddenly outside the classroom door rang out a panicked and urgent voice shouting not to move, which Lee Wonbin's face wrinkled as he hurriedly ordered everyone to keep silent and sit in their seats before saying that before training. He had something to say. He stood before the podium stammering out a request, saying that though it was sudden, currently in their class, if anyone wanted to become a teaching assistant, they should contact him immediately, and the students sitting below the podium after hearing Lee Wonbin's words whispered among themselves, finding it sudden and annoying, wondering about a teaching assistant. The entire classroom suddenly sank into silence as the students who had just been enthusiastically now stared wide-eyed in astonishment, unable to utter a word. John Jay calmly stepped into the room from outside the door. Each of his steps was extremely steady. Under the astonishment of all the students, John Jay quickly stepped up to the podium, and Lee Wonbin, trembling with fear, gave up his spot to him as John Jay bent down beside him, having not said anything since entering, standing with arms crossed sternly on the podium. The students in the classroom saw John Jay enter and excitedly called out about whether it was really Sir John Jay, expressing their amazement. He raised his cold eyes to look upward. John Jay still couldn't help but be secretly astonished, thinking about why he was here. A small, dark Lady Wondu had been beaten and knocked to the ground in a miserable state. Instructor John Jay's cold hand gently lifted the old man up while he stammered for mercy, saying he begged. Before he could finish his sentence, Instructor John Jay forcefully slapped Lady Wondu across the face. The old man trembled and pleaded for forgiveness, apologizing to Instructor John Jay, but she showed no mercy and her killing intent only intensified as she called out to Lady Wondu. Instructor John Jay accumulated a surge of power in her hand, her eyes showing only cruelty as she coldly said that she had gone mad about the commander of the 5th Legion. A small hand picked up an insect, showing a sense of helplessness. Truly, Instructor John Jay brought it to her mouth with a contemptuous attitude, looking at old Wondu. asking if he had done it correctly or if his talent was to annoy others, as the old man showed remorse, saying he begged. Before Won-do could finish his sentence, she had already given him a very strong blow, made him tremble with fear as instructor John Jay approached threateningly, telling him to try apologizing once more, as Won-do no longer dared to apologize and could only miserably obey her words. Extremely, yes, she became fed up, immediately turning around without bothering to glance at him even once, asking if bringing that brat Leon back here was so difficult, saying that even if he was a hero candidate, dealing with him shouldn't be that hard. Instructor John Jay played with the insect in her hand as she continued, saying that because of his mistake, that John Jay had caught wind of them. Old Won-do sat cowering to one side, covering his bloody mouth with his hand, stammering that he begged. Before finishing his sentence, he was kicked straight in the face by assistant instructor John Ma with a voice full of contempt, asking if these were words a human being could say. Won-do's heart was full of resentment as he held his bloodied face and cursed inwardly. Damn it, damn it, damn it. How could an assistant instructor dare? Assistant instructor John Ma on one side was adjusting her shoes, complaining that truly, her shoes had gotten blood on them, disgusting, ignoring Won-do's coughing as she continued. But speaking of this matter, it was quite amusing. Assistant instructor John Ma turned and walked away but continued speaking, saying she didn't expect the mermit was specifically for the first years, which made sense since looking at the newcomers, there was nothing they couldn't do. Won-do sat miserably to one side, hesitantly saying that about that matter. He had been beaten by a student, which surprised assistant instructor John Ma enough to ask again. One person, asking if he was talking about Leon. The old man denied her question, no, as assistant instructor John Ma curiously asked further. Then who, as the old man's hesitation gradually made her lose patience, saying she hated hesitation, so could he speak quickly. It was the top student of this year, John Ma, that brat, the old man hesitantly said. His words surprised assistant instructor John Ma and made her somewhat interested upon hearing the name John Ma. That special student. Saying so, her hand clenched the blue bag as purple energy lines appeared, asking if that was so. Her face gradually became dangerous as her eyes slowly turned purple, and the energy source in assistant instructor John Ma's hand burned the blue bag as she exclaimed how interesting it truly was. The scene changed to the academy's gymnasium, where instructor Kwon Bin was running at the front of the group of students, calling out the cadence 1, 2, 3, 4. Because it was too soft, he shouted to do it again as the students had no choice but to obey clearly. The students' calls echoed throughout the school grounds 1, 2, 3, 4. On Chloe's side, she sat to one side and could only cheer on her friends since she was injured and couldn't participate with them. Over here, John Ma was distracted, looking toward Chloe, thinking enviously, as he fell behind the other students. Suddenly, instructor John Rhee's loud shout rang out, saying you're falling behind, startling him as he had to increase his speed. He ran beside him, asking if his legs hurt after the examination. He shouted back no, running and thinking to himself what kind of situation was this, why was he running beside him? He pondered and recalled that John Rhee Siegfried von Hebelung was Baylor Joaquin's right hand and the first-generation Sword Saint, thinking further that Sword Saint Aaron D. Belung was the one who would inherit the Sword Saint title from this man, considered the strongest force of humanity. John Ma reflected that, moreover, he was Leon's swordsmanship teacher in the Second Demon War and at the same time the most important character line in the plot. He struggled with confusion, but why was he here? He ran behind John Rhee, silently praying in his heart to please go over to Leon's side, wondering why the main plot was increasingly deviating in another direction. John Ma pondered that, thinking about it, it seemed Leon had never received the title of Holy Sword, which was a highly debated issue, so this wasn't a problem since Leon wouldn't inherit the Holy Sword anyway. But even so, it was still extremely annoying. His friends saw him and the instructor running together and their eyes all lit up brightly as he felt extremely uncomfortable. He imagined running beside a poster, thinking alright, just think of it as a poster, he was just running next to a poster. John Rhee ran beside him, not paying much attention to the students on the other side, only focusing on telling him that the foundation of a warrior was stamina and endurance, that no matter how excellent one's talent, if the body couldn't endure it would be useless, and this was the foundation that helped with later development. He continued running and speaking, saying not to be lazy and to follow his guidance as John Ma hastily replied. Yes, however, his voice was quite weak and small, so he was criticized by the instructor for being too weak. Yes, I understand now, he said as if shouting to him. After receiving his clear, loud answer, John Rhee seemed satisfied, saying very good. Before finishing his words, he immediately ran faster toward the front, calling out loudly for him to follow. He felt discouraged, tiredly running slower than the others. While running, he thought as John Ma's face gradually became exhausted, soaked with sweat, wondering if he was really an old faker. After the running ended, the whole class was allowed by John Rhee to practice with weapons, as he said that from now on, unless it was field training, all personal weapons were prohibited. Saying so, he dumped a bag of weapons onto the ground containing many types of weapons piled on top of each other. From spears, swords to axes and even guns, everything was there. Students were curious and confused by his actions. John Rhee continued, saying instead, you should try using the weapons in front of you. Shocked the students as one of them had to regretfully say that their equipment was a family heirloom weapon of their clan, while he stood to one side also astonished, thinking there was even a sashimi here. A student raised their hand to present their question to him, saying, Sir John Rhee, I have a question, as he nodded to allow them, saying go ahead. After receiving John Rhee's agreement, that student continued, saying that considering the long term, wouldn't using a family heirloom weapon be better? I'm curious why it's prohibited, and that student's question made him find it interesting enough to respond, saying good question. John Rhee explained methodically that all basic things were very important. His words echoed that the more you use high-grade weapons from your families, the easier it is to become lazy, especially confusing the weapon's functions with your own strength. That student immediately objected, saying if so, then shouldn't we learn how to use them and compensate for the shortcomings, which made the whole class buzz with discussion as some people whispered that he was being noisy to get attention. He didn't bother to pay attention, only continuing to say that no matter how good a weapon is, if the user's ability is insufficient, in the end it's just like pearls on a pig's neck and more. John Rhee paused as his face became serious, his eyes stern, saying that a master doesn't rely on equipment, right? Affirming it sharply. Those words made him reflect and ponder. Afterward he had to nod in agreement, exactly right, 100% correct. John Rhee stomped the staff in his hand hard onto the ground, saying that once you master the basic knowledge, you will naturally be able to use weapons, so students who grasp the basics well usually have very high final grades and rankings. Atmosphere around the yard suddenly became noisy, asking if that was really true. He could only stand to one side admiring this chaos as John Ma thought to himself that the leg of a person was stronger than a horse's leg. Who would have thought the one always bullied by media would be like this? Suddenly his eyes sharpened. A knife had fallen into his line of sight, and John Ma had no choice but to take it while his heart seemed to predict all intentions, knowing it would definitely be like this. All his actions were noticed by John Rhee, whose detailed attention to him made him worried too. Reluctantly taking it then, his face darkened as his eyes examined. As expected, after obtaining their own weapons, the students lined up to hear him speak. Today we will have sparring matches between students to learn how to use weapons. Worried them as they themselves were afraid of getting injured, asking why here wasn't there a space somewhere, wouldn't we get injured? John Rhee continued, saying you came to the academy to follow in the footsteps of the heroes of the previous generation and become true warriors, that a warrior only matures through dangerous training like on a real battlefield. As his face hardened, saying however, if you swing your swords recklessly, losing your head is child's play. One been holding the hammer beside him also worried while he calmly carried the sharp sword on his shoulder and continued, so before pairing up, I will demonstrate first for you to reference. The students were excited to be able to witness his swordsmanship performance with their own eyes, saying wonderful, getting to see Sir John Rhee's swordsmanship, amazing, we've never seen it directly before. As One Bin extinguished the noise of the kids, saying silence, no noise during class, One Bin became even more fearful, as if in the worst crisis, thinking that although it was just a demonstration, the person before him was John Rhee. Oh my god. I'm sorry, this life of mine is about to end, as his whole body trembled, thinking Lee One Bin, instructor at the world's best academy, currently feel like I'm in the worst crisis I've ever faced in my entire career, or rather my entire life, saying to Sir John Rhee, go easy. Before finishing his sentence, he was interrupted by him. His sharp eyes looked down at the students, his gaze piercing as he said loudly, students, wait a moment, continuing John Ma. A series of students turned their eyes toward him. John Rhee continued, come up here, his cold words making him startle, only able to stand frozen in silence looking at him. John Rhee held a sword in his hand, the blade flashing a blinding light, with a majestic and intimidating posture, coldly calling, student John Ma, come up here. The surrounding students began to murmur and discuss, saying amazing, fighting with scrap iron, as another student commented that this means we get to witness Sir John Rhee's performance firsthand. However, they immediately changed to contemptuous expressions, saying in unison mockingly about him, but why is that guy, what is Sir John Rhee planning? He himself stood to one side worrying, only able to stand frozen in place, thinking to himself that he heard everything, you guys. Seeing him just standing still, he said, so what about your bones, kid? John Ma immediately responded to him, yes, I'm okay, I'm fine now. After receiving his confirmation, John Rhee immediately urged. Then, drew his sword, stood upright and imposing, demanding, pick up your sword. His eyes were full of determination but also somewhat worried and tense as he calculated that anyway. It was just a practice match, so it didn't need to be this serious. But he'd rested enough so his body had nearly recovered, as John Ma's face became contemplative. Thinking yet his opponent was John Rhee, he thought further that needless to say, nothing good would happen if someone crossed swords with John Rhee, that at least one of the two arms would, and in the worst case the head would fly off. He reflected, but could this be the influence of the blessing, that his instinct to win was rising up? He bit his teeth silently, thinking he had gone too far from the main path. Just thinking about the consequences of this was already. Finally John Ma spoke up, saying, I am not Sir John Rhee's opponent. Please sheath your sword. His words came out as all the students behind him laughed mockingly, disparaging him, saying, "Of course, how could someone like you do it? Just give up." He ignored all the taunts, immediately raising his eyes to look at him. John Ree's face was full of obvious anger and contempt as he said that he didn't even have the pride of a swordsman, asking how long he thought he could survive with that hidden strength, that no matter how talented, he couldn't accomplish anything, truly a coward. His words made John Ma also have to reflect on pride. Those two words, pride, made him sink into memories of the past. First, he had long always wanted to become the world's best swordsman, and second, he had no reason to put down his teacher Wonbin's worried gaze, "What the?" and Chloe's astonished eyes. "Is he really going to fight?" They all stared intently at John Ma, hoping he would give up, but he didn't care about them and instead contemplated. "I know Mr. John Jay is deliberately provoking me. This atmosphere is meant to make me run away. If I fall into his provocation trap, I'll surely regret it forever." He gripped the sword tightly, without the slightest hesitation. Wonbin, sensing trouble, immediately rushed over to stop him. "Wait, Cadet John Ma." However, he was blocked by John Jay's resolute and powerful. The man maintained his calm composure, looking at him and thinking to himself, "It seems you've made your decision." Before everyone's startled eyes, he confidently declared, "Cadet John." Jiang stood tall, eyes serious, and spoke up. "I have learned one lesson. The sword gods." Two seemed to sink into a space separated from the outside. Atmosphere around them grew increasingly. His face remained calm, radiating a terrifyingly confident. This made John Jay recall his own youth, pondering. "Indeed, even though I'm now 70 years old, I still remember that moment." An image of young John Jay appeared, his inexperienced hands holding a heavy and sharp sword, continuing to reflect enlightenment, sword memory, recalling his serious sword training expression. "Back then I was still immature. Memories of a wandering one-armed." Under that person's sword training guide, John Jay discovered that the swordsmanship the knight clearly belonged to that sanction. "This young man I've been watching since the class play." John Ma, if it's this young man, he'll surely lead me to that sanction. John Jay swung his sword behind his back, ready and prepared. "I'll soon find." He began swinging his sword toward him with powerful and decisive. The boy nimbly dodged his swords, immediately appearing and disappearing behind. John Jay anticipated his move, swinging his sword once more, attempting to once again. John Ma managed to evade that strike, causing even John Jay to be astonished by his speed, as he quickly retaliated with a decisive. John Jay couldn't help but admire, eyes probing. Instead of dodging, he chose to attack. The sword's trajectory is very strange, like a swallow. Seizing the right opportunity, John Ma continued attack. Skillful use of the blade, alternating between both hands, even earned his admiration. John Jay thought to himself, "His physical abilities can't compare to before, but I didn't expect him to move so. However, my sword is not so." Outside in the real world, that cadet felt utterly confused, unable to understand. He thought to himself, "I know this guy did very well fighting in subspace, but not enough to deserve this level of priority. Such favor." Train of thought full of questions needing answers. But why? Why does Mr. John Jay pay such attention to a transfer? That cadet envied him, thinking, just being taught directly by Mr. John Jay would be enough. I wish I could have that. The surrounding air became completely still, only the sound of wind passing through the training ground. All cadets holding their breath in anticipation. The cadet felt confused looking at the current battle. Both John Jay and John Ma stood facing each other, but neither made a move. He wondered, why are these two just standing? Only teacher Wonbin could understand, his face unable to hide his worry witnessing the scene before him. Pondering, they're not standing, his eyes clearly showing concern. I've never doubted Mr. John Jay's words, but is John Ma really at this? Wonbin recalled the conversation between him and John Jay when he said, Mr. John Jay, if the academy director learns the truth, the nearby cadets could also be. However, John Jay coldly cut him off. Teacher Lee Wonbin, do you think I would truly fight that young? Not letting him worry further, he spoke reassuringly. Don't worry, teacher. If I'm right, John Ma can step. Wonbin, his face clearly showing worry. That place. John Jay didn't leave him wondering long, replying, mind's eye. His face showing a somewhat calm expression, but his eyes were extremely sharp and more a flashback. Returning to the battle in subspace, he highly evaluated the boy's talent. He not only stepped in but also received the strike. I can't help but be surprised. His facial muscles tensed, eyes scrutinizing, John Jay assessed. Mind's eye is a very fierce battlefield, only known when crossing swords. This young man in less than a he continued to admire, has achieved this. John Ma at this moment was serious, pointing the blade straight. John Jay's eyes carried Willie, intently watching him prepare to strike. Excellent indeed. He decided to use his true power. Then, This way of the John Jay deployed the spirit sword's blessing. A massive blue aura emanated from his sword. Received. It was so powerful it affected the outside, leaving the cadets frankly confused about what was happening. Teacher Wonbin's face paled in fear. That blue light is aura. Has the minds I've been... The cadets standing to the side were also shocked by the tremendous power emanating from John Jay, not daring to. On John Jay and John Ma's side, they were also fighting with all their... Both were resolute, showing no signs of giving. Wonbin, seeing both still fighting despite all the surrounding cadets potentially being injured from their battle. This is a different matter now, Mr. John Jay. He had to intervene to stop them. Stop! Anxious inside. Must block them. If this continues, there will truly be blood. The ground below only bore deep foot. Wonbin was extremely worried. Mr. John... Suddenly, Ms. Media appeared from nowhere, standing between their battle before both could unleash their ultimate... She immediately used her ability, making the surrounding earth and stone rise up to restrain both him and Mr. John. Her face clearly showed anger, veins bulging on her beautiful face as Media Poison shouted at John Jay. What are you doing to that cadet, you old man? At Media Poison's office? I apologize, said Mr. John. While his face remained very calm, sitting across from Media, she felt extremely angry about the sparring match between him and John Jay. What? Huh? She fumed, while John Jay, not knowing how to explain, only hesitantly said, This made Media's mood boil over like an erupting volcano, veins bulging all over her beautiful face. She seemingly couldn't contain her anger and lunged straight at John Jay, using force to grab his collar tightly, her voice nearly shouting, Have you lost your mind? If you're too old, just stay home. I worked so hard to get you this position, and now you're using the blessing to fight a student? Are you insane? Do you want to watch it that badly? Huh? Returning to when Media stopped the match between him and John Jay, she worriedly looked at the terrified Media Poison turned to John Jay and immediately let out a curse. Damn it! He immediately explained the situation. I didn't mean... John Jay glanced back at him calmly, sheathing the blade back into its... He was lost in thought. I also lost control. I was trying to suppress... Media's voice rang out. Hey, old man, are you listening to me? She angrily scolded him, but he only calmly called her name. John Jay faced Media and said, I apologize. His words leaving her extremely shocked, unable to believe her eyes. Returning to the present, Media Poison uncomfortably changed position, crossing her legs, thinking to herself, in 50 years, I've never heard John Jay apologize once, and now twice in one. Media's face wrinkled as she said, So why did you do that to the student? You weren't planning to use the Sword God's blessing on that student, were you? If I hadn't been there, what would you have... Mr. John Jay remained calm, sitting and sipping his coffee, saying, Only by using the blessing could I gain the upper... His words made Media seemingly unable to believe her eyes. What? Couldn't gain the upper hand? She was stunned, not believing what he said. Media puzzled. What did I just hear? These words coming from Siegfried's mouth? Of course I'm well aware of John Ma's innate talent, but I know John Jay's power better than... John Jay, with a serious expression, informed her. That kid has already reached the mind's eye. Media jumped up in shock. What? You were almost 30 when you could use that, but a 17-year-old can... Does what you're saying make any sense? While he just calmly continued sipping his coffee, John Jay gently set down his cup and continued, I don't know either. He sat with his hand on his chin, contemplating. I have a feeling there's something similar. Media wearily put her hands on her face, threw herself onto the sofa, and looked at the ceiling, thinking to herself, Oh my God, good heaven. Media tried to recall that moment. She hurriedly ran closer to him. Are you okay? Before Media could finish her sentence, she saw an aura emanating from him, dark and ominous, making one feel extremely terrible. Media Poison froze, contemplating. At that moment, the pride of an educator was shattered. My feeling toward John Ma at that instant. Media covered her face with her hands. Like the feeling when first meeting Batman, the 6th Legion. Why do I have that feeling about John Ma? Is it because his name contains Ma, demon? She stopped dwelling on memories. Media tentatively accepted Mr. John Jay's words. I don't think he's lying. Media hesitantly continued. John Ma. So you lost? Her words touched his... John Jay angrily shouted. What do you think? No matter how good John Ma is, he can't match me. Besides, I wasn't equipped with a weapon at the time. Seeing his jumpy attitude, Media began to tease. What's this? Why so agitated? Besides, didn't you always say that skilled people don't depend on weapons? She propped her chin with one hand, crossed her legs, voice steady. Now using it as an excuse? Not good at all, is it? She smiled, Tease. John Jay's face grew even angrier. You damned, shouts echoed outside the window frame. What is this, wanna die? John Ma versus Mr. John. Scene shifts to images of the battle between Mr. John Jay and John. Both were striking fear, neither yielding to the. Suddenly the system's voice rang out. It woke him from that dream. The air around him, he thought to himself. Although I completed it quite well. If media hadn't intervened, who knows what would have happened? He sighed. John Jay. That nobleman is quite belligerent. He turned over to lie on his side. Lost in battle scene reappeared in John Ma's mind. This seems to be mind's eye or something like that. Such a strange feeling experiencing it. Mind's eye. On this side, media was practicing swordsmanship, thinking inwardly. The degree of mastery and understanding of one's weapon. A space activated when meeting various conditions. People say only masters who polish their weapons their entire lives can enter that. Therefore, even in the world of miraculous protection, fewer than 10 masters can freely enter and Thinking again of Leon training with the sword alongside John Zier. Protagonist Leon, born with warrior qualities, also had to train for 3 years before entering Mind's Eye. I know this because I gave up right then, but why? Do I have that? John Ma thought to himself. Leon, the protagonist who was buffed, also took 3 years. He suddenly discovered something strange that made him bolt upright from bed, reminding himself, the image of the knife flashed in his sashimi. In my previous life, I used knives for 20 straight years, practically the best in the. He continued analyzing. Moreover, when the sword god's blessing is activated, my concentration can surpass ordinary. Images of everyone from both his lives appeared in his mind as he contemplated. This life and the previous life are merging together to create the extraordinary. He looked at the knife in his hand, gripping it tightly with all his determination. From past experience, avoiding only makes situations worse. Must solve step by step what can be. John Ma confidently held the knife and got up from. He told himself, let's try this. Starting to draw the blade again. If I can use Mind's Eye, I can train without needing to use the sword god's. He gradually closed his eyes and fully drew the knife from its. He concentrated, trying to enter his mind. The scenery around John Ma gradually changed. All the furniture in the room slowly disappeared. Scene transformed from his bedroom to the academy's rooftop. Seemingly he had entered Mind's. However, his Mind's Eye space suddenly cracked. A giant hand emerged from behind the frag. Meanwhile, you were still standing there focused, reminiscing about the moment of the sparring match with Mr. Gomre. That large hand drew closer behind your back, used its index finger to lightly touch your shoulder. Ma seemed to be infused with a strange kind of power, incredibly strong and abundant. You feel confused about the recent turn of events. The shimi knife you were holding in your hand gradually vanished. You silently watched your knife disappear, unable to comprehend, and hesitantly said. The scene shifted to another place where someone spoke up. This time things have gone too far, Elder Glady. And someone else continued. Exactly. They're clearly looking down. Someone's hand slammed hard on the table as everyone present agreed with this. All 5 people sat around the round table as the old woman sitting beside spoke. They're definitely our enemies for daring to bring that name here. And the lanky old man shouted. Does that even matter now? We need to deal with the troublemaker first. Let me say it again. That top student, we need to investigate thoroughly. Causing the old woman to frown with displeasure clearly showing on her. She propped one hand on her chin and said, that student is a promising candidate for the position of hero. Isn't that Leon Van? The lanky man stood up and confidently asserted. But that brat has only used half of his blessing so far, and besides, He tried to persuade the powerful man in white robes sitting opposite him. He threatened the genius twins with a knife during class placement. Moreover, media is hiding information to protect him. Everything about that student is a question. An old man sitting beside him said, in any case, the hero's fate cannot be avoided. And the lanky man immediately interjected. Exactly, we must cut off unpredictable. That old man continued. It seems this time they're determined enough to bring John Jay into the academy. And the lanky man agreed. Right, you speak, shouted. After the 7 stars. After media took office at the academy, how much our elder status has declined. The lanky man continued. After Bassman was defeated, the world began to admire the 7 stars. Aren't we just elders left? Images of both media and John Jay appeared as he spoke more and more passionately. Even though we were the ones who led and created balance for those fools, even until now, moreover, if a hero appears, our position becomes even more One old man spoke up. We need a common enemy to maintain power. And the one beside the lanky man said, exactly, the hero threatens the demon lord, so must be over. The lanky man thought to himself. I'm dignified as an academy elder, yet that brat dared use force to intimidate me. The commander of the 5th Legion was very. He pondered for a while. If I don't do something here, the image of the demon teaching assistant appeared, smiling cunningly and maliciously with a smile that made people feel chilled. Commander of the Demon King's 5th Legion, Oko? He concluded fearfully. Better dead than alive. Finally, after hearing all the elders' opinions, the old man sitting in the center with a dignified posture said, "All right, convey this order." Still maintaining his authoritative demeanor, he spoke. Giamon. At that moment, a heavy hammer fell hard onto the wooden. Your face was full of suppressed. Len's desperate cry rang out as he stammered. You, young man, spare me. Falling with a loud thud to the Gioma's hand was a rather long knife that you gripped tightly, so tightly your hand trembled before it. Rain was falling as you silently cursed. Murasame. The atmosphere around the two people extremely tense with the image of Galen sitting on the floor terrified before the sight of you holding that long knife, thinking to himself, "It's come, young." The system screen appeared stating Muramasa had been added, a ranky knife known as Moonfrost that, with the blacksmith's secret technique, had been reborn as a carbon steel kitchen knife, small but with power depending on the user, continuing to provide specifications. Length 35 centimeters, power rank C, range rank E, hardness rank E, and potential. Gio-Ma's expression was somewhat contemptuous and speechless upon hearing the system notification. You stared at Galen as he tried to explain. Though I've been forging for nearly 30 years, this is the first time I've encountered this case. In other words, the image of the knife broken in two appeared as he said. It itself refused to be forged. Galen continued. So I had to melt it down and reforge it, fortunately still keeping its shape. Anyway, if it were another blacksmith, it would have become scrap metal. But continued explaining. Just one hammer strike and done. You fell into contemplative calculation with a slightly worried expression. With 20 years of knife experience, I find it very well made and the size completely suits the blessing. Just the hardness is a bit. Galen tried to make you understand. But its potential is very good. If enhanced, it will surely be very useful. Consider it an apology. If you bring enhancement materials, I'll waive the forging. Gio-Ma was furiously angry, reproaching Galen. What if it breaks again? Making him immediately stammer and explain. Though only rank E, if the potential is A, this katana can reach rank A or even higher, and there are enhancement materials that never. Hesitantly said. But those materials are materials from rank A or higher magical beasts, so how could I? You calculated, staring intently at the knife before you. Rank a magical beast equivalent to rank E demon, meaning I have to kill creatures like that mermaid? Gio-Ma looked at the sharpened knife gleaming with blinding light, thinking, I don't want to risk my life just for equipment enhancement. I could also get enhancement materials from low-level magical beasts. You thought, too wasteful, as the system immediately issued a notification. No purchase means waste, electronic. You hesitantly said, You promise. Of course I promise on a blacksmith's. You told Galen. That's that. Return half the excess iron money to me. 10 million. Causing Galen to exclaim in surprise. He angrily shouted. I made it according to your request and even waived the enhancement. Gio-Ma slowly replied. It's been reduced from rank B to half. By market price this punishment is He was stunned. What? What? How can there be such a person? Daring to cheat money from a... You raised the knife high, its sharpness reflecting blinding light as you said with a serious Anyway, I have to test how it works. This made Galen feel even more frightened. Why yes, I apologize. 5 million. How about that? However, Gio-Ma insisted, 10 million. And he continued bidding in shock. 8 million can't be. While you only gently touched the sharp blade, he grew increasingly fearful and continued. Rank B weapon, even just a fragment has a different market price. Hard to break. You with a cold expression demanded. Return the money. This made Galen plop down resignedly before your power. Scene change as the system screen appeared, notifying you. Blessing. Sword God will cut through everything. Physical level from 7 to 8 with expanded sword range. Mental level 4 increasing dignity in words and actions. Armament level from 1 to 3 reducing pain by 1 level when activating blessing. Synchronization rate from 7.2% to 9.3% unlocking first flow. Reach 15% synchronization to meet next unlock condition. Blessing only activated when using swords under 36.2 centimeters length and 9.0 centimeters. You sat on a chair in the academy court. You ate while silently reading the system notification board, contemplating. After getting a new weapon, armament level increased with additional options. The biggest reason I hesitated to use Sword God Blessing was the terrible. You looked dismally at the statistics it provided, yet it reduced it? Thinking about the future, I definitely must upgrade. Actually, after seeing this text, I experimented. Though the pain decreased from wanting to die to being able to breathe, it's still very uncomfortable. If just level 1 achieved this, then after leveling up, Perhaps I can use Sword God Blessing without needing pain immunity. Seems armament level increases with new weapons or weapon enhancement. The system notification sounded. Armament level has increased. And you continued pondering. The midterm exam has ended. From now my top priority is weapon enhancement. If I continue developing like this, perhaps I'll understand the power granted to me and possibly even the identity of whoever threw me. Ji-ma was absorbed in contemplation without noticing the surroundings as Chloe approached calling your name. Gio-ma. Making you startle and drop. You turned to look at her. Whoa, Chloe. And she asked curiously, what are you doing while eating? Gio-ma immediately replied, ah, nothing, just not feeling. Noticed down at Chloe's feet and asked concernedly, cast off? Are you? Chloe was cheerful and delighted. Though I still have to use crutches. I feel better than before. She jumped up. When broken bones heal they become strong. You felt helpless thinking, bones aren't muscle. Noticed something stuck on her mouth and kindly called her back. You carefully removed it from Chloe's mouth while Gio-ma was still confused about what it was, while she on the side was practically cloud nine from your kind concern. Her face flushing red with embarrassment, so much that Chloe had to fall landing on her bottom, crying. You saw this and immediately asked worriedly, extending your hand to help her up. Are you okay? Chloe quickly answered. She looked curiously at the knife placed on the chair with wonder. That, she excitedly cried out as Chloe held your weapon admiring it. Is this Gio-ma's first weapon? So beautiful. While you sat to the side worried. Afraid something would happen to her. Gio-ma reassuring himself. Probably. The cord wrapping your sharp blade slipped off revealing a blinding gleam as Chloe raised Gio-ma's knife high praising it. Truly beautiful. Unexpectedly this beautiful despite being and mentioning rank E, your expression immediately became dejected. Rank E, and she quickly explained flustered. No, I didn't mean that. Compared to the lowest rank it's very beautiful. No, not that. You didn't mind, just smiled recalling the moment you threatened Galen. It's fine. Anyway, I already got back some money from that cheap blacksmith. And he also waived enhancement if I bring materials. Gradually enhancing it will make it. Chloe nodded in agreement. Exactly. Before Gio-ma was strong even using a Deso sashimi knife. Surely with a better weapon you'll be even stronger. Hearing her encouragement you felt more spirited. Gio-ma began sinking into thought. Actually, I don't need to be stronger since cutting that mermaid. I can already cut most mid-level magical beasts and above, and the main reason I want to enhance weapons is to reduce pain. While Chloe on the side worried seeing you silently content. You slowly. This made her feel even more flustered as Chloe nearly jumped up. Gio-ma. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disparage your weapon. Seeing her react this way you also startled. No, not like that. Eyes looking at the knife on the chair. Gio-ma explained. Just when seeing the Muramesa I was rewarded. I felt a bit disheartened. And she responded with a long, then spoke regretfully. The blacksmith ruined Gio-ma's weapon. Her expression gradually changed as Chloe emanated extremely powerful killing intent. Those who troubled Gio-ma. All of them. Kill them. Her eyes glowed red. Filled with the desire to send others to meet their ancestors. You spoke up seeing her silent for quite a while. Chloe. Making her startle out of thoughts of slaughtering others. I'm sorry. While you silently placed your hand on her shoulder to come. Leon Gio-ma discovered something at the tree near where you stared intently at that tree thinking. This is. Can't Chloe? Gio-ma slowly approached the tree, as she also hurriedly ran after. Gio-ma. Where you used great force to kick the tree trunk. Your voice coldly uttering. What are you? In the tree, Nox fell down to the ground, landing on his bottom with an audibly painful. Gio-ma's expression was contemptuous as you thought to yourself. This guy is also really strange. He immediately took a defensive stance, stammering in panic. First time. Chloe stood to the side witnessing this scene in shock, only managing to utter one word. Bruh. After a moment, you gripped the knife tightly in your. You looked at her as Chloe sprouted ears, trying hard to. He stood with his back turned toward him, and seeing this, he spoke up asking if there was something the matter. Startled Nox, who remained silent for a while, making him feel confused. Gio-ma stared intently at Nox and said that he thought he had already explained things clearly to him. Nox angrily turned around with veins bulging all over his face and hesitantly said that he didn't come here because of that. Without delay, he continued asking why then, and Nox replied that telling Chloe would be like water off a duck's back anyway. Chloe's ears perked up, turning toward Nox who was speaking, and he continued saying that it would be best to tell both of them together. Nox raised his hand to adjust his face covering and continued saying that this matter also concerned Gio-ma. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around, looked at both of them, and continued saying that the Council of Elders of the Academy had issued an order to handle Gio-ma. Surprised him, thinking that the Council of Elders of the Academy had appeared and those old folks wanted to deal with him. Chloe was alarmed, asking if he came looking for Geoma because of that. Nox sighed broadly, saying that Chloe had been away from home too long and had lost her vigilance. And she angrily assumed a defensive stance, immediately pulling out a letter opener. Chloe shouted for Geoma to get behind her because it seemed she had to handle this guy. Geoma didn't pay much attention to Chloe, while she kept shouting loudly with wildly swinging arms telling him to hurry and get behind her. And Nox said no, that she was still very sharp. Chloe. He crossed his arms and continued speaking to him with a threatening attitude, saying that he didn't care what Geoma was doing. But the Council of Elders was very obsessed with him. He warned him that even internally, the auditor felt strange and wanted to temporarily suspend the mission. Their secretly issuing orders without going through the headmaster was also against their principles, and moreover, assassinating a student went against their rules. Nox looked at him, saying that because this was a direct order from the Council of Elders, it was hard to ignore, and if the pressure continued to increase, the auditor would be forced to investigate Geoma. He fell silent and closed his eyes, and Nox's gaze became gentler when he looked at his sister, saying that anyway, Chloe was also a member of the auditor, so he was letting her know. She stood stunned looking at her brother. Geoma remained cautious, reminding himself that though Nox used the excuse of going against family principles to come here, he was actually worried about Chloe. Nox turned his back, about to leave, saying he had finished speaking. He immediately called him back, and Nox turned around in confusion to look at him. Seeing that look, Geoma became flustered, wondering what it was, because last time too, Nox had looked at him without saying anything. Turning his back, Nox told him that Chloe was happiest when by that person's side, and seeing the image of his sister before his eyes. Nox continued saying that even he, as her brother, had never seen her like that. His words made Chloe embarrassed. Geoma also didn't know what to say in response to his words. Not stopping there, Nox continued saying not to hurt Chloe anymore, and he looked at him while Geoma also became embarrassed, confused. Geoma froze with a confused expression, thinking what on earth he was saying. Since wasn't he the one who got hurt? Nox fiercely furrowed his brow and glared at him. Geoma turned his head to see Chloe approaching with a heavy step and quickly said yes, he understood. Nox remained silent for a while then spoke up, saying he wanted to ask him one question. He seriously looked at Geoma and asked how a weakling like him could be so strong. Made Geoma feel confused, wondering if he was strong. Geoma recalled the scene of the swordsman slashing down and fell into contemplation, thinking that a powerful swordsman not only must always be ready to face difficult situations but must also have the strength to survive every minute, every second, and this wasn't a level that could be measured by strength alone. He couldn't put it into words. Geoma glanced up thinking that Nox used Chloe as an excuse to reveal family secrets to him, an outsider. Geoma turned his head and called out to Nox. Nox was startled, and Geoma said that he wasn't desperate enough, and Nox irritably asked what he meant by that. Geoma seriously said that even if he was an auditor, when interacting with society there would be certain tolerance, and if he was limited within the academy, he would quickly reach his development limit, so he should accumulate social experience, and if he sweated tears to study, he would surely achieve something. Nox asked in bewilderment what he meant, and Geoma turned to leave, unable to help feeling anxious and worried, silently encouraging himself that he wasn't wrong and to be confident. In the classroom, the teacher held chalk writing on the board while lecturing, of all things including discipline and prosperity. He turned around and continued saying that there were many gods in heaven, however, and the students listened attentively. Geoma held a pen in one hand and propped his chin in thought, thinking that the Council of Elders of the Academy was targeting him. In his notebook he had drawn Chloe in a diagram, and he circled a line of text then thought that 5 out of 7 members of the Council of Elders were disciples of Baylor Jacquin. And as he recalled, this council had great influence not only within the academy but throughout the world. Geoma slowly recalled the game plot, remembering that because their role was to obstruct the protagonist to maintain the council's power and strength, players even called them the 5 evils. Geoma sank into thought, asking himself why his existence was a thorn in their side. He continued writing in his notebook. Geoma listed 3 things he deduced and underlined the last line of that sentence. Geoma thought wearily that writing it out like this showed even a weakling like him had many things to resolve, and Geoma propped his hand looking at the notebook with an utterly fed-up expression, thinking that normally things were fine, safe, and realistic, and at this level he was trying to become prominent. No matter what he was like, Geoma looked up at the blackboard full of writing and continued thinking that the Council of Elders targeting him was completely absurd. He squinted his eyes, paying attention to the underlined text from earlier and Skopali Island, Leon Mermit. At this moment Geoma suddenly realized the one being targeted wasn't him but Leon. He was the obstacle disrupting the council's purpose. Geoma recalled his conversation with the media last time, thinking that no matter how silent the media kept, the truth that he had defeated Mermit couldn't fail to reach the hands of those with the highest positions among the nobility. He thought that their targeting Leon, the hero candidate, meant one of them. Geoma thought of 2 figures, Elder Zaharasit and Jamjei Friss, or possibly they were secretly allied with the demon race. Geoma's mind appeared Leon's image, and he thought that moreover they were trying to kill a student of teenage years. No matter how rotten they were, while the professor stood on the podium holding chalk, he continued thinking how they could place their own interests above humanity's or the Academy's interests. He didn't think they could be rotten to this extent, and he could go meet and confront the Council of Elders. Jio-ma drew a few strokes on the paper, silently telling himself it wasn't time yet. Not yet, and when the opportunity was ripe. He narrowed his eyes with a face full of ferocity, silently affirming he would cut them in two. After the professor finished lecturing, he reminded them to take notes, and only then did he pay attention to the board, and because he hadn't been listening to the lecture he didn't understand anything. He couldn't concentrate on heaven, bowls, riding horses. He circled a word then quickly crossed it out, thinking he should do it, strengthen armaments. Indeed, he had to infiltrate the dungeon. First he had to gather people with the same idea because he couldn't do it alone, and if he told Chloe, she would help him. If he could find a skilled person that would be good. But Rachel was too crazy. And on the board the professor continued devotedly lecturing to the students about future generations of humanity, daring to be certain about humanity's future. Jio-ma froze with wide eye, wrote down a name as the professor's words rang out, saying it was called a god. After class, in the hallway bathed in warm sun, Jio-ma was on his way to weapon class when someone was cracking their knuckles, and that person spoke in a crude tone, calling out to the famous person. A tall blonde guy stood behind Jio-ma, showing off his white teeth with a fierce expression, saying this wasn't a place for a lowlife like him to come, calling him a gifted student, which surprised Jio-ma. He broke out in sweat, feeling this was an awkward situation, and complained inwardly, wondering what this was, this third-rate supporting character, because in his entire career he had dealt with over 10,000 drunk customers, but these were just teenagers and dealing with them was tiring. Jio-ma didn't care about the guy and continued walking, not forgetting to throw him a threatening line to get lost and not bother him before he shaved off that square jaw, and the guy couldn't believe it, asking what, calling him a brat. Jio-ma calmly glanced at the fist swinging toward him, thinking it was too slow. At that moment a familiar figure rushed over, making him astonished. Weapon appeared from nowhere, jumped up and threw a powerful punch at the guy's face. Students were attracted by the commotion, with one male student asking what was happening and a female student walking beside him also wondering if it was a fight. After taking Weapon's punch, the guy lay unconscious on the floor while Weapon shouted that it hurt so much, asking why he was like this. Jio-ma stood to the side with a slight smile, thinking to himself that he had seen many mage abilities, but this was the first time witnessing such a lucky ability, and Weapon wondered in confusion if he had hit him too hard. Looked at Jio-ma and said with a smile that he came to visit him and they should go outside to talk. Jio-ma placed a drink can on the windowsill and said that so now they needed to organize a party as soon as possible, saying that was what he wanted to say. Weapon comfortably leaned against the windowsill holding the drink can and replied that the cleary wood would be divided equally among members, asking if he was keeping the magic beast materials. Jio-ma crossed his arms leaning against the window, eyes looking intently outside, saying that if he said to organize a party, no one would come except Chloe. So if someone from Dragon class like him helped, it would be easier. Weapon said about the party that if they wanted to infiltrate the dungeon, they needed at least 4 people, then took a sip of soda and asked if even when the Academy had no internal regulations, he could clear 5 or 6 dungeons by himself. Jio-ma turned his head and helplessly replied that if he went alone, there was no way he could conquer it. Weapon laughed, saying he was bullshitting, asking how he could say that when he just defeated Mermit, saying being too modest wasn't good, buddy, and Jio-ma was at a loss for words, thinking to himself that Weapon thought he was trying to appear modest. Weapon smiled gently, seemingly in a very good mood. Weapon remarked that he looked okay now, and hearing that, he gratefully replied that thanks to his hospital room, he could rest comfortably. Weapon looked at the drink can in his hand and said with relief that was good then. The brilliant light of sunset covered him, and then he happily agreed that he would accept his proposal because there was no reason to refuse, and besides, being next to him, he would have new experiences. Jio-ma showed a sincere smile and replied thank you. Weapon asked which dungeon he planned to go to, and Jio-ma looked out the window and replied rank C, Buffalo Dungeon, and he asked if that dungeon was in Quan and he answered yes. Weapon raised the drink can near his mouth, thinking that was the Buffalo Dungeon, the most classic dungeon, and in his mind appeared the image of a bull-headed monster. Me, you, and Chloe made 3 people total, asking what kind of person he wanted for the last one and if he had envisioned it yet. When asked, and Jio-ma immediately replied that he hoped it wouldn't be Rachel or Leon, and Weapon laughed and affirmed that they wouldn't go anyway. Weapon explained that Rachel had been training at the training center since enrolling at the academy, and Leon was preparing to conquer dungeons with 2nd and 3rd years. Jio-ma thought to himself, how for— Weapon continued pondering, then looked up at the sky and said, I remember there's one suitable person probably sleeping there right. Jio-ma asked in disbelief, sleeping? At this hour? Weapon slurped the last of his drink and answered, that kid's just like— He tossed the can away, which hit the edge of the trash bin, bounced up and struck the wall, then finally fell perfectly into the trash bin, before saying, let's go to the canteen first and grab something to eat to survive. Very soon, evening arrived. A serene full moon night with twinkling stars in the sky. The two walked to a large house built in traditional architecture. Weapon opened the gate and said, "Excuse the intrusion. It's open now, let's go in." Joma thought to himself, is this his house? The entrance was paved with stone tiles, surrounded by green lawns and intricately designed lamp posts. Joma held a bag in his hand as a cool breeze blew past. He walked while looking around, thinking, there's a place like this in the academy? I never came here when playing the Miracle of Blessing. Joma walked and thought, in my previous life, even though I was a chef specializing in Japanese cuisine, I never went to Japan. I really wanted to go there once to research them. He arrived at an archery range. Joma stared blankly at the distant targets already covered with countless arrows. Weapon moved toward the wooden house where a figure was lying on the floor and announced, "Here we." He approached closer to wake the girl sleeping soundly on the wooden floor, saying, "Hey." Joma followed behind him, looking at the scene before him in slight disbelief. Weapon crouched down and continued calling loudly, "Hey, wake up! Hey!" No luck. The girl remained blissfully asleep despite Weapon's out of options. Weapon leaned close to her ear and whispered, "I bought it." The blue-haired girl jolted away. She immediately sat up and asked, "Where?" Joma looked at her recovery speed with confusion. He smiled, pointing toward Joma and said, "The one with the straight black hair there." The girl, who had been drowsy just moments ago, suddenly lunged forward like a ferocious beast at dizzying speed. Joma straightened up, caught off guard by this situation. The girl aimed for the black plastic bag he was. A flash of lightning streaked. The girl snatched the bag from his. Her murderous gaze stared at him. Joma fell backward from the moment. Loud thud. Joma hit the floor hard, his head buzzing, his emotions in turmoil, while the girl lay on top of him, holding a chocolate bar in her hand, taking blissful bites while continuously praising. So, Joma gradually regained his senses, thinking, what just happened? The girl called out, "Hey you!" Joma looked. The blue-haired girl looked up at him, extremely beautiful, still holding the half-eaten chocolate bar in her hand, and asked, "Do you have more yang?" Going back to before Joma's time travel, it was an ordinary day in the kitchen where his colleagues were. Suddenly, a shout echoed from outside, startling them into stopping all their activity. Joma furrowed his brow, eyes wide open with excitement, saying, "It's here. It's here. It's finally." Joma recalled that he had lived a life knowing nothing but work, his hands trembling as they held his phone, the screen displaying a glowing door. The miracle blessed. He thought of the people around him, from colleagues to game characters, blaming himself for failing to confront those stinking men in both games and real. Finally, it's finally come to me. Joma, dressed in his chef's uniform, sat in the bathroom holding his phone excitedly, saying, "Damn it, if I pay, will it appear right?" Reason he was willing to pay was because in Joma's mind appeared the image of a game character. A blue-haired girl with golden eyes and 2 tufts of hair on top of her head that made him incredibly.
Abendvernebelung.
He tapped the phone screen and a female voice rang out from the light. A girl with tied-up blue hair, holding a chocolate candy bar, smiled and asked, displaying 5 stars below, an SSR. Joma stared intently at the screen, not forgetting to let out a few. Joma recalled the game's imagery. Miracle Blessing Gate had many beautiful heroines in the storyline, all revolving around the male protagonist. Among them, the character confirmed by the game as the main heroine was Aben von Nie. Though other heroines had shown their own appeal, he remembered a monster-fighting event in the game where someone shouted, "Miss Aben, you're." Leon and Aben held swords emanating pink light, with Aben saying, "Sorry, we're a bit late." Joma recounted the game's story progression. This was the tale of Aben and Leon's journey, and on the screen at that, the image of the two joining forces to charge into battle was extremely impressive, their romance gradually blossoming. At that time, even he was captivated by Aben's character and spent money on this game. Joma watched Leon and Aben shouting loudly, marveling at this image, when suddenly his phone received a notification from the web. CB card Joma ***, December 4th, 1707. Payment of 149,001 completed for Miracle Blessing Gate. Joma continued so except for the main heroine Aben, the others gradually faded into obscurity, with the main character standing in the center and Weapon and the blue-haired girl standing on either. Joma fell into contemplation. Among the heroines, the one who fell into obscurity the fastest was his first 5-star pull, the daughter of Jongong Saki. Returning to the present, Ryuzo held the chocolate bar and asked, "Do you have more yang?" Joma was confused. Huh. Before he could answer, she had already turned away, hand on hip, saying, "This guy seems a bit The reason Weapon insisted on this was because Joma recalled Ryuzo's abilities, sweating as he thought, "I've used her, so I know very well. Ryuzo has the highest DPS among all ADCs, and although she doesn't look it, she's very Joma thought about the story's plot. Besides, she doesn't play an important role in the main storyline, so there's a high chance her political relationships will be shaken if she joins the party. Perhaps thinking this, Joma consoled himself. It should be fine. Ryuzo walked straight to Weapon and asked, "What brings you here, Weapon?" Weapon observed the Yonggang bar in her hand, hesitating slightly. Ryuzo snatched the candy bar from his hand, coldly saying, "Sst." Weapon probed Ryuzo. "That guy is Joma. You know him, right?" At that moment, the chocolate bar had just reached her. Ryuzo stared intently at the chocolate bar she had just bitten, indifferently replying, "Oh." Weapon explained, "He came to see me early this afternoon," and she immediately asked back. Weapon continued, "But at that time he was being bullied by some thugs." Ryuzo coldly interrupted him, "No problem." Hearing this, Weapon stopped beating around the bush and said directly, "All right, we're looking for members to conquer the dungeon. We'll go next." Joma marveled inwardly. Such a clear explanation, truly living up to his name. Weapon said, "Except for the horn bead, all rewards will be distributed equally among members." After hearing this, Ryuzo silently looked at, and she walked toward. Ryuzo pointed at his chest and seriously asked, "You're the one from back then, right? At the beginning in that dimension space." Joma frankly replied. Ryuzo looked at him seriously, making Joma feel a bit Ryuzo turned and walked step by step toward Weapon, saying, "The dungeon rewards will benefit my score, so there's no reason to refuse, but you're not as brave as I." Joma's face went blank thinking, "I don't want to hear this from someone who sleeps all the." Ryuzo grabbed her jacket, saying, "Sorry, but I don't want to work with someone who lacks courage." Put on her jacket as Weapon quickly spoke up. "Saki, you saw him fight too, and besides, Joma isn't ordinary either," she replied. "Probably just weak opponents." Weapon protested, "No, are you crazy? That person is from Auditor, and during the midterm." Realizing he had misspoken, Weapon quickly covered his mouth with his hand as Ryuzo looked. Joma's face became serious as he silently witnessed their conversation. The two continued arguing, with Weapon saying loudly, "Can't you just listen? How annoying. Just follow me." Ryuzo wasn't one to back down either, retorting, "Am I your dog? Why should I listen?" He angrily said, "Girl, you're the dog drooling over Yang." Struck to the core, Ryuzo shouted loudly, "Hey, if you don't know anything about Yonggang, don't talk." Weapon immediately shot back at her. "Then I'll buy it for you." Joma was speechless, watching them like children, thinking, "What should I?" Joma thought, wanting to find members and what kind of person they are two different things. Recalling the sweet image of Ryuzo in the game while pondering, there's no need to convince someone with such a poor He turned to leave, saying, "Weapon, that's enough, stop. No need to convince someone who doesn't want to cooperate. Let's go find someone better." This decision startled. Ryuzo regained her calm demeanor, coldly saying, "So you don't want to conquer the dungeon that badly?" After both looked at each other in silence. Neither. Joma gently removed his jacket and drew his Weapon, and Ryuzo flinched with widened eyes, perhaps thinking he would. Joma held the knife in his hand, the blade gleaming irresistibly under the moon. Then he swung his hand and threw the knife to their astonishment. The knife flew straight and struck directly into the bullseye of the shooting. Ryuzo was shocked, her eyes filled with before she could recover. Another knife throw came close to her face, and Ryuzo's eyes widened following the knife's trajectory. Once again it powerfully struck the bull. Ryuzo knelt on the ground as Joma's face remained somewhat composed. He stood looking down at her and asked, "Is that?" Ryuzo's face went pale, her whole body trembling as she stammered. The next morning in an office, the door was pushed. Ryuzo sat in the room with a laptop, gently adjusting her glasses as she Joma, Weapon, and Chloe entered, with Weapon asking in surprise, "You're here so early?" Chloe politely said. Joma sat facing Ryuzo as their eyes. She awkwardly raised her hand with a smile. Joma also smiled in return. "Oh, hello," but inwardly thought, "The sashimi effect is always a." Weapon looked at Ryuzo's computer admiringly. "You're done already?" She replied, "It's nothing, just a few clicks." Then she continued typing. "This is the permit." Almost the room was brightly lit, surrounded by large glass windows and bamboo. Weapon held a brush pen and said expansively, "Now let's be." On the board was drawn a buffalo with a fat round belly and stick-like limbs as Weapon began his presentation. Buffalo Dungeon, as the name suggests, is the dwelling place of C-rank monsters. Buffalo. He seriously pointed at the board, also called because they often charge from afar. Close combat is somewhat difficult. Chloe looked at the image on the board admiringly. "Impressive," Joma asked helplessly. Weapon continued his focused presentation. "But they have one fatal weakness. They're powerless against long-range attacks." Ryuzo nodded in agreement with this. Weapon raised his pen, carefully warning, "However, there's one point to note. This is something that must never be. Absolutely do not open the stone gate in the center." The stone gate he mentioned was sealed with many Chloe wondered. What happens if you... Weapon stroked his chin thoughtfully. Sealed as the rumors say. I've heard about it, but still don't know the... Ryuzo reasoned. The academy doesn't allow opening that stone gate. There's no reason to do something that's forbidden. Joma clasped his hands together with a smile, saying, Exactly, absolutely must not. Everyone's eyes turned to Joma, finding it strange that he spoke so decisively. Sensing everyone's attention on him, Joma grew anxious. Weapon was the first to ask, What is it, Joma? Do you know what's behind that? Joma hastily explained, No. While thinking differently, yes, of course it's because I don't want to break the rules. But he himself knew there was a hidden boss. Hearing this, Weapon didn't question further, asking himself, What else should I say? Joma, knowing he had escaped disaster, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, contemplating. From the start, the stone gate can only be opened if all conditions are met. Currently, it can't be opened because it's been blocked. True, aside from risk factors, there's no easier dungeon than Buffalo. Noticing Joma had been watching her, Ryuzo, holding a Yonggang bar and chewing, asked. Joma started, quickly making an excuse. Huh? Just watching you eat so happily. Ryuzo casually replied. Using your brain a lot requires sugar consumption. Joma thought helplessly. I can't say anything. As a dark and helpless aura gradually emanated around. Then Joma... He cautiously glanced around as if probing, and Chloe also sensed it, holding a paper knife with a murderous expression. Joma thought, I'm being monitored. At this moment in the hallway outside, students were eating, chatting, reading, nothing unusual. Joma pensively turned to look at Chloe, who quickly put away the knife. Her facial expression still fierce, but her tone gentle as she asked, Is something wrong? Joma silently calculated. Wait for now. His eyes sharp as the bus had arrived at Chia. Joma, sitting on the bus, also realized, it's Chia. He had secretly thought, after discharge, I promised myself I'd never come here again. Didn't think I'd return like... The vehicle suddenly... A voice echoed from outside. Where's this vehicle from? Ah, from Joaquin Academy. And he looked toward the sounds. The guard outside was pushing aside the barrier to clear the vehicles. Joma looked and silently thought, civilian restriction. Because this is the border area of Moon Dungeon. Security is very... He recalled earlier and realized. The old chairman is monitoring. Suddenly Weapon walked to his seat, holding an egg and... Hey Joma, want an egg? Joma looked at him blankly as he continued. Or want some soup? He quickly declined. Ah, I'm fine. Thinking. Is eating these things okay? Weapon asked. Are you worried about entering the dungeon? Your face looks like it. Joma could only smile awkwardly. Weapon turned elsewhere, saying, Saki, want... Saki looked indifferently out the glass window, replying, No. While he continued, It's really... After that, she glanced lightly toward... Weapon was excitedly talking to him. Are you planning to do something impressive this time? He replied. As if sensing it, Joma lightly glanced toward... Saki suddenly quickly looked. Joma was puzzled. Feels like I'm being watched. Why does she keep looking? The vehicle arrived, and Chloe immediately rushed. She exclaimed loudly with excitement. We're here. Nice weather. Joma looked and silently assessed. I heard demons built nests here in ancient times. Now this place has been transformed into a simple agricultural... Sweet Weapon looked at him and asked curiously, Why are you carrying so much luggage? He replied, Curious. Then he pulled out his... Inside were dozens of small knives. The guy was speechless. Are you planning to come here to sell knives? Joma answered. It's better to be prepared than... Sweet Weapon quickly retorted. You talk like an old man, but if you brought them, then you must have a... Chloe ahead called out loudly. I'll lead the way for you all. Joma politely replied. After that, the whole team began to... She led the team to an area below a cliff wall that was being... The guards at the entrance weren't very... The atmosphere immediately became... One of them stepped forward and asked, You're from Joaquin Academy, right? Write your names in the registry over... Joma stepped forward to write his... The guard saw it and showed a flash of astonishment, a reaction that was captured within his field of... Sweet Weapon walked ahead and asked him, Joma, what's wrong? The team entered, and a certain smell immediately hit their noses, making Sweet Weapon unable to help but... Guy reminded everyone, Watch your step. Joma behind noticed something and muttered to himself, My eyes are fluctuating. The guard outside closed the door, and he reassured himself, It'll be... Whole team went deeper in... Joma looked around at the stone walls that had been scribbled on by previous people and was speechless. A dungeon and people come here to sightsee? These nobles From behind, Saki suddenly grabbed his... He breathed heavily and said, I'm so tired. Joma looked at her and asked back, You don't look like anything's... Saki quickly explained, I think if there's something sweet, then, don't you have... While he was rummaging for candy, Saki behind him grinned slyly, as if she had achieved her. He unwrapped it and gave her the Saki looked at it blankly and asked, "Candy is fine, but don't you have any?" Joma heard that and raised his voice. "You're asking me? Didn't you bring any?" Saki laughed mockingly. "I'm saving them for..." Then she popped the candy into her mouth, and Joma was exasperated. "Focus. For heavens..." Suddenly Chloe took a defensive stance. 3. No 4. They're about 200 meters away from... Sweet Weapon continued. "Got it? Stick to the plan, and we'll avoid..." He continued to instruct, "Chloe, Saki, I'll cover for you, so don't worry. I'm counting..." Saki took out her red bow and calmly replied, "Oh." Joma looked and assessed. "This is an S-rank weapon, the Crimson White Bow, right? If so, clearing the dungeon won't be difficult." Saki mumbled. "It's been so long." Joma was still pondering. "Can I try?" Suddenly Saki called out, "Wait!" Then she took out a candy bar and ate it with a satisfied expression. "Okay." Joma became suspicious. Can she be from afar? Killing intent was already... Chloe and Saki immediately stepped forward, while Sweet Weapon from behind did his utmost to cover. From the cave emerged 3 bull-headed monsters, ferociously charging. Chloe advanced, preparing to jumped up and fired toward the monsters. Hit and roared loud. One hit monster fell back. Another continued charging ferociously. Chloe maintained her balance and landed on the ground, clicking her. Then she charged forward again, saying, "I'll slow down." Sweet Weapon saw this and shouted, "Chloe, stick to the..." Suddenly Saki spoke up. "You need to pay attention." With that, she appeared in front of Chloe and drew her bow, swinging her arm power. 3 arrows shot out like 3 monsters were about to reach. While she hadn't yet regained her, they were already struck and eliminated. Saki lowered her bow, licked her lips, and said cheerfully, "I accidentally struck first." Then she enjoyed her candy bar, unable to contain her joy. So delicious. Joma saw this and thought, "I also secretly admire Saki, but he's truly an ADC. No one can stop the steps of a professional ADC." As he walked, he silently observed Saki. The material is being enhanced. Chloe, walking beside, asked him, "What do you..." Suddenly, a monster wounded in the eye woke up and ran towards... She looked at it indifferently, thinking to herself, "It fell earlier," Saki said aloud in annoyance. "How bother..." It lunged straight at her so quickly that she couldn't panic or dodge, and she could only manage to raise both hands to cover her. When Saki opened her eyes, Joma had already arrived to catch her and swung once, splitting the monster. In Saki's eyes at that moment, there was only the sight of Joma standing to protect, causing her to look at him in amazement. He turned back to look at Saki and asked, "Are you up?" She looked at him and smiled secretly with outside the cave, a phone. The guard picked up his face wasn't very friendly as he answered the person on the other end. "Yes. Teaching assistant." Joma approached the monster corpse and picked up. He held it up cheerfully, thinking, "Here it is, the purpose of coming to the dungeon." Bull horns are C-rank reinforcement materials, quite commonly used with various functions beyond strengthening weapons. "I must collect as many as possible." Saki called him from behind. She offered him a candy bar. "Thanks for earlier." "A thank you." Joma turned to look at Saki. Suddenly he sensed killing intent from behind, and he broke out in a cold... He turned back to Chloe, who quickly he whispered to Chloe, "The guard from earlier." Chloe quickly replied, "Ah, I see, I understand." Sweet Weapon, standing far away, asked curiously, "Are you two dating?" Chloe heard this and couldn't control her happy expression. "Dating? Dating?" Joma turned back and said, "If you keep looking at relationships between men and women that way, you're being prejudiced." Sweet Weapon quickly replied, "Really? It's just that she's always by your..." Joma was speechless, not knowing what. Chloe continued, "But the number of creatures wasn't like this at first." The team looked toward the cave and Sweet Weapon replied, "That's right. No matter how common dungeons are, the regeneration can't be this depleted." "Saki, what do you think?" She pondered. "I was thinking the same thing, but wasn't that bull earlier kinda strange?" Sweet asked back, "Strange how? In what?" Saki began to analyze. "I'm not entirely sure, but it seemed like it was running from something. Judging by bull behavior, they only run when an urgent situation occurs." Sweet agreed with her. "That's right. Bulls are basically very docile. They even use them for plowing fields in Chu." Joma heard this and was speechless. "Used for plowing fields? What kind of people are..." Joma also analyzed. "There are more suspicious things than that, but there's nothing we can do about it, right?" "Exactly. The signal doesn't even reach." He asked further, "But how do you two know each?" Saki proudly answered, "I was valedictorian in the written exam, and Weapon was salutatorian." After hearing that, the guy got angry, and Weapon said, "Hey, what do you mean?" He cheerfully boasted, And I won 3 slots in the entrance exam. Joma asked in surprise. Salutatorian in the written exam? I thought only people with connections could get in, but you don't seem like that type. Weapon asked back. Connections? Ah. Daiju is my relative. A bit thought. A relative? That's why. As a player, I don't know Weapon's relationship with the main character. Weapon continued. My family is a branch of Daiju's family, meaning my family is a collateral line of the Qing family. He pondered, then said, never mind, there's nothing to gain from talking. Weapon stepped forward and patted his shoulder enthusiastically. Don't make that face, man. I'm satisfied with my current position, but Joma, you're better than I thought. When you become famous, don't forget, he replied gently. Don't worry, that won't. Weapon said casually. Who knows? What if you become one of the 7-star heroes someday? Chloe quickly added. That's right. If it's Joma, it's Suddenly Saki gripped her bow and walked quickly ahead, and Joma looked. The whole team looked at Saki in confusion. She pondered and spoke. She turned back to look at them and continued. I don't like the 7-star hero. Everyone looked at Saki in bewilderment, and Weapon said aloud. What's... He continued. Let's go ahead. After we clear the dungeon, we'll figure things out. We just need to catch about 20, right? Joma beside him suddenly noticed. Claw marks appeared on the rock. Joma captured it within his field of... Weapon reminded him. What's wrong? Let's outside. The guard continued to answer, and the person on the other end asked him, have you prepared as I The guard carefully replied, yes, of course. They're definitely fighting the bulls that were driven mad by the demonic stones. You don't need to. Person on the phone continued, I know that, but I'm not confident. Did you do anything? The guard replied, yes, I did as you instructed, but in my opinion, they'll handle the mad. Woman on the other end said cheerfully, hey, then why were you so confident earlier? If you fail, will you dare take responsibility? The guard's throat tightened without answering, and the other side continued. Just do your best. Call me when you have results. Good. The guard stammered in reply. Yes, I understand. He sighed. Dead this way. Dead. The door at this moment radiated with killing, and he thought to himself. Even the door has to be opened as a precaution. Their chances of survival are near. He also sensed something from him. But those eyes seem able to see through every. After hesitating briefly, the guard decided to enter. I have to go inside the cave, Chloe called. She said, I sense the monsters approaching us from behind. Joma asked further. Good. About how? She pondered. The blessing shows. Then Chloe's expression became about. Whole team was stunned in disbelief. From inside the cave echoed the sound of rapid footsteps. The team looked at each other in complete confusion. Suddenly, an entire herd of ferocious bulls appeared, advancing toward them. Their numbers uncapped. Weapon said in confusion. What's going on? Isn't this too many? Are these really These bulls weren't normal but extremely ferocious. Their eyes glowing crimson. The entire herd ferociously charged at the. Weapon said in horror. Earlier I said they were docile magical beasts. Joma was shocked. The water bulls are rushing here. Sashimi recalled the saying. Every blade has its own purpose. He reminisced about his previous life when the head chef told him. A knife for killing cows can't kill chickens, and a sashimi knife is only for killing fish. Understand? He asked back. What does that mean? What about beef used for sashimi? The chef then swung his knife up, and he quickly shielded himself, repeatedly saying, Sorry, When he opened his eyes in amazement, he discovered, the knife had cut the fish in half. He smiled and said, It's fine if you say. Suddenly Joma realized, why am I suddenly remembering my past life? It seems you can kill bulls with a sashimi knife. Joma gave orders. Chloe, quickly distract the bulls. Instead of attacking head-on, attack left and right. Their trajectory will immediately be deflected. No need to attack, just draw their attack. Chloe pondered and followed his instruction. He continued, Weapon, you know what to do. Weapon smiled and said, Man, Saki looked at him skeptically, wondering, what's this? Why is he so calm? 50 water bulls. Suddenly Joma called her. Block the bulls getting close. She quickly. Saki asked Weapon in bewilderment. What's with him? He's strangely calm. The guy reminded her. Don't be surprised. Joma thought to himself. Bulls? Sashimi? Don't overthink it. That's why I prepared. He gripped the knife in his. The bull ferociously charged. Joma didn't hesitate and advanced to it. Saki looked at him in bewilderment. The chocolate bar she was biting fell to the ground. Saki was also stunned by Joma's choice. He's gone. In the distance, Joma held the blade in his hand, standing atop a pile of bull corpses stacked upon each other on the blood-red stone floor in an eerie crimson glow. His eyes filled with cold ruthlessness as the sharp blade. Saki's eyes widened in bewilderment, thinking to herself. At that moment, no, in that instant, didn't stop. Chloe also gripped her sword and charged forward like she seemed to split into 3 different afterimages, then brought her hand close to the sword hilt, her eyes flashing with determination and ruthless. The crazed bulls roared madly and charged forward in chaos, every bull's eyes glowing crimson red like Chloe used the cat god's blessing. Her main body stayed behind using its power, and illusions flew forward one after another, swords in hand, aiming at the Chloe's small silhouette stood among the massive bulls as she descended to the ground, with each illusion gradually merging back into one, and pink light from Chloe's power blazed brilliantly. Illusions had vanished, leaving only Chloe's figure kneeling on the ground, sheathing her sword, while the bulls behind had been blown to pieces, leaving. Then the ground reflected Joma's shadow as he charged forward swift as he launched himself high into the air, his familiar sashimi knife in hand, rushing toward the herd of bulls lumbering. Joma nimbly weaved through the bulls, each slash of his blade cutting into them so fast nothing could be. He would slash one bull, then use the momentum to leap and kill another, darting back and forth among the herd with quick and agile movements as the bull's dark red blood spurted out, staining everything. As Joma charged forward, a bull was frantically roaring and punching wildly everywhere, making dirt and rocks fly in all directions. He held his knife horizontally with both hands in front of his face to reduce the impact from the flying rock. Saki Ryoso and Speed Weapon behind squinted their eyes, watching the situation unfold before. A herd of massive, fierce bulls charged violently toward one after another like mad. They rushed forward, leaping and piling on top of each other to pin him in. Finally, a heap of bulls piled up on each other like a giant sphere, crushing Joma in. Saki Ryoso raised her bow to shoot and rescue him, but even she was terrified before the bull's onslaught. There were two. Suddenly, she widened her eyes and the bulls that had crushed Joma moments ago were sent flying everywhere by his power, while he himself stood tall and straight, both blades in. Joma was completely uninjured, his cold face glancing at everything around him amid the scattered. Saki Ryoso stood dazed, lowering her bow as she had to exclaim, "My!" Massive bulls fell and crashed heavily onto the red ground all around, while Joma stood tall and Saki Ryoso stared in amazement at his powerful back. Not knowing what finally done, Joma also felt relief. He smiled gently as his large bag was now filled to the brim with valuable, gleaming bull horns, and Joma put the last horn in and said with satisfaction, "This should be." He was very pleased. It was all thanks to the power of the item, as the 40 seconds of blessing had made capturing 50 bulls thoroughly manageable. Chloe ran to Joma's side, praising him enthusiastically. "Joma, you were so cool today." He was slightly startled, looked at her, then thought to himself, it was also thanks to everyone. Joma readily patted Chloe's head in praise. "Chloe, you did great too. Thanks to you, I defeated them more easily." Receiving his praise made her smile like a flower. "Thank you so much." Saki Ryoso and Speed Weapon in the distance stood stunned, watching these two enthusiastically chatting with each other as Joma asked Chloe something. Is that so?" And she was extremely obedient. Saki Ryoso stared in astonishment at the strange scene unfolding before her. Speed Weapon laughed and teased Saki Ryoso, startling her. "I told you so. Don't be too surprised," she shouted irritably. "How can I not be surprised at that, you crazy guy?" Though scolded, he just laughed happily and said, "The first time I saw him, I was just as shocked. I'm used to it now. Every time I see Joma, all my common sense just flies." Saki Ryoso frowned, muttering to herself, "Joma? Who exactly?" Speed Weapon could only answer, "I don't know either," and both of them could only watch in silence as Joma and Chloe stood beside each other among the bull cart. Then he laughed teasingly. "A living legend? Something like that." Saki Ryoso reacted immediately. Speed Weapon proactively called out to Joma, who stood next to her in the distance. Saki Ryoso was confused. "What?" Then the four of them continued deeper into the dungeon. Speed Weapon spoke formally to Joma. "The condition to escape this dungeon is to defeat 20 bulls. You caught more than double that. It's embarrassing, really, since you eliminated almost all of them." He was very relaxed and didn't mind at all. "It's nothing. I couldn't help you guys at all during the midterm." He laughed and said, "Hey, back then you defeated it alone." But then remembering Saki Ryoso was there, Speed Weapon stopped, looked at her and changed the subject. "Never mind, it's nothing. Anyway, thanks." Saki Ryoso was confused and didn't understand. Then all four continued deeper into the dungeon as he made small talk, mentioning Joma's earlier actions. "Honestly, when you cleaned out the dungeon earlier you almost died. Isn't that very much like the Lion King?" Catching the main point, Saki Ryoso curiously asked, "The Lion King, is he being chased by someone too?" But the protagonist of the conversation was still intently facing. She looked at the bull carcasses around them, then timidly called to him, "Joma?" But Saki Ryoso also sensed what Chloe did and hurriedly continued, That's right. It feels like there's something here. Joma had a serious expression as he looked at something. He finally saw it too and turned pale with fear as he shifted from serious to vigilant, eyes widening as he stared intently. It turned out that before them now was a massive iron door locked with enormous purple chains, and from within the door emanated an eerie, dangerous aura that made all four look up. Chloe stood next to Joma, also raising her eyebrows high as she looked at the door, and unconsciously exclaimed. He stared at the door intensely as Joma vaguely speculated. Locked with chains. Meanwhile, where the bulls had just died, a hooded figure suddenly appeared, intently observing the chaotic mess of blood and flesh on the. Seeing countless massive bull carcasses lying scattered and piled everywhere made him endlessly. That person was the dungeon gatekeeper, who broke into a cold sweat seeing the bull carcasses appearing before his eyes. They caught the. He cursed angrily. Those damn bastards. The debt of 2 billion for the bulls has piled. Not long ago, a woman claiming to be an instructor from Joaquin Academy had stopped by, and the dungeon gatekeeper had met that woman, feeling somewhat hesitant before her, and the woman he met was none other than Joma's teaching assistant, who proposed a deal to entice him. If you help me with this, I'll pay you to. Dungeon gatekeeper couldn't understand her intentions. Why? Teaching assistant Joma pulled out a stone with purple magical power swirling around it and ordered him. Tame the bulls, then drive them mad with the demons. Furthermore, she paused for a moment, then continued, her face cunning and malicious. When the student named Joma enters, release all. That wasn't all. Teaching assistant Joma's main plan was the stone gate. Simultaneously open the stone gate in the deepest part. The dungeon gatekeeper stared at her hand offering the demon stone and stammered. You mean, push those students to their deaths? Seeing his hesitation, she switched to enticing him by offering the deal to someone else. If you don't want to, that's fine. Who would want to participate in a gamble they're sure to win? Then teaching assistant Joma pretended to leave. I guess I'll have to find someone. The dungeon gatekeeper frantically grabbed teaching assistant Joma's hand holding the demon stone and shouted. Took the demon stone and smiled wickedly, repeatedly saying, I'll do it, I'll do it. Seeing she had successfully enticed him, teaching assistant Joma smiled meaningfully. Humph, you're pretty quick on the uptake. She instructed him. I'll provide information via phone, so if you see an unknown number, just. The dungeon gatekeeper seemed mesmerized by the purple demon stone, staring at it intently, then answered. Teaching assistant Joma said coldly. Then I'm leaving. The dungeon gatekeeper could only watch her silence. He seemed crazed thinking about the money in the deal. 2 billion, 2 billion. He smiled with satisfaction. With that money, I can try one more. Back to the present, he boldly stepped over the mountain of bull carcasses, advancing deeper into the dungeon, continuously muttering. My 2 billion. That's right. They're just drops of blood, nothing more. If the stone door opens, they'll all be. On the door's side, Joma and Chloe's group were still unable to regain their composure. That door. Why is it? The four stood side by side, vigilantly observing their surroundings. A dimensional stone. He frowned cautiously, observing while his mind began to think. Somehow, everything up until now has been too. Joma remembered the suspicious gaze of the dungeon gatekeeper. Those doubtful eyes made him very suspicious, and just as he suspected, he knew that only a demon stone could open the stone door. The stone gate can only be opened through a massive magic stone that drops when defeating a dungeon's final boss, the reward for completing the game. The earlier fragments were pieces of Gigan's demon stone. I didn't think collecting them would open this. Joma speculated. If it's like in the game, then. He knew what the reward in the treasure chest was. The reward here is. But that reward isn't attractive enough for demons. But now isn't the time to covet. The massive, eerie gate locked with enormous chains. He thought to himself. Joma tried to think of a solution in this situation. The red pattern on the stone door doesn't look like it was created by ordinary swords. It's because. He opened his eyes worriedly. Need to quickly think of a method. I've used up all 40 seconds of the painless blessing. If it's Murasame, then I might hold out a bit. He thought of the Murasame blade and frowned. Must get through the door and escape before that thing went. Suddenly there was unexpected movement from the door as countless streams of energy and power surged forth. The entire dungeon shook with the surge of power, making all four vigilantly stand in place, not daring to. Chloe fearfully asked reflexively, Joma, what is that? An even speed weapon gaped in confusion. That thing, what? From inside the door stepped out a monster as large as a building, plunging its massive axe straight into the ground, making everything in the dungeon. The giant shadow of the monster eclipsed the figures of Joma's group as Speed Weapon stammered speechlessly. He looked up angrily at the massive bull, inwardly cursing. Damn it. As for the reward Joma knew about, it was the conversion blessing, which could be released by transferring one of the owner's blessings to a specific target. conversion, and the massive water bull with a terrifying face, raising its axe high, creating before Joma was an A-rank demon beast, also known as the surrounding space was somewhat gloomy, but from above, a small beam of light shone down, and wind also blew through in gentle At that moment, from the other side of the dungeon, several monsters appeared. Their bodies resembled bulls, but they could stand and walk like normal humans, and before them, a fire. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through, making the flames burn even larger. And those monsters suddenly heard a sound from somewhere and turned their heads. There were 3 monsters in total, 2 with bull-like bodies standing on either side, and one of unclear form wielding a massive axe standing in. It seemed to be the leader of these monsters, and facing them were 4 people who, from a distance, looked quite At this moment, Kong Joma said with some surprise. Those 2 as well, and both Chloe and Saki Ryoso were similarly. Seeing the situation was somewhat complex, his face showed some contemplation. Even if I smash the gate and run outside, once that thing has awakened, no one can escape with their life. It seemed before that thing's power, he felt somewhat intimidated. Suddenly, a spark of an idea flashed in his mind. But this time is different from the midterm. I knew nothing about the mermaid, but I've fought minotaurs in the game before. If I'm at full strength, I can handle all 3 alone, but I've already used up the 40 seconds of the Painless Grace Blessing. He had fought those 2 terrifying monsters. After thinking it over, he finally made a decision. Must act in the direction with the highest chance of success. While he was still deliberating, Chloe seemed to have discovered something and appeared extremely astonished. Inside his coat was something that looked quite like a knife, which he carefully gripped. At this moment, he turned to ask Weapon. Weapon, can you cast pain reduction on me? Hearing Kong Joma ask, Weapon stammered slightly but still answered, yes. Hearing that, Joma asked further. For how? Weapon quickly replied, 2 minutes at most. Hearing that, he said with some satisfaction. That's enough. While I'm fighting it, keep casting continue. After saying that, he turned with some sweat droplets still on his forehead and continued, if you slip up even for a second, I'll... And here he suddenly stopped without continuing. Wen seemed to understand what he meant and said with some unease. I know, Kong Joma. Since you said so, After instructing Weapon, he turned back to speak with Saki and Chloe. Saki and Chloe. You 2 handle those soldiers in a moment. Hearing him speak with such a confident expression, Saki felt somewhat bewildered. She wanted to say something but remained. He continued. That giant over there is extremely dangerous. Don't get... After hearing this, Saki's heart couldn't stop worrying. And that worry seemed to show completely on her. After speaking, he turned to look up at that giant, then said to Chloe. Just do it like before and you'll be... Suddenly at this moment, a terrifying monster rushed forward. Its fangs looked incredibly sharp. It had red skin and yellow horns on its head. Its pure white eyes made anyone who looked at them shudder with fear. It opened its mouth with drool running down profusely, looking both terrifying and Doma slowly drew his sword at this moment, a stream of blue light emanating from his body. As he drew the sword, he chanted some kind of incantation. Following, blessing of the sword god is activated. Fierce winds began swirling around. After finishing the incantation, his entire body radiated a miraculous blue light. The stream of light originated from the center of his chest and then spread. Suddenly he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His expression didn't look any better than his hand holding the sword also trembled continually. At this moment, Weapon tried hard to play the flute to buff and reduce his pain. While glancing at him, he thought to himself, I can still move, thanks to the blessing of the sword god and the supporting buff that I can. After thinking, he spoke aloud, move, come on. He tried his hardest to be able to. The giant monster was rushing toward him at very high speed, while he stood motionless. Fortunately, his body was finally able to move and he rushed toward the monster quickly, without any hesitation whatsoever. The 2 pillar torches providing light were still, but then a strong gust of wind swept through, extinguishing all the flames that were still burning. After rushing forward for a while, he had reached beneath the monster's feet. His entire figure was extremely small compared to it, just like, even though the pain made him want to vomit blood, he remained extremely Doma and that monster began battling each other. Both sides exchanging blows looked incredibly intense. The thing struck with tremendous force. It used that giant scythe to slash down hard at the ground, but fortunately he was quick-footed enough to dodge this fierce. Just after dodging the attack above, he was kicked flying far away by its blood spurted from his mouth in mouthfuls. The bright red blood had splattered all over the tile. He still refused to give up, still trying to stand firm, gripping the sword tightly in his hand. It seemed as if all his senses were blessed, and the pain suppressed for so long was now. He faced that giant thing without a trace of fear. On the contrary, he was even more determined than before. I feel it. That thing continued its fierce attack. He nimbly dodged that attack magnificently. Seeing him dodge, that thing immediately glanced over with an extremely terrifying gaze. Red as fresh, it used the scythe to swing back and forth continuously to attack him, but he dodged them all one. Right at this moment, his head had nearly touched that scythe, but his gaze didn't waver in the flash. As the scythe slashed, he also seized the opportunity to duck down and run past very quickly. His robe fluttered in. Wherever the monster slashed, he could easily avoid. Seeing it couldn't hit its target, it grew increasingly furious and attacked more wildly and ran. Contrast, Doma very leisurely dodged its attack. That thing, enraged, spewed an extremely large flame onto the ground. It had displayed its extreme. After a bout of attacks, smoke flew densely. It was difficult to see the surrounding space from afar. The smoke dissipated somewhat. The figure of the giant monster appeared, its angry face becoming increasingly terrible. At this moment, it bared its teeth and roared with extreme displeasure. Its eyes also turned bright. He half sat, half knelt on the ground, looking at it with determined eyes. Saki on the other side heard a loud sound at this moment and turned to look. Upon turning, she exclaimed in extreme astonishment, "Is that guy insane? How can a person move like—" Just as she finished speaking, a locust-bodied monster attacked her. She quickly managed to dodge that attack. The use of muscles, posture, footwork, reaction by utilizing potential energy, attacking while defending, all of these things she did perfectly. Her combat sense could make the opponent lose balance with minimal. At this moment, she raised her red bow and arrow, aiming straight at that monster and shooting. But that was only theory. Reality was hit by her arrow. That monster cried out in pain. Blood also flowed continuously from it. Facing that thing, she once again raised her bow and arrow high to fight it. But that was only theory. Reality was different. Looking at him like, she decisively raised her bow to shoot. Suddenly at this moment, a voice said, "It's blocked, can't see it." Suddenly a spear pierced through the monster's head, causing it to fall backward. The force that threw that spear was extremely powerful. At this moment, Saki seemed to discover something. Sword Emperor Siegfried. She said to herself, "Could it be?" Saki suspected something, but perhaps even she herself wasn't certain about this, so she only dared to estimate. "I heard the Sword Emperor used aura with a special admission." Monster's eyes grew. In its eyes now appeared the image of. At this moment, his entire body seemed to be surrounded by something strange. A mysterious blue light. His hand held a rather long knife. The blade also emitted a strange. The monster's eyes remained that deep red. It raised its fist and prepared to punch toward. Kong Doma gently held the knife in his hand and lightly glided past that monster's body with determined steps. His gaze unwavering, his hand firmly gripping the sword. Everything highlighted his incredibly beautiful. Kong Doma gently turned his head back. His blood still clung to his mouth. His sharp, ice-cold eyes made anyone who looked feel somewhat. With just one light touch, one of the monster's legs fell to the ground. Blood splattered across the tile. Monster screamed loudly and he continued jumping high to attack it. Weapon below continued playing the flute to buff and reduce his. While playing, he trembled continuously. On another side, Chloe also tried her best to kill that monster. She used her sword to thrust down hard into that monster. Finally, that monster had died. Its body was covered in blood, the thick smell of blood wafting into the. After killing it, she leisurely wiped the blood from her mouth, then sighed and said, "Still inexperienced when facing demonic beasts." Suddenly she thought of something. The more a demonic beast resembles a human, the more dangerous it is. Each individual has a different level, but a demonic beast acting so human. Hearing a sound, she turned to see him still facing off against the giant monster. Its body began trembling, while Doma still stood as still as a. At this moment, it roared in anger. The surrounding space also shook somewhat from its roaring. It gripped the scythe tightly in its hand, muscles bulging prominently. Its expression became cunning as it smiled. It raised the scythe high. Each of its movements caused the surroundings to. Saki stood to one side, panicking as she said, "Magic!
Impossible.
How can a demonic beast use magic?" Chloe standing beside her was also somewhat surprised. While Weapon continued playing the monster's hand seemed to merge into one with that. Saki said somewhat frantically, "Is it using its life force to exchange for magical power? It's just a demonic." All three of them couldn't stop being shocked. The explosive magical power made it impossible for them to. His hand trembled as he gripped something. Even in this situation, Weapon played the flute while saying quietly, "Kong." This moment, his eyes showed absolute trust in Kong. That monster had merged its arm with the scythe. Its surroundings now became even more terrible. Suddenly blood spurted continuously from his. Dazzling red light emanated from that monster. At this moment its arm had completely merged with the wind blew stronger and stronger. Kong Doma stood still in place without making any movement. In his mouth he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes also turned pure. The monster used all its strength to slash down from above toward where he was standing with tremendous. Doma also didn't yield, firmly gripping the knife in his hand and advancing. The collision between the two was so powerful that a dazzling beam of light burst forth from the point where their weapons met. His knife touched its hand. The enormous surge of power shot out. His fierce face was still there, growing increasingly intense. He also refused to give in and tried hard to resist. At this moment, he gripped his weapon firmly and said quietly, "The magic is too dense." As he spoke, he charged forward. All three people, Saki, Chloe, and Weapon, standing behind him were somewhat stunned. When he turned to look, he felt something was off. "If I dodge now, Before he could finish thinking, it rushed forward, frantically attacked. Caught guard by the attack, his reflexes were a beat slower, but in the end he still managed to block that attack. The attack was so powerful that he had to grit his teeth to endure, yet still let out a pain. His strength was truly too great, so great that Doma was pushed back. Before this situation, he was also extremely surprised, thinking, pushed. From inside the monster's eyes appeared a dazzling red ray of light, shining straight down to the ground. The head of the scythe and the knife in his hand touched. Clearly the physical strength of both sides was unequal, but he still tried to hold firm to avoid being pushed far. Saki, standing to one side, saw the situation like this. In her hand she held her red bow and arrow. She anxiously shouted, "What are you doing? Slash it." In this situation, she was extremely worried about. Hearing the sound, he began attacking it. It also quickly bore its strength. He clearly was no. Suddenly at this moment, some kind of light appeared in his eyes, causing his eyes to. Around him at this moment were all red threads. A sound rang out. Red light shone all around. At this moment, somewhere a white light. It quickly slashed across, causing that pile of red threads to be cut to pieces. He nimbly held the knife and slashed repeatedly. Around the blade was a stream of blue. At this moment on another side, Chloe suddenly remembered something and thought to herself, "That blue light." It turned out she saw the blue light emanating from Doma's sword and recalled that scene. There were two men fighting each other. She was somewhat shocked at that. Doma's knife at this moment had pierced through the blade of its.
Doma shouted loudly,
"Prepare to launch." His eyes flashed with blue light. That stream of light surrounded his. It saw the situation before its eyes with extreme surprise, not understanding how he could reverse the situation. Under the dazzling blue light, he had slashed it repeatedly without. That monster screamed loudly to the heavens. Doma continuously slashed. The blue light stream appeared more and more with each. Kong Doma just kept slashing repeatedly. Like the trio of Saki, Chloe, and even Weapon all showed shocked expressions, not expecting him to become so powerful. Still not neglecting the task that he had been assigned, he continued playing the flute to buff and reduce his. After a bout of attacks, he finally. The surrounding smoke grew denser after that fierce. Slowly raised his head, taking a long, heavy breath. On the corner of his mouth still clung some. This moment on the other side, a stream of light shone in. Following it, "Attack!" A voice rang out. Saki stood to one side, her blue eyes looking beautiful yet tinged with sadness. At this moment, the screen showed 9:03, then changed to 12:06. After the battle, Weapon sat down heavily on the ground, utterly exhausted. He breathed heavily and spoke up, "Kong Doma, every time I look at you, you break all common." He looked toward him and said quietly, "Blue light brilliant enough to illuminate even a dark cave. Kong, at my age you can already emit aura. That Kong Doma, just who is?" He sat up to hear and was suddenly Saki approached from behind, patted his shoulder and said, "Hey, breathe, breathe." The sound startled. After a moment, he regained his composure and asked her, What's wrong?" She stood there looking at him, then hummed something. The melodious sound was somewhat. Slowly sat down and continued, "What you said earlier, I think I understand now." Hearing her say this, he asked back, "Huh? What did I say earlier?" She cheerfully replied, "That dungeon conquest before." Hearing her say that, he relaxed somewhat and said, That." At this moment, she looked up ahead and said, "Moreover, I also understand why you keep following that guy." Hearing this, you were a bit flustered and denied it. "What? I didn't." She turned and continued, "All right then, you can't transfer classes, right?" She slowly asked. Hearing this, you were a bit shocked, and at this moment, your lips had swollen from blowing the whistle throughout the entire battle, looking truly ridiculous as you stammered, "Hey, did that shock break your brain or something? Or are you possessed?" Saki looked at you and chuckled lightly, then said, But what about the reverse then? There's no rule saying it's not allowed, right?" Hearing her say that, you somewhat agreed, "Well, that's true. Her eyes held something rather mysterious yet determined as she continued. Yeah. Somehow I also want to go into another dungeon together with Kong Joma, once more. Kong, despite having the protection of weapon, he probably still couldn't avoid having to rest for a while, and he sighed heavily after the battle, breathing while muttering. This is still pretty light, but at least it was meaningful since I faced the enemy without needing the protection of the marshals. Suddenly, Chloe rushed toward him from somewhere, shouting his name as she ran. Kim Ma-gun! He was a bit surprised by how suddenly she hugged him, and before he could react, she had already embraced him. Chloe sobbed while saying, Not even one word of praise? Are you just going to stand there and watch? Though injured at the moment, he still propped himself up with his hands behind him to avoid falling. Faced with her resentment, he temporarily didn't know what to say, but seeing her crying like that, he had to speak up. Ahem, Chloe, it seems you're injured too. Wait a moment. Hearing him say that, she awkwardly sat up, covering her eyes with her hand and said, Ha, sorry. While he sat on the ground, looked up, and muttered, Just kill me. As he looked up, he seemed to discover a large screen appeared with text reading, Congratulations, you have received a new blessing. And after reading it, he was somewhat astonished. Originally, this blessing should have belonged to the protagonist, Rian, and moreover, its rank was among the rare ones in this world. Spirit grade, and only when combined with other blessings could it fully unleash its. On the screen appeared, Blessing Transfer, allows transferring possessed blessings to other creatures or objects. However, to activate it, the caster's body must touch the target. And this was a blessing almost essential for controlling Baoming, the sword that harmonized both Een and slowly nodded and muttered, Well, let's think positively about this. Suddenly, from the distance, a crack of light shone. He sat there, closed his eyes and said to her, Chloe, the matter I asked you about. And suddenly he stopped mid-sentence. Chloe asked in confusion. At this moment, a man wearing a hat walked in and spoke up. The man's eyes suddenly lit up as if discovering. Chloe rushed forward from somewhere, holding a sword and stabbing it into the man's. Sword stabbed straight into his thigh, and as the pain began to spread, he screamed in utter. She stood there with a cold face and said quietly, Stay right there. While he cried and looked at the sword stabbed into his weapon, hearing the commotion from one side, asked, What's that? What's happening? Saki also looked over in confusion, and hearing him ask, Joma answered calmly, Earlier, I asked Chloe for the man, stabbed and in pain, trembled continuously but still tried to say, You brats? Why are you doing this to me? What did I? He slowly spoke up, Well, now we have to investigate. Hearing Joma say that, the whole group became agitated. What? Both that girl going crazy and the stone gate opening. Was it all because Saki raised her hand to her head and said, There really is something unnatural about this. There are no surveillance cameras inside the dungeon. Yet this staff member appeared as if he'd been waiting all. Weapon asked in confusion. But why would he target us? She calmly said to him, You're so stupid. We still need to investigate the. At this moment, someone spoke toward him. Hey, staff member. A small fry like you definitely couldn't do this alone. Saki continued asking, Who's behind? Hearing this, his face darkened, and his mouth stammered. That. It seems he doesn't intend to open his mouth, so let me help him speak then. Joma stood to one side, quietly. He spoke up at this moment. If you won't confess about who's behind. Before he could finish, the man began trembling uncontrolled. Finally, he spoke up. I'll talk. Not long ago, an instructor from Joaquin Academy approached me and said he'd help me pay off my gambling weapon. Hearing this, immediately shouted loudly, You did this terrible thing because of gambling debts? Saki, standing to one side, also showed surprise. Wow. And he continued, You endangered students for a bit of. The man, already trembling, trembled even more. It wasn't a bit of money. It was 20. I firmly refused at first. Not letting him say more, Weapon angrily shouted, Shut up. You're truly despicable. While shouting, he was about to rush forward but was stopped by Saki. That's enough. What did that instructor look like? She asked. The man recalled while saying, A female instructor with long hair and purple eyes, quite tall. And the image he remembered was someone with white hair, wearing purple clothes with bright. Hearing this, Saki raised her hand to her chin and said, I think she's our class's teaching assistant, right? I never forget what I've seen. Her eyes were very impressive, so I remember clearly. And Joma, hearing this, responded lightly, Is that? Weapon continued questioning him. Wait, so what happened during the midterm exam was also arranged by that person? Why? What happened back? He glanced lightly to one side and said, During the midterm exam, we encountered a demon. Hearing that, Saki seemed shocked and shouted loudly. What? So does that mean Rian was hospitalized because he fought a demon? Weapon also said in panic. Finally, the gag order is lifted. That mermaid was also handled entirely by this Kong Joma alone. And hearing that, she was a bit surprised. Huh? He stood to one side, holding his phone and said, so we've extracted all the necessary information. On his phone, he had already set it to record, and on the screen appeared the number 13 minutes 5 seconds. Both Saki and Weapon were extremely surprised. Whoa! Suddenly, the sword was pulled out, and blood sprayed everywhere. Because the sword was pulled out suddenly, bone-piercing pain transmitted through, and the man screamed in. All four stood near the dungeon entrance, and he spoke up. Right now, a dungeon that shouldn't be able to open has opened. This situation is enough to make someone cease to exist. And hearing that, the man stammered. What? What do you mean? He looked at her and said, Chloe, I leave this to you as an assassin. And hearing this, she immediately accepted the order. Yes. After that, she drew her sword with a face full of killing, and the sword pointed straight at his throat as she slowly said, The man, terrified, broke out in sweat, his voice trembling as he begged, no, wait. You're joking, right? Wait. I will end you. Came her blood splattered everywhere across the earth, and the Academy's Council of Elders, the instructors, and those targeting him. Joma led the way out, walking while silently affirming, Come on, I'll cut down every last. At this moment, a sound rang out, Flame Ember, the flame of the hidden dungeon boss Minotaur. When enhancing armament with gold and low-grade items, success is guaranteed. As Joma approached the table, reaching his hand toward it, there was something colorful on the table that caught the eye, and at this moment he spoke up. Enhance this. He placed the item on the table in front of a craftsman who seemed speechless, standing there dumb. Seeing that item, the man thought, good heavens, he actually brought it back. Materials from an A-rank demon beast, even for a student of Joaquin Academy. And thinking this while imagining that horrific scene, a thin layer of sweat appeared on his. This moment, he asked somewhat flustered, This A-rank material, did you take it down yourself? Hearing him ask that, he wasn't particularly surprised but rather answered calmly. Together with teammates. How could I do it alone? And this too, showing a card with his picture, above which was text in English reading, I took over the academy with a single Sashimi night. And below his photo was the number 34 and various other. Placed the cracked knife from the battle on the table, sighed and said, By the way, can you repair it at the same? Seeing him present the worn knife in such condition, the man immediately got angry and shouted, Hey kid, what the hell did you do to make the weapon end up like? Hearing him say that, he glanced up lightly and repeated the question. Like this. Seeing his hardened expression, the man became a bit frightened and backed away, waving his hands randomly while saying, You should have been more careful. I was even worried you'd get. Hearing him finish, Joma immediately turned to leave, and after taking a few steps, he turned his head back and said, Well then, I'm off, as promised, you'll take care of everything. Hearing that, the man could only agree, muttering softly, Why did I end up in this situation? Damn brat, this time I'll make it shorter for you. And clearly hearing those words, he pretended not to hear and kept. Suddenly, he stopped and spoke up, which startled the man. Not yet fully leaving, he turned halfway around, raising 2 fingers toward him and said, Sell the leftover materials and buy some drinks. Hearing this, the man was so scared his limbs went weak, and he plopped down, sighing deeply. At this moment at school, the students were sitting properly in the class. It's much better now, but in the future I'll probably need to ask Weapon to help out more, he pondered while sitting in his. After thinking for a while, he leaned back in his chair and sighed. Suddenly, a blue screen appeared in front of him with countless words. While reading, he thought to himself, 12.7% success rate for enhancement. The most notable thing is this enhancement rate, unlike other stats, just going through one event makes it skyrocket. While reading, he recalled the previous battle scenes. Perhaps if I complete one more dungeon it will increase again. It seems everything is more stable, in contrast to the stats skyrocketing. Since that day, the white hair hadn't appeared as much, and he remembered before when he held his head with both hands, his whole body trembling. Of course, the white hair is still gradually increasing, which is unavoidable. After my entire head turns white, will I use it? That's something worth thinking about, because now there are forces targeting me. So I must prepare thoroughly. Having come this far, I can't just keep passively waiting. He sat there with a contemplative expression. I also need to research how to use the blessing I received. The gap in blessings compared to Leon, since he's the protagonist after all, so I'm still far behind him, but my arsenal will gradually fill up with other blessings. There's much to do. First, I need to focus on recovering my body. And just finishing that thought, he moved his limbs. Red bean candy. Congratulations on recovery upon completing the dungeon. The candy bar on the desk had caught his attention. The first time forming my own team and completing a dungeon, and now being targeted for my life has become routine, but it's not entirely unfortunate because at least I have 2 friends I can call team. While picking up the red bean candy bar, he thought, Weapon and Chloe. These 2 don't have a major impact on the main storyline, and whether Aben considers me a friend is still He continued thinking silently. I heard Chloe was hospitalized from exhaustion after returning from the dungeon. When I have time, I should visit her. Suddenly, from outside the door, a group stormed in aggressively. Return to your seats. And he was a bit surprised, looking out. Then he turned away and muttered, when will this restriction order finally? Looked at something on his phone in his hand, seeming quite surprised. It turned out someone had texted him, but the sender couldn't be identified, and the mysterious person texted in English, Hey, what are you doing? He felt a bit strange. Who is this? Wrong. Next text message arrived. After reading that message, he immediately looked. Just as he looked up, he saw something that shocked him quite. Phone in hand showed the time. 8:50. It turned out to be Saki's phone, and she quickly walked in, holding her phone high, her mouth smiling extremely. So that's what had happened. At this moment, Wonbin spoke up. From today, student Saki Ryoso will be reassigned to our wolf class. Maintain order now. And she stood smugly on the podium, smiling. The instructor continued. I hope everyone gets along. End of announcement. Within 30 minutes. Change into uniforms and assemble at the research area. Over. Hearing Wonbin finish, the entire class shouted in unison, Yes. After hearing the announcement, the students in the class became noisy and chaotic. Is it real, Saki-sama? Are you really in the same class as us? The instructor already said so at the beginning. She voluntarily requested class reassignment. She walked step by step toward somewhere amidst the discussion of everyone around her. Saki-sama, is it true you've been assigned to our class? Saki-sama, what type of man do you like? Facing these questions from those people, she paid no attention whatsoever. Sitting there, Doma suddenly thought to himself, don't tell me she's going to sit near the person called the Miracle Generation, one of this year's 4 Element Academy students. Valedictorian, salutatorian, 3rd place, and 4th place all advancing together, possessing outstanding intelligence that topped the theory exam along with strength in no way inferior, truly someone who excels in both academics and moreover, she's the daughter of the absolute archer Saki Kazuma, one of the 7-star heroes. According to the setting, Saki Kazuma isn't just the absolute archer but also Japan's prime minister. If compared, she could be considered Japan's princess. In this world, Japan is also a superpower. The attitude of the other students toward her is like meeting a He continued thinking, so please, don't come here. 100% trouble isn't enough. It'd be 200% for. Saki walked step by step forward, ignoring the questions around. Her hair fluttered past their face. She walked while humming some. Meanwhile, Joma sat in his seat trembling and thinking, please, please. At that moment, a voice rang out. If you're not eating this, I'm taking it. He was startled but didn't respond. She continued speaking, but this time saying his name, Kong Joma. He glanced up in surprise. She asked slowly, can I sit next to you? Then held her phone screen in front of his face with the text, save my number right now. Why are my bad feelings never? That moment, somewhere was cordoned off with barriers preventing. From inside, a voice emerged. So before entering the dungeon, what did he? The person wearing the black hat sitting in the chair began speaking. He said, he was worried about the students and wanted to check inside himself. The other person asked further, nothing on you. The black-hatted person said, now that I think about it, I remember his complexion at that time wasn't very good. As he spoke, his voice trembled. The person continued, I understand. We need to do a final environmental check. You may leave now. Thank you for your cooperation. Outside, it had already grown dark. There was the sound of a sigh nearby. Investigators standing outside smoking said, deaths in dungeons are fairly common. That's true, but even if it's a simple accident, at least there should be a corpse, right? But in this case, he still felt somewhat suspicious. He couldn't swallow it. When the search team entered the dungeon, they couldn't help but be horrified. For them was a pile of utterly disgusting. A mountain of dried monster corpses piled up, soaked in blood. The students from Huajing Academy had been found, but this absolutely wasn't something ordinary students could accomplish. Those students had returned safely, but the body of the staff member who entered out of concern for them was nowhere to be. Stepping out of the dungeon, the other investigator asked him, is it possible the body is trapped inside the stone gate? He replied, can't completely rule out that possibility, but the probability is very low. The stone gate has never been opened, but we also can't interrogate Huajing Academy students just because of this. Exactly, this is a prestigious academy attended entirely by nobles. Would Watson dare order an interrogation? The other investigator asked him, then said, I'll go handle something and come. Stood there smoking and said, ha, truly. At that moment, something caught his attention and he turned around. Someone had fallen to the. At that moment, a girl wearing high boots stepped. He stammered in shock. Magic? What? He cheerfully spoke. Hello. At that moment, he thought in shock. Suddenly something flashed past. Using just a single thread, she severed his head from his body. Having just finished, she said lightly, good. The human had made a contract with a demon. His head was now flying through the. She continued, working hard is good. At that moment, her eyes showed a purple gleam. You people are too Saki held the red bean candy stick and ate content. She ate. The delicious flavor made her feel completely comfortable. The people around her were also captivated by her appearance. Only Joma felt nothing good. Feeling displeased, he spoke up. She turned and said, why aren't you eating this? I already divided the portion. He replied to her, that's where Chloe sometimes sits. Hearing him say that, she didn't feel bothered at all but instead said, oh. She turned and continued, but where are your and my seats? Whoever sits there first, that spot belongs to them. Wrong. Hearing her say that, he found it reasonable and said, yeah, that. She finished eating the red bean candy stick and said, wow, super delicious. He looked at her, He continued, but, Saki, why are you in the ranked class? Just as he finished asking, suddenly there was a shout. Assemble in 5 minutes. Everyone had already gone to assemble, only these two were still sitting. He asked her further, every ranked class has training, you know, aren't you going? She replied leisurely, I'm resting my spirit. Good. Saying that, she quickly took out an eye mask and slept soundly. At that moment, he thought to himself, truly beyond words. She hadn't fully fallen asleep yet. Saki lifted her eye mask with her hand and said, one more thing. From now on, don't call me Saki anymore. Call me Raya. Hearing that, he was somewhat surprised and asked again. What? She said slowly, in my country, close people call each other by first name, not by surname. He asked again, but your weapon is also named Saki. She replied cheerfully, what does that have to do with anything? Anyway, I'm going to training. Saying that, she slept soundly. There was still a whole day. In another scene, Miura leaned back and said, it's so noisy, isn't it? Aben sitting beside her looked to one. Aben looked tired and replied, yeah. Miura beside her asked, do you regret it that? She continued, but this year the ranked class is short one person. Hearing that, Aben turned and said, but what does Saki being transferred to the ranked class have to do with me regretting it? He asked her again. I heard from Weapon that last week it teamed up with Kong Joma and swept through the entire dungeon. Hearing that, she hesitated, then opened her mouth but couldn't. She continued, Saki, she really, even if she likes him, there should be some moderation, right? Hearing her say that, she trembled slightly, her face flushing. Miura continued, there's a priority order, you know? And Kong Joma. My young lady Aben already chose him first. Hearing this, she embarrassedly shouted loudly. What are you? She asked her. I've noticed for a while now. Every time she hears the sword demon's name, young lady Aben reacts and Aben replied at that moment. Kong Joma and I only talked a few sentences. There's absolutely no relationship at all. Hearing her say that, she immediately responded, as if not believing her. Miura asked further. You're saying that up until now? There's nothing? But who knows about the. Finishing speaking, she called her name. Abe, this doesn't look good. Saying that, her expression suddenly grew. At that moment, outside there was a loud voice. Starting tomorrow, I will assume the position of temporary instructor at the. Aben entered somewhere. She said irritably. What? You're even following me to school? I'm already getting enough attention. If you come, then. She hadn't finished speaking when Nibelung put on a stern face and drank from the cup in his. He said slowly, I will take charge of the first-year ranked. Hearing this, she was somewhat shocked and speechless. What are you? He said calmly. Are you that forgetful? You yourself asked me this during the midterm exam. Didn't you? She stammered. That was trying to hide it. His excited expression was still clearly visible. What could make the Sword Emperor, someone who always seemed bored with school, personally take action? Aben at that moment thought of Joma, an extraordinary genius, someone who disregards all titles and backgrounds, using only strength to forge a path among the ranks of. She pondered, recalling those even surpassing Leon van Venhat by one called a hero can. He walked the path of a hero clearly, but never showed it. Someone who never boasted of his achievements, only silently walking the thorny. How embarrassed! Really? Someone's voice asked from behind. Startled by Miura, she screamed. No matter what I think, I still. With Kong Joma, I have no intention or spare time to harbor such feelings. You're thinking, she continued. Oh, if you've already said that, then I'm relieved too, young lady. Suddenly she laughed while speaking. You don't need to compete with Joma anymore. How fortunate, truly fortunate. I can still deal with that girl and Saki, but with you there's no way to she said embarrassedly. Huh? Oh really? Miura wanted to say something, but the rank of blessings is classified according to their Someone was saying, if protected by a spirit beast, it's called spirit beast rank. If by an elemental spirit, it's called elemental spirit. Saki at that moment lay on the desk with her face down and said, lately, every time I dream, I see my deceased grandfather. Suddenly someone called out, Student Yodamet, ancestors only help with weightlifting practice. They don't possess you to grant blessings. Oma glanced at Saki, somewhat helped. The instructor above saw this and didn't know what else. It had been 2 days since Saki was promoted, but he still hadn't heard why she entered the ranked class. She slept all day, so he had no opportunity to ask. Truly unbelievable. At that moment, he thought to himself, good thing Chloe's still in the hot. The instructor continued lecturing. The blessing ranks are divided as follows. Probably most students here possess blessings from spirit rank onward. The instructor continued. But don't be too disappointed. Joma sitting below thought to himself. And that's supposed to be consolation. He thought to himself. Even though one of those rare blessings fell into my hands just a few days ago, at that moment, someone raised their hand and asked, excuse me, Professor. Then what about hero spirit rank blessings? Professor cheerfully replied, hero spirit rank blessings, also called hero rank blessings. Though I'm a professor of blessings, I must say this rank actually only appears in legend. Since humanity first awakened blessings, there has been only one. Just as he reached that point, the bell rang. Unfortunately, the bell has rung. We'll continue this story in the next class. We'll stop here for today. Professor. Someone spoke. It was Joma. He raised his. Professor then said, go ahead and ask. Student Kong. He spoke up. May the blessing of the divine always be with. Seeing him say that, the professor replied, I don't understand the meaning of your question, but your words have a very strange. He asked slowly, what? The professor said cheerfully, because in this world, divine beings no longer exist, but your thirst for knowledge still amazes. He remained silent for a moment without saying anything. Saki at that moment also removed her eye mask and looked toward, then laid back down to continue sleeping. He asked her awkwardly, had enough sleep? She squirmed and said, probably not. He continued, I should take a nap. Saying that, he also lowered himself to. Suddenly, a system voice rang out. Message. Hearing the sound, he opened his eyes. Looking, he discovered something that shocked him. It was a screen displaying the text. GM is requesting to speak. Around him at that moment, countless electronic devices were. The system began asking, do you want to accept? Yes. That moment, a system orb appeared with the text. GM is requesting to chat with you. Doma was in a space completely different from reality. He was floating in the void with countless other strange devices. He clearly didn't know what was happening right, but in the end, he still agreed to chat. On the screen appeared the text. You have accepted GM's chat request. Strange light emanated around that. He stood to one side, not understanding what was happening, so just stood there dumb. On the screen appeared more text. Do you want to block? Right at that moment, the screen displayed more text. GM is interfering with the plot, followed by lines of incomprehensible garbled. Into the Shen world, it seemed like someone wanted to intervene in this world. At this moment, his expression gradually became serious as he pondered the Shen world. Then, he seemed to realize something had just flashed past above his head, and below as well, but it seemed he was between two worlds. Above bore a blue light, while below showed pink mixed with red light, appearing quite mysterious. At this moment, he muttered to himself again. It had become quiet once more. The enemy's danger level was too high. He pondered for a moment. Your qualifications are too. He looked around vigilantly again. You still haven't met the conditions to be. On the screen, text continued to appear. Do you still want to continue? Enormous train of thought continued. This matter seemed to be more than just a simple. Perhaps this was precisely the reason he had fallen into this world, and maybe he would find clues about the sword god's blessing that he had been. In the end, he still decided to agree, and the screen continued to display notifications. G.M has confirmed your will. G.M is using spatial control to proceed with Cana. The text continued to appear. Shen world. Code. Beginning adjustment and complete transformation. After the notification, the screen suddenly, there was a shattering sound as a patch of black appeared from. He thought in amazement. This is similar to when he unlocked the sword god's blessing, and on the academy entrance day, he felt the surrounding space was very similar to that. His thoughts continued. That's right, he had also seen that thing back. No matter what he had to do, he absolutely had to know something. so he gradually reached his hand toward that strange red light without any hesitation. He was getting closer, even if only bit by bit, gradually flying toward that red light. Just a little more, just a little. Suddenly, there was a call. Hey! Someone touched his shoulder. He could feel it, but he was still in that strange space. And that hand was also in this, due to interference from something. We'll see you again later. At this moment, he seemed to gradually disappear. And under his confusion, he still didn't know what. He was just about to touch it, but couldn't reach it. What? Why? No, he wasn't willing to accept it. He still wanted to understand everything. Before him appeared several different circles, all bright red, and G.M has left you a message. Another notification. Strike and sever. Before he disappeared, he could finally read the message that had just been sent. Whatever it is, M wanted him to decisively strike down without caring what it. Finally, that space gradually closed, and the blue light also gradually shrank smaller and smaller, continuing to. Suddenly, a call came. Hey, Yorma. Hearing the call, he raised his head drowsily, still not recognizing everything around him, and spoke. Saki beside him said. You scolded me for sleeping so much before, yet you're sleeping like the dead yourself? So everything he had seen and experienced just now was only in a dream, but it had seemed so. Saki continued, cheerfully waving her index finger back and forth in front of his face. Anyway, you should thank me. If I hadn't woken you up, you'd probably have arrived at class in your dream. Speaking of this, she suddenly turned to look at him, sensing something very strange. His eyes at this moment suddenly welled up, with tears falling one drop at a moment later. He was sitting on a wooden bench outdoors, contemplating. He suddenly remembered the scene when she had asked him, Are you okay? Did you have a sad dream? He clearly felt it was quite strange. He thought he had dreamed, but couldn't remember anything at all. He tried hard to recall what he had dreamed but couldn't remember. Being discovered sleeping by someone like Saki who always sleeps was embarrassing enough. Yet he had cried too? Thinking back on his uncontrollable actions just now made him extremely ashamed. From afar, all three people, Weapon, Saki, and Chloe, approached, with Weapon speaking when he saw him sitting there. He's already here. Hearing the voice, he turned to look and saw the three. All three walked forward step by step, and at this moment Chloe was wearing a face mask. Probably because her illness had only recently improved, so she still had to wear it to avoid spreading the. Their voices chatted animatedly. So let's try summarizing once more. It seems the enemy is targeting the demon inside, and during the midterm. At this moment, Saki pointed her hand straight forward and said loudly, Oh my god! I know already. How long are you going to keep summarizing? This is why you can't be top of the class. Just get to the point and don't ramble. She raised her voice at Weapon. If my ears bleed, you'll take responsibility. Yorma sat to the side, so scared he was sweating profusely, thinking to himself, I already asked Weapon to explain beforehand, but he's probably getting grilled every way. Weapon at this moment wasn't backing down either and spoke up. Hey, do you think you'll be top of the class forever? Just wait until the written exam next week. Hearing him say this, she quickly covered her ears and pretended not to hear, saying, Finally, my nose really is bleeding. Stopping the bleeding now, Yorma sat to the side not knowing what to do, while Chloe stood aside laughing endlessly, and he quickly turned his attention. He turned to strike up conversation with her. Is Chloe's body better now? Hearing his question, she quickly replied, Yes, much better, but I'm afraid of giving everyone a cold, so I'm standing a bit farther away. Hearing her say this, his heart also felt more at ease, thinking, So that's why she's standing way over. He continued, Also, Saki, you've probably heard already, but the current situation is very difficult. I've racked my brain thinking alone but haven't gained much. Speak of Chow Chow and Chow Chow appears. Saki quickly leaned her face close and said, Rio. Her face was extremely cold, making him somewhat. She repeated her name once more. Rio. Hearing this, he froze for a long time not knowing how to read. Suddenly at this moment, Chloe coughed violently, and Yorma noticed her and became a bit. He turned to look at Saki and asked, Rio, is this how I should address you? Hearing this, she cheerfully said, very good. I look forward to your help, Yorma. Weapon from elsewhere said, Hey, we've already summarized what we know to better grasp the situation. Saki sat on the bench with a grimacing face and said, That again. He sat on the ground, flipping through pages of a book. Then, first, someone from the Academy's Council of Elders is targeting you, Yorma. Second, the external characteristics of the female instructor we heard about from the checkpoint staff that day are like. Chloe stood to the side looking at the notebook. Weapon was flipping through. Wow! Seeing her praise him, Yorma's face became secretive on the side. In the notebook was written, Female instructor, quick sketch, light pink hair, sharp cold gaze, relatively tall, targeting Yorma. Academy Council of Elders. Their cunning hands. Right? Can we turn danger into opportunity and escape next time? He suddenly spoke up. Right? I think we can figure it out right away, but thinking carefully, our knowing this isn't too He asked again. Anyway, the Elders Commission isn't clear either, so it'll probably be blocked right from editor's side. Right? Chloe also quickly replied. That's right. Yorma seemed a bit surprised, his expression as if wanting to say, really? Meanwhile Saki said, that female instructor. I'm certain I've seen her before, so I broke right into the Academy's security system to check everyone, from main instructors to teaching assistants, a total of 546 people. As she spoke, she remembered a scene of herself logging into the system. I found one person, but strangely, her identity couldn't be verified. He turned to ask her, you even know how to do things like that? She cheerfully turned to answer, of course, in these times, such techniques aren't anything special. She continued, even so, the security system here is world-class, so I could only act early in the morning when the system is weakest. I was already tired, and now I'm even more tired from this, so don't tell me you only see me as someone who sleeps all day for no reason. At this moment he thought to himself, truly he recalled the morning when school first started. Even the phone number he'd never given that person, they had found it themselves. Weapon spoke up from the side at this moment. So until now, nothing has been clarified at all, and we can't exactly break into the Elder's place and threaten to expose them. He continued, well, if it's you, Yorma, you might be able to, but not only wouldn't it solve anything, it would only make things worse. Saki also lazily added, yeah, I admit that. Yorma remained silent, saying nothing, and Chloe also agreed. I think so. Weapon continued offering opinions. That's why we thought of establishing our own club, he said while displaying vigorous. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised and said, a club? Saki at this moment spoke up to explain. That's right, clubs at Joaquin Academy not only have freedom of movement but also receive operational funding support. And whether it's actual combat or not, the Academy highly values cooperation among students, so there are corresponding privileges. She continued, as part of those privileges, clubs are considered organizations affiliated with Joaquin Academy. Before she could finish, he jumped in to cover her mouth and said, just being part of a club already means receiving protection from the Academy. Caught off guard, she cried out, oi. He continued, being just a student isn't. Saki lay stretched out on the bench, sighed and said, exactly. For us, people with enemies both inside and outside, the club will act as a double shield layer. The club system, one of the support miracle contents, on the screen appeared characters with favorability ratings of 999, and because this was a game set in an academy, this system allowed players to be granted a private space, personally arrange interior furnishings and invite characters over to increase intimacy. An indispensable feature in core otaku games that had caused countless fans to open their wallets. Abin, it's late already. I've been waiting. This was the housing system. He himself had been too busy back then to pay much attention. But unexpectedly when it became reality, it was useful in this way he truly hadn't expected. Yorma spoke up to ask, are there conditions for establishing a club? He quickly answered him. First, you need at least 5 people. Then write a club establishment plan and submit it to the department in charge. At this moment, he remembered something. 5 people? Then we're short 1. He asked further, but will all of you be joining this club? He cheerfully said, hey, don't say things that make me sad, of course. If we hadn't planned to do this together from the start, we wouldn't have mentioned. Chloe standing to the side also spoke up. Of course, I want to help you, Yorma. Saki also spoke. I was also helped by you in the dungeon, and besides, a group like this needs at least one person oriented toward. As one grows up, all relationships are based on calculation and benefit, yet now, people he'd only known for a short time trusted and were willing to go together, even in this world where class discrimination still existed. Thank you everyone. Then, to make the momentum even more explosive, let's name the club first. The whole group chatted happily. Assassination memories. Suddenly Chloe thought of this and spoke up. Annihilate all rotten forces. Weapon standing to the side said, that name seems a bit off though. Even Yorma couldn't bring himself to say anything, while Chloe cried. Saki standing to the side said toward them, just name it like a village patrol team or something. Is the name really that important? Just pick one. When I was little, there was a fairy tale from my hometown. And he spoke up, Saki, be quiet you shut up too. Ha, or how about calling it Fight Club? Assassination memories. Kai-am. With all those names, Doma felt he didn't want to say anything. Yorma suddenly asked, how about making it a travel club? Conquering dungeons while wandering around outside. He said this much but hadn't heard anyone object yet. So he immediately asked, not. Everyone hearing this found it reasonable and said, I agree. I think it's fine too. Then let's decide. Saki at this moment spoke up first. Now we need to find an advisor professor to oversee the club. The written exam is next week, so let's prepare in advance. At this moment, he was a bit doubtful and muttered, "Is a travel club really okay?" He also added lazily, "Without an advisor professor, we can't establish it." She continued, "Actually, this is the biggest problem. The club advisor professor must be someone with the rank of professor or above." And this time a bit of difficulty came. Chloe also began to speak up. How about trying to ask the professor from the magic department? That person is famously friendly and well regarded by many. And finally Chloe also put forward a Weapon said while remembering that teacher. "Ah, Teacher Damien, you mean? But he's very busy, so probably not." "That's true. No one's more suitable than him. He was really someone who kicked the ball first and asked questions later, initially disagreeing but ultimately agreeing with her." Saki sat in her chair and continued, Out of over 500 employees, there are only about 30 professors, and if we count those in charge of first years, there are only about 10 people. They say they encourage club activities, but the system is full of contradictions, not easy." She turned to ask his opinion. "What about you, Joma? Have you thought of any?" This, he turned to look at her, not answering immediately but instead asking, "As long as they have the rank of professor or above, that's fine." He quickly replied, "That's right, but in the academy, there are hardly any people above professor." He held his phone in his hand and said softly, "It's not that there aren't." Hearing him say that, he held up his phone in front of everyone, astonishment growing even more astonished. "Really? Serious?" A voice still echoed. "The establishment of a club must be registered directly by the club president with the..." Joma spoke up at this time. "I am the club president." Hearing that, the manager there seemed unconvinced and said, he didn't say a word but just stared straight ahead. The manager seeing this spoke up, "Oh my." At this time, he was thinking about something. "Just because of my status, is the education department staff acting so much?" At this time, he muttered to himself, "This is truly troublesome." Then he said to that manager, "As long as the procedures are correct, it can be established, so please go ahead and accept my registration application." Suddenly at that moment, a voice rang out. That girl's figure was much taller than him. She leaned toward him and said, "First-year student. Huh? To register a club, you need a faculty advisor support? Looking at it, it seems no one wants to be your advisor." At this time, he still maintained a calm expression, looking up at her and saying, "What do you mean?" She slowly asked him back, "You don't understand what I'm saying?" She continued, "I don't think any professor in the academy wants to be an advisor and sponsor the club of a special student like you." After saying that, she plopped down in her chair, turned to the other side and continued, "With that kind of background, you should know your place a bit more." He stood to one side thinking to himself, as expected, at this rate, the academy will disappear in the future with no one to continue. He continued thinking, "I wanted to talk to her elegantly to get things done, but nothing is going according to plan at all. In the past, when I worked in the food service industry, I've met plenty of people more annoying than this, so staying silent now is best. I understand that clearly, but deep down, I really want to punch her." He was clearly very irritated but still tried to stood there holding his phone to his ear. "Yes, I'm listening." She was a bit surprised and curious. He continued, "I'm at the club registration office." She panicked and said, "Who are you calling?" Paid no attention and continued, "Ah, so if you're nearby, could you come here for a bit? That's fine, right? See you in a bit." Not irritating enough yet. "All right, see you." Seeing Joma just finish the phone call, she angrily slammed both hands on the desk and said, "I can't stand it anymore. What do you think this place is that you casually make phone calls like that?" He calmly replied, "You just do your job properly. Someone will come to support me shortly." Hearing that, she shouted in surprise. At this time, she angrily shouted loudly at him, "What are you relying on to have that attitude toward me? Your backer must be bigger than this education department, right?" The people around seeing the situation like this didn't dare look up to face. She continued shouting, "If you don't respect me, you'll face the consequences. Do you know I'm the principal's cousin? I only need to say one word and a special student like you will be He paid no attention and just smiled faintly. Haha. She was already angry and became even angrier. She continued shouting at him, "You think I'll let you off like this? You'll..." Joma wasn't panicked at all, on the contrary. His tone was very calm as he said, "Well, your voice is too loud." Told that, she turned red with anger and screamed, "What? This?" He still calmly continued, "That's right, with that hypocritical mask exposed now, anyone looking would just find it disgusting. I didn't expect just a bit of talking and you've already revealed your true name." At this time, she threw something toward where he was. Everyone around at this time was all panicked. "No, What do we? She was also somewhat surprised. A foot landed on the ground. Dust and smoke rose up thickly, looking incredibly He looked toward the person approaching and said, "You should greet her, because this is the person who came to support me." She looked and was extremely astonished, her face turning pale. "This is my club advisor." He gently introduced a woman with a slender figure, red eyes and alluring blue hair walked to where he was and said, "It's been a long time since we met in person, Joma. Truly delightful." He cheerfully replied, "You're so busy, yet I'm still bothering you. I'm truly sorry." She also cheerfully said, "It's nothing. I'm happy to help with what you ask. When you called, I came right." At this time, she suddenly thought, "Is that Joma?" She didn't expect the person she'd been talking to was him. "He's this year's valedictorian?" She was quite surprised by this situation. Glancing at his outer uniform, she saw his name. Boysen spoke up at this time. "Give me those documents. I'll handle things with the administration office here. You go back to class quickly. Next week there's a writing competition." After saying that, he quickly replied, "Yes, if there's anything, I'll ask you." After speaking, he turned and the sound of a chair scraping on the floor. Someone pushed a chair in front of her to sit. She panicked and said, "Dean, this is just a misunderstanding. It's not what you think." She stammered her explanation full of. Boysen pointed her finger at her and said, "No need for excuses at all. I think it's about background, isn't it? It must be." She pointed her finger to one side and said, "You targeted such an excellent student of the academy and bothered him. That's really not okay." After saying that, she gave her a piece of paper, seeing that she was scared to. Boysen propped her hand up and said leisurely, "I'm giving you 5 minutes." She gently said one sentence. "Write it." Just one sentence, but it carried great. She looked at the paper on the desk, her lips trembling, perspiration pouring in drops. At this time, on his side, Boysen sent a message. "Whenever you come to the principal's office, I always welcome you. Your registration application has been accepted. You just need one more member, and the club will be established." At this time, he said, "That staff member must have been fired." Joma quickly replied to the message, "Thank you. Next time I'll come see you." Immediately after, another message came. "Speaking of which, after class today, come see me." At this time, he walked into a basement. Just opening the door, he proactively spoke up, "Hello, sir. The blacksmith was still busying himself with his work without speaking. After a while, he also turned back and said to him, "You're here for a weapon, right?" "Wait." He stood from afar and muttered, "This is the first time I've seen him look like a real blacksmith." After saying that, he thought to himself, "I don't know what he thinks of me, but as a gamer, I both love and hate him." That train of thought continued. "After last time, although I hate him, I also feel sorry for him." In the end, he still had compassion for everyone. Standing for a while, he sighed to himself, "So hot." Just after saying that, his hand pulled at his collar to loosen. He was practically the only blacksmith NPC responsible for forging items for all players here. Forging tools designed with the characteristics of a crafting blacksmith, luck and misfortune were unavoidable for players who needed his help. So it could be said that when upgrades failed, he was the one who bore all the curses. I'm F2P, so I haven't really felt it much, but those who spend a lot of money to upgrade items and fail, he's truly hated in their eyes. Huel and offering up oddie rank items. Huel and the light dispersing darkness. Huel and everything will eventually decline. People even called him with the not-so-friendly nickname, Damn. Well, it's true, every time upgrading items from B down to E. I also just want to make offerings and greet his ancestors. While thinking, a voice rang out, "What do you think?" Hearing that, he snapped to attention and he sat in the chair and said, "Ah, nothing. I just reminisced and thought you resembled someone I know." Hearing that, he replied, "Is that so? That person must be as handsome as me, right?" It must be said he was extremely narcissistic. He continued, "Here's your weapon. It's perfect just as you hoped. This is the fruit of my hard labor. I hope you use it well." Seeing that thing, he was also a bit stunned. He continued, "I also added special attributes to it." Check. On the table was the knife that had been perfectly modified. It no longer looked as scary as before.
Tu Denli hair scream. Quy lang.
At this action, he was a bit startled and said, "Huh? Why is the kid looking at me?" And on the screen at this time it displayed, "Blessing of the War God. Pain completely disappeared. The number of blessings has met the requirement. Therefore the duration is adjusted as follows. Duration 40 to 50 seconds, cooldown 12 hours, 50 seconds." Thinking about the difficult dungeons that needed to be conquered, 40 seconds seemed a bit short, even adding just 10 seconds would. In the future, if upgrading weapons along with other equipment, surely the duration would also increase. Really lucky. He looked at the screen while before, I thought blessings weren't necessary, But now I know the blessing of the war god that Kongjoma awakened actually has quite high applicability compared to the death spirit rank. At this time, he turned to look at the knife and said, "Ah, right, he told me to check." Just picking up the knife, its information appeared. Improved Makoto Masa, size 35 centimeters, attack power C, range E, durability E, growth A knife made from carbon steel containing a master's secrets, small size but highly practical and quite versatile. He looked at the screen and continued. Compared to the effort put in, this upgrade is passable. But I'm still not satisfied because I used A rank material in Guvong. So I thought the knife would at least reach C rank, but he thought about before. If in the future I have to transfer more power into this to fight, then increased durability is also fine, because I still have to face many higher rank monsters. He looked at the screen and continued. This button keeps blinking. Let me click on it and see. On the screen appeared the words. Add function? Please touch. Why do I feel just clicking on it? The screen displayed countless other strange things, making him full of surprise. On the screen appeared the line. Enhancement process successful, weapon has been upgraded. Therefore there are 3 additional slots to attach skills. Attached skills will activate randomly when he said in surprise. So it needs high-grade magic. Looking at the screen he was panicking. It's also quite difficult to find satisfactory skills here. I'll calculate. At this time, in another place, a glass of water was thrown out. Someone's angry voice shouted loudly. The mirror in that place had been thrown and broken. The person standing in front of the mirror laughed in a sinister way. Ah! Someone sat slumped on the ground, laughing but not laughing. The feeling was a bit strange. That person picked up a purple bottle and drank gulp. After drinking, threw the bottle far away. The sound rang out extremely. He sat leaning against the cushioned wall and said, "What do I do?" He looked toward the photo and spoke up. Father, Rimong von Ben, one of the 7 holy heroes, a person once called Sword. But my father passed away 45 years ago in the campaign to eliminate the 6th Demon Beast Legion commander, Baman. Everyone praised him as a hero, but after my father died, attacks aimed at seizing everything from the Bemenak clan continuously. At that time, he was still very small. To survive to this day, I've harbored so much hatred and resentment. I schemed to make those relatives who once ordered my assassination turn against each other as enemies killing. At that time, he had tried to escape from the pursuit. In the end, I stabilized the situation and protected the Bemenak. At the time I was 30, I had become an elder of Joyoquin Academy. There I guided foolish humanity to maintain the saint selection system for the academy. I considered it my mission to help resist the demon. Because the demon race was an enemy always threatening humanity, I took advantage of that to consolidate power. But there was an unexpected Leon von Reinhardt, a hero with the power to destroy the demon. Of course, to accomplish that, he still needs to exert far greater effort, because the gap in strength between humans and the demon race is simply too vast, and by estimation, Leon's chances of slaying a demon king are practically non-existent. At this moment he raised his face and continued speaking. But the founding hero Joaquin once sealed a legion commander even stronger than himself. That precedent truly exists, so perhaps such events can occur again. Therefore, I must eliminate this hero Leon to maintain the threat the demon race poses to humanity. Only then will I have a place to stand. It seemed he had made up his mind. Then he muttered under his breath. These assistant instructors don't even know their place. Yet they dare come here to disturb. Someone had a person with pink. The moment he turned around, he was utterly shocked because upon meeting face to face, he immediately recognized who was stronger, the one who had directly contracted with a Legion commander-level demon, a human who had completely discarded humanity, choosing demonic power to become a half-demon or an evil. He sat there and said, "That Leon alone is already enough of a headache. Now with this special cadet as well, everything's become such a... Our side has investigated everything but hasn't found anything clear yet. So the work has barely progressed." Suddenly he called out, "Is anyone there?" Someone replied, "Yes, Elder Cl." He spoke up, "Summon those monsters." What on earth does he want to do? Summoning those monsters? Doma took his pen and sketched crescent moons across the... While drawing, he pondered endlessly. Magic stone, magic stone. Why magic Doma thought that the presence of magic stones on weapons was clearly very illogical. Magic stones had appeared 3 times already. If this were a game, they'd have hit the jackpot by now. If this really were He stopped his contemplation. Magic stones are materials dropped when defeating bosses in certain dungeons, only dropping from A rank or higher magic beasts, though calling them magic beasts is putting it lightly, since they're essentially no different from demons. At this point, Doma became extremely irritated. Demons again? What terrible fate. Is it because my name also contains the character Ma? He turned to look at Saki Ryuzo beside him and wondered, is this kid pulling an all-nighter? A week had passed since conquering the Ox. Doma speculated that the magic stone was precisely the key leading to Kepkin's location, And the origin of that magic stone was from the colossal beast Gigant. Though it's unclear how anyone could have defeated Gigant, the magic stone's existence was he silently assessed. Even in-game, Gigant was described as such a terrifying magic beast that a single step would cause the entire region's earth to tremble. But compared to later magic beasts, Gigant was actually quite man. The serpent basilisk, the fierce beast mantis, Lich King Rogue, these were beings that existed like natural disaster. Doma felt somewhat conflicted. Should he gamble his life to give his weapon a special skill? The mission to hunt magic beasts and collect magic stones usually fell to just then. Chloe approached and asked him, Doma, is this seat taken? Seeing her, Doma quickly spoke up, Chloe could. Then he gave Chloe a meaningful look, gesturing toward the spot beside him where Saki Ryuzo was sleeping. To avoid awkwardness, Doma asked politely, You look fully recovered, don't you? She cheerfully replied, Yes, only you worked hard that day, Doma. Your sword even emitted blue light. He suddenly spoke up, Ah, Chloe, about that. Realizing her slip, Chloe immediately tried to salvage the situation. Oh, he bowed his head slightly, thinking, I see. So magic stones are definitely worth. Doma recalled the previous battle and couldn't help calculating. It sounded contradictory, but right now he was desperately craving. He had set aside thoughts of peace, safety, and tranquility, yet his core objective remained unchanged. So he looked out the window with some worry. Variables that shouldn't exist kept targeting him relentlessly. Doma remained silent, his heart full of jumbled thoughts. A month had already passed since enrollment. Just 3 more years, and the truth about the second great human-demon war would unfold. Behind him, Chloe and Speed Weapon were cheerfully greeting each other. Hi, Chloe. Hi. Still caught in his thoughts, Doma concluded. To prepare for that, strengthening individual power and equipping weapons with special skills was no longer optional but absolutely mandatory. Speed Weapon looked at the drowsy Saki Ryuzo and asked curiously, Why's this kid here? Chloe immediately warned him. If you're thinking of messing with her, go somewhere. He continued brooding. At this rate, the outcome of the Great War would be hard to predict, because the protagonist Leon wasn't particularly trustworthy. Meanwhile, Speed Weapon had sneakily approached Saki Ryuzo. He quickly received a punch from her, but only Doma, lost in thought, didn't notice. Even if Mermit was a demon, the fact that the so-called successor hero was defeated with a single blow was truly beyond. At this point, he couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Everyone Speed Weapon clutched his cheek and complained bitterly, Captain, she just hit me. Doma looked at him in surprise and exclaimed, When did you even get here? Saki Ryuzo removed her eye mask and answered instead, About 10 minutes ago. Speed Weapon seriously continued the conversation. I wanted to ask about establishing the club. Doma calmly replied, The principal already approved it. We just need one more person to start activities. So don't call me Captain so prematurely. Nodded understandingly. Okay. Got it. Got it. Oh, by the way, have you heard? Leon's been really active lately. Word is he's already swept through several high-level dungeons. Hearing this, his expression darkened. So he's finally acting like a protagonist? I take back my earlier Saki Ryuzo stretched her arms out and lamented. Yesterday he also just conquered an A-rank dungeon, with just a small team too, while we're still struggling with C-rank dungeons. Speed Weapon asked in mild surprise. You know even more than me? Are you following Leon? What's this? Not denying it means it's true. You're paying attention to Leon. Saki Ryuzo immediately turned to look at. Finally she muttered irritably. No, I'm not interested at all. What's going on now? Doma continued his inner monologue. Leon is growing stronger. At this rate, soon during the survival training on the deserted island, he'll receive the pattern, and honestly, for a nobody like me with no skills to survive this long is already a... Finally he sighed in frustration. It's just a hypothesis. But could it be that I'm the lucky charm taking all the danger in place of the protagonist, bearing all the risks for Leon? That's not pleasant to think about. Doma clenched his fists and told himself. But even so, I don't intend to just sit here and take it, because to survive, I'm ready to swing my blade without hesitation. He continued warning himself. I have no reason to pursue the path of perfect righteousness like a protagonist. I'm not the protagonist. I am. Doma spoke softly. Whatever it is, just cut through it and be. Hearing these words, Saki Ryuzo asked him curiously, Do you like anime? Doma quickly denied it. No, not at all. She continued pressing. Then what was that line? Again. Meanwhile, a maid was leading a group of people through the Beck excitedly called out to Layson. Hey, Captain! We're really being valued now, even personally summoned by Elder Benhart of Joaquin Academy. How about taking this opportunity to step into the spotlight? She coldly warned. If you don't want to lose your remaining tongue, shut your mouth. Hearing this, he was forced to stop his teasing. Good grief, Captain. Why so? Peng quickly reminded him. You're new so you don't know. The captain has always hated superiors. Barrack was somewhat confused. What? Then why agree this? The guy answered as if it were obvious. Can't refuse such a huge sum of money. He then laughed loudly in agreement. True enough, just doing work for a living. But the deposit alone is 100 million per person, with double rewards upon success. Then, Layson spoke up. You two silence. They obediently responded. The maid stood before the large door and called in. Lord Clady von Benhart, I've brought them. The person inside responded solemnly. Send. The villainous alliance, the assassin organization Undertaker, consisted of villainous Captain Layson, villainous Vice Captain Jiang Taepeng, and villainous member Barrack. They quickly stepped into. Seeing them, Benhart spoke up. You must have worked hard to get. Layson maintained her perpetually cold demeanor, not responding. He quickly ordered his subordinate. Give them. She held a file folder in her hand with a photo of Doma. Barrack looked at him and barked in annoyance. What the hell? Looks like some brat who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. Face like some pampered young master. I'm better looking than. Benhart then laid out the requirements. Next week is the survival training on the deserted island. Eliminate him there. As mentioned, the advance payment is 100 million per person, with the reward transferred separately. Layson suddenly asked, and after the elimination? He gently set down his cup and answered lightly. Dispose. Benhart said ruthlessly. The island is surrounded by ocean. Just make him fish food or throw him to the On the day of the written exam, Doma gnawed on a piece of bread while muttering. Divine grace was first discovered in the year 690. He looked at a few lines in his notebook and continued. After the hero's revolution in France, Doma fell into contemplation again. Even though he'd achieved good results on the midterm, word was the rankings would be posted publicly. He unconsciously thought of his two friends, Saki Ryuzo and Speed Weapon. If not for that, he would have just done it half-heartedly. The two club members were the valedictorian and saluted. Doma told himself, as the club leader, I can't let myself be looked down upon. I won't accept that. Phone on the table suddenly rang, leaving him utterly confused. Who's this? Calling so early in the... Doma vaguely guessed. Is it... Saki Ryuzo asked him. You have an exam today, right? Have you eaten breakfast? Doma quickly answered. Yes, I had a sandwich. Then she meticulously went on and on. Before an exam you must supplement enough sugar or your brain won't function well. Have you seen the effects of Yengang? It helps boost metabolism, aids weight loss, fights aging, beautifies skin, cleanses blood, and even has cancer prevention problems. The other side continued boasting. See? That's why I always carry Yengang with me. After reading, he could only sigh helplessly. Good grief. It's barely morning and she's already spouting this nonsense. Doma replied to the message. In our country, there's a traditional sweet people eat before exam. Saki Ryuzo was extremely pleased. You replied so he asked curiously. Really? What do you mean? He immediately suggested. Eat. Saki Ryuzo, reading this, became furious and scolded. Eat it yourself. Hey, Doma. Ignoring her continuous spam calls. Doma. He decisively put down his... Doma told himself. I have to do well on this exam. I can't lose to this Yongang addicted. Soon enough, the four friends had gathered together. Doma cursed inwardly in panic. It's over. The idiot took the exam. Across from him, Speed Weapon kept interrogating Saki Ryuzo. How could you write the first question like that? That question. Who in the world would explain God is dead? That Chloe suddenly came over and asked Doma. Doma, you did the exam okay? He timidly replied. Question 3. I just guessed. Hearing this, she let out a loud gasp. But that's an essay question. How can you just... Chloe laughed awkwardly. Are you teasing me? In reality, Doma was quite tormented. I racked my brain remembering knowledge from when I played the game to answer, but I should have done better than Chloe. As if remembering something, she asked, have you heard anything from NOC? It's been quite a while since I've heard any news. Chloe started and exclaimed. She blurted out and scratched her cheek. Yesterday NOC called me, but I went to bed early so I didn't. Doma continued questioning. What time did he call? Chloe rolled her eyes and lied. Around 7 p.m. Lately I've been staying up late studying, so... He naturally didn't believe that. You're a night owl. 100% you ignored it on purpose. Doma silently calculated. So Adito is top secret, unless NOC comes to meet directly. I can only hear news from Chloe. They may have their reasons, but it seems the two are still quite awkward. Anyway, they're brothers. I hope they'll get along a bit. Speed Weapon suddenly clutched his head and shouted. Why? I stayed up multiple nights. Saki Ryuzo pointed at her own head and mocked him. Just accept it. It's merely a difference in intelligence. That's...
Doma sighed.
He was slightly surprised when she pouted and sat down beside. Saki Ryuzo lowered her voice and asked gently, "What are you two talking about so happily? Are you two really?" Doma thought with weary disdain. Is it because they're still young that they only think of that? Yet Chloe behind him was very cheerful. Dating, Doma and I are. Without hesitation, Doma denied it. No, I've said it so many times. It's not what you. Saki Ryuzo still wouldn't let it go. Oh, she leaned in and interrogated him. Then why do you always ignore my mess? Doma replied indifferently. What do you mean, always? I only didn't reply once. The girl Chloe suddenly called out in a lowered voice. He turned around only to see her entire body radiating towering flames of indignation. Contact. Chloe glared furiously at Saki Ryuzo. They both contacted. This left Yorma startled, wondering to himself, what's going on? Just now they were sitting next to each other without saying anything. But now just because of a call they're acting like. Speed Weapon was also stunned, asking, Chloe, what's this? Saki Ryuzo added fuel to the fire, saying, huh? What's wrong with Chloe? This annoyed Yorma, who told her, you, step back. Saki Ryuzo continued to provoke. What's the matter? You've known Chloe for a long time, haven't you, Yorma? You know why she's like. He cursed internally with frustration. What the hell is this girl thinking? Meanwhile, Chloe was still determinedly calling his name over and over. She angrily scolded. You didn't even give me your phone number. Yorma could only smile awkwardly and explain. Chloe, that's because my number is top secret info. Chloe muttered. You promised you would only. She stared at him accusingly. My prince and mine. Saki Ryuzo grabbed his arm and exclaimed. What? What's wrong with her? Yorma timidly asked. Ryuzo, do you know what a yandere? She burst out laughing, saying, huh? Yndre is English? What does it mean? I'm not very familiar with English. Saki Ryuzo continued to tease. What is that? Speed Weapon quickly stepped forward to stop her. Don't you understand the situation yet? Muttering worriedly. This is really crazy. When Saki Ryuzo was pushed away by Speed Weapon, she angrily scolded. Hey, why are you pushing me? You noon. Chloe suddenly pulled out a paper cutter knife. Seeing this, Yorma panicked and blamed himself. Back then was different. What do I do now? Recently I've been neglecting those yandere tutorial videos on YouTube, so I've forgotten how to handle. Chloe approached menacingly with the blade, saying, from now on. Her eyes were full of resentment as she continued. I'll make sure you only look. Yorma tried to salvage the situation. Chloe, let's talk this through. Chloe acted as if she didn't hear him, slashed directly at him. Speed Weapon screamed in horror. Yorma! While Saki Ryuzo also gasped and Chloe desperately stabbed the knife toward him and scolded. You always make me so. She furiously shouted. There are always other girls around you. Never. When Yorma dodged to the side, then nearly stabbed Saki Ryuzo. He immediately struck Chloe's hand. Seeing this, Saki Ryuzo let out a deeply moved. Chloe continued attacking. But I'm always trying my hardest for you. She slashed down with another. Speed Weapon and Saki Ryuzo gaped at them with their mouths hanging. Yorma successfully restrained Chloe and said seriously, Chloe, calm down. Let's. Hands trembled slightly. She muttered softly. Don't do this. Yorma commanded. Calm down. Listen to me. Chloe angrily screamed. You didn't even bother to contact me. So what is there to talk about now? What's there to discuss? He explained in a low voice. I just wanted to talk to you face to face. Communicating through that scrap of metal called a phone lacks emotion. Between us, she trembled slightly and asked again. Between us? Yorma emphasized once more. Yes, between. He leaned close to Chloe's face and whispered. Chloe. Yorma knew clearly that now was the time to be decided. He sweetly coaxed her. Thank you for always thinking of me. She couldn't believe her own ears. Speed Weapon, witnessing this scene, blushed with embarrassment, while Saki Ryuzo felt extremely uncomfortable. Yorma continued. Ever since we were in the Buffalo Dungeon, I've always relied on you, so don't be too sad. Upon hearing all these words, Chloe exclaimed with immense happiness. Really? He softly affirmed while inwardly sighing with relief. It seems I've successfully turned the situation around. Speed Weapon asked Yorma with concern. Are you okay? He nodded slightly. Yeah, Chloe excitedly called out. Yorma, what should we talk about next? He looked at the water spilled messily all over the table and said. First, let's clean this up. Speed Weapon agreed. Right, yes. Only Saki Ryuzo quietly. He watched her retreating figure with extreme exhaustion, thinking, there she goes. That afternoon after school, both Saki Ryuzo and Speed Weapon thought about one person. Speed Weapon recalled when Chloe threw her fit. From some point on, when anything involved Yorma, Chloe would emit fierce killing intent. It can be deduced that Chloe's feelings for Yorma are that of a morbid. He saved me once too. But what surprised me more than anything was the image of her holding a sashimi knife behind that suite exterior. At this point, Speed Weapon pondered for a moment. Although he always advocates persuasion and appeasement through dialogue, Yorma actually mixes appeasement with violence. In emergency situations, he knows how to utilize the fear from violence. At first glance, he could be seen as a villain, but in reality, he finally defined it. That's the quality of a Speed Weapon firmly believed one thing. Without a doubt, Yorma will definitely accomplish great things. He turned to ask Saki Ryuzo beside him, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" She replied irritably, "What do you mean, what's wrong?" Speed Weapon pointed out, "You've been pouting with that annoyed expression this whole time." Saki Ryuzo said innocently, "I haven't done and didn't delve deeper into this issue." "Fine then. But what are you doing with your phone?" She stared intently at her phone while answering, "I'm deleting a video because viewers aren't following the content I posted properly." Hearing this, Speed Weapon was confused. "Viewers? What? You do YouTube?" Saki Ryuzo immediately showed him the screen displaying the page titled, Practical Combat Strategies. "What to do when a Yandere draws a knife and charges at you?" Then said indifferently, "It's not professional or anything, just..." Speed Weapon exclaimed in amazement. "What? Perfect response to Yandere. 210,000 views. Wow, what a waste. Why delete?" Saki Ryuzo looked somewhat dejected. "Forget it. I don't need it anymore." At this point, he had to give up. "Well, it's up." Speed Weapon was curious again. "What's the channel name? Saki-chan's Japanese? Are you planning to teach Japanese? Who learns that way anymore?" She explained, "I just picked it randomly. Didn't think." He burst out laughing and teased, "Saki-chan's Japanese? Huh?" Saki Ryuzo scolded embarrassedly. "Stop laughing. You knew." The next day, Yorma had arrived at Jochin Academy's library. Starting from Wednesday of next week, there will be a 3-day, 2-night survival training camp on a deserted island at Avalon Island. Hearing the name, one might think it's some kind of harsh survival training. But in reality, students are free to form groups of 1 to 4. Furthermore, all students were notified in detail about the training schedule. This is an event-type activity, similar to camping or a field trip. He stood in the library at this moment and muttered, Yorma looked at the stack of books in his hands and whispered, "Survival on a deserted island. Identifying poisonous plants. Survival methods by instructor rank 1B Ergolix. This should be enough." However, since it bears the name of survival training, the Academy also sees this as an opportunity. Although it won't affect grades, they will evaluate each student's self-reliance ability throughout the 3 days and 2 nights. He sat at the desk with his thoughts drifting. Now that I think about it, that event back then, even for me, a former player, this training session was very memorable. Because in the main storyline, the protagonist Leon will receive the sword Bamung, the holy demonic sword that becomes his main. Yorma pondered, recalling the plot. Between Haben and Leon, emotions begin to sprout, and ultimately, that wall of ice will also collapse. He sighed softly. "I used to be very invested when playing this event, but now there's nothing left to be jealous." Yorma opened the book and continued thinking to himself. "Since enrolling, I've been constantly dragged into life and death situations, like walking on a thin thread in the middle of a storm, to the point where I've become cold toward romantic emotions. The Academy's elders are targeting me. There's a mysterious instructor whose identity is unclear, and on top of that, I have to recruit more members for the..." He felt somewhat dejected. Even if it's a beautiful woman, this isn't the time to develop such feelings. No matter who it is, youth. Let's meet in the next. Yorma appeared extremely ambitious. Instead, as a swordsman, what interests me more is the holy demonic sword Bamung. Perhaps it's because I'm a swordsman. I can't deny how much I covet it. Moreover, as a former player, knowing both the location and power of Bamung makes me crave it even more. But searching for the fragments of Bamung is also the core of the entire story, and even if I know the location of all the pieces, I still can't. Players would be extremely excited when they see it appear, but the condition for possessing Bamung, the sword will choose its own master. The system immediately appears asking, "O bearer of light, can you prove you're worthy?" Activating the blessing of miracles, it displays the requirement. "Please save the world from the hands of the demon." Thinking about this, Yorma felt disappointed again. A weapon predetermined to be exclusively for the protagonist. I can only covet it. Meanwhile, I'm carrying around a sashimi knife bought at Daiso. The comparison is just too... He had to console himself. So don't be jealous of what I can't have. It's better to review the survival skills necessary for the 3-day, 2-night. Avalon Island is a deserted island where no monsters appear. I just hope there won't be any unexpected situations like the dungeon incident last. Yorma carefully calculated. I heard that this time, by special order of the principal, the supervision team also includes a temporary high-ranking instructor, and the Sword Emperor will also participate. He felt somewhat anticipatory. One of humanity's strongest heroes will lead a bunch of first-year students on a camping trip? Although it's deviated significantly from the main story, thanks to this, I'll probably be able to complete my objectives. Yorma searched for books while wondering to himself, I don't know if this book has it written, continued his internal monologue. Even though we're living in an era where the internet is flooded with all kinds of information, I didn't come to the library just to learn simple survival knowledge. Old information must certainly exist in these ancient books, because I also have something I need to find on Avalon. Yorma quickly returned to the desk, flipping through each page, muttered, Avalon is an island located in the distant western seas, a mysterious place where the terrain constantly changes with each moment. At the center of the island is an ancient lake called the Queen's Lake, and for some minority tribes, this place is also called the Land of Origin or Paradise. Currently, it's a deserted island with no inhabitant. After reading for a while, Yorma exclaimed with some disappointment, just all information I already. He held his head helplessly. No way. Do I have to ransack the entire library? Just then, an unfamiliar voice rang out. You're here. Leon patted Yorma's shoulder and said cordially, long time no. Two female students looked at Leon's hand resting on Yorma's shoulder and blushed with surprise. Huh? Leon greeted them. Long time no. Yorma looked at the red-covered book in Leon's hands and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Introduction to Magic. Yorma suddenly recalled the previous battle with Leon. Even if he says he wants to use the midterm exam as a learning experience, Leon, the protagonist, now isn't the time to sit in the library studying. Yorma looked at Leon's smiling face before him and thought to himself, how can this not make one suspect? Leon walked to face Yorma directly and asked, what book are you reading? Yorma didn't hide anything. Just some things related to Avalon Island where next week's training will be held. Just researching a few. Upon receiving this answer, Leon suddenly fell silent. Yorma raised his head to look at him with a puzzled expression. After a moment of silence, Leon suddenly spoke. You're really diligent, Yorma. Yorma opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but then he recalled his own days of diligent study and thought, well, hard to deny it. Physical training, dungeon exploration, monster research, truly a busy life. Because I know in advance what will happen in 3 years, I must prepare as much as possible for my own. Thinking this, Yorma appeared nonchalant. Taking care of oneself is what one should. In the dimly lit library, Leon Van Shashas' contemplative voice rang out. Taking care of oneself? You're different from me, truly. And I'm different from you. Yorma thought about his recent interactions with Leon Van Shichat, and a feeling of doubt gradually arose within him. Where exactly did he come from? His actions aren't too far off from the game, but compared to the Leon I know, this feeling is completely. Yorma observed the person standing before him. His face carries a shadow of sadness, as if he's struggling with. Leon Van Shichat, carrying the book, walked toward the door. Well then, do your best. It won't be long before the library closes. Yorma watched his departing figure courteously. Yeah. Thanks, Leon. He watched Leon Van Shashas retreating back and thought to himself, is it the burden of a hero bearing the fate of humanity's survival on his shoulder? Light shining through the window stretched Leon Van Shashas' shadow into a long black streak, giving the feeling that both shoulders were being weighed down by light and darkness like heavy. Yorma stopped watching him and buried his head in the pile of books before him. Need to find it quickly before the library closed. During the survival training on the deserted island, Dazai was at the training ground. Yura excitedly laughed, saying, oh, I get to meet you here. Everything. It's been so hard to see your face, Saki. Oh, it's been a while since I've seen you too. Kid. Aben turned her head to look toward the two people who had just appeared. Chloe's eyes widened in surprise at the blonde hair, while Saki Ryujo greeted them. Yeah, hello, and added, Aben's here too. I see. 4 of them split into 2 groups standing opposite each other, with Miura grinning mischievously. Aben politely greeting them, asking, you're all set for the training session, right? Saki Ryujo looked at her directly and answered, yeah, just doing things as usual. What about you, Aben? Miura glanced back and forth between the two before smiling, turning to look at Saki Ryujo with reproach, saying, hey, you sneaky thing, you went and skipped classes behind our backs. Then added, lately you seem to be really enjoying school life, huh? Saki Ryujo calmly replied, everything followed proper procedure. There was no need to report it to you guys at all. Miura glanced at Aben before speaking with hidden meaning. Ha! So I just have to open my eyes and watch Joma get stolen away like this? Aben's lips moved slightly, whispering, Rachel, Thinking about Saki Ryujo getting close to Kong Joma made Miura furious. So she growled, cutting off what Aben was about to say. What's this? Little Saki not only went with him to Buffalo Dungeon last time but also joined the same club. And now for this 2-night 3-day training session, she's going to be right by his side again, right? Hearing her say that, Saki Ryujo spoke up. Ah, but this time he said he wants to participate alone. Didn't he? Chloe, standing behind her, immediately chimed in. That's right, Joma said there are some things he wants to try himself, so he decided to act alone during this training session. Aben, standing opposite them, moved her lips as if wanting to say something but then stopped, while Miura showed excitement again. Oh, really? For real? She asked provocatively with a laugh. So that means during this 2-night 3-day survival training, none of us are assigned to go with Joma, right? Saki Ryujo glared at her, thinking, what are you planning to say now? While Aben finally couldn't hold back and asked, so then, what are you thinking? Miura's eyes sparkled brilliantly as she said, Joma only said he wants to go alone. He didn't say anything about prohibiting surveillance. To which Saki Ryujo was somewhat speechless, muttering, what miraculous logic. Miura smiled with a calculating look, saying, I think all 4 of us here, though we haven't said it out loud, are all thinking the same thing, right? So I propose a fair game, tentatively called the Game of Whoever. Saki Ryujo responded skeptically, fair? While Aben hesitated, Rachel, a game? Miura, thinking about everyone falling from the teleportation gate onto the island, showed excitement, saying, everyone knows already, right? Because the terrain and environment on Avalon Island constantly change, even using a spatial teleportation gate will all arrive at different random locations. Miura raised her hand and continued, just gathering in one place is already a big challenge, and that's also the main appeal of this training session. To which Saki Ryujo, losing some patience, said, get straight to the point. So Miura continued, so then, King of Kong Joma's figure made her face turn red as she said, during this entire 2-night 3-day survival training, whoever finds him first, the other 3 must yield the right to accompany him. Exclusive rights to Joma. Hearing these words from Miura, the other 3 were all shocked and stunned, with Saki Ryujo unable to help asking again, what? Miura answered with a gleeful smile. Once you meet him, you can do anything, talk, confess, whatever, just don't interfere with others. To which Chloe said confidently, but that sounds interesting, I'll win this time. And Saki Ryujo also showed enthusiasm, saying, sounds fun, so the proof will be sending a photo as evidence, right? Miura paused for a moment then immediately agreed. All right then, kid. Let's see how much you've grown. Aben's face turned completely red, her whole body trembling as she repeated in her head the words Miura had just said. Find him first. Exclusive rights to Joma? Aben, thinking about how she and Kong Joma were like 2 parallel lines, froze, with his name clearly present in her mind. Kong Joma. Miura turned to look at her and asked with a smile. Aben agrees too, right? But Aben surprisingly refused. I'm sorry, Rachel. She bowed her head with a gloomy look in her eyes, hesitating. As if having made up her mind, Aben turned to look at everyone and said decisively, I don't have time to participate in such trivial games. I'm withdrawing. Miura didn't seem disappointed either, smiling and saying, is that so? Then we'll just play among ourselves. While Saki Ryujo looked at Aben as if she wanted to say something but then didn't, Aben turned and left, with Miura calling out from behind. You've been really busy lately with special training. To which Chloe, watching Aben's retreating figure, couldn't help but sigh. So diligent. The same time on Kong Joma's side, he stretched his shoulders and rubbed his neck, sighing. So tired. Last night I sat in the library until late. He touched the phone in his pants pocket and muttered, I've noted down everything necessary on my phone already. Even though it's not an area with magical beasts, according to the principal's instructions, I still have to carry basic weapons. 24 sashimi knives bought at Daiso plus a secret weapon. Kong Joma held his phone and looked at the 3 most recent messages between him and the principal. Last time something happened too. This time you need to prepare your training supplies properly. Did you bring preventive medicine? What about clothes? You must bring at least 3 sets of underwear, and remember to bring black ones so they don't show dirt. To which Kong Joma politely replied, Yes, principal. I've prepared everything fully, thank you. He looked at the messages, speechless, thinking, really just like mom. Haha, even underwear too. I know I should say more like grandma. Kong Joma put his phone away, thinking, looks like it's almost time to depart, as a female instructor appeared in his sight, admonishing a cadet. You've prepared everything thoroughly, right? To which the cadet standing opposite her answered firmly, Yes, Kong Joma suddenly remembered the words the man in the baseball cap had said. Purple hair and eyes of the same color. A female instructor of average height. I don't know what her real intentions are, but if she's targeting me, then this survival training is the perfect time. Kong Joma focused on analyzing the situation, thinking. Because if she takes advantage of the constantly shifting terrain on the island, dealing with the aftermath would be easier too. Double-checked the luggage he was carrying, thinking, of course that logic could also apply in reverse to myself, though I'm a bit reluctant to use a sword against people. I can't just let myself die. Kong Joma frowned, thinking, come to think of it, Weapon once drew a portrait, as he recalled that terrible drawing. A portrait of the female instructor, Speed Weapon, wheat-colored hair, very distinctive eyes, fairly average height. Kong Joma looked around at the crowd and cursed inwardly. That damn brat. How am I supposed to find anyone with this information? Kong Joma looked up at the sky and let out a breath. Ha! When just then someone called out to him, Cadet Kong Joma. Siegfried walked over to his side with Aben following behind, greeting him. You haven't been slacking off in your training lately at all, have you? To which Kong Joma looked at him in surprise. Sir Siegfried. Siegfried said something meaningful. When exceptional talent is combined with effort, the result isn't just addition but multiplication. He advised with concern. But you also need enough rest time to maintain your stamina, so during this training session, just enjoy yourself comfortably. To which Kong Joma smiled sincerely and replied, Thank you, sir. I also hope Sir Siegfried catches a big fish. Siegfried's face reddened as he covered his mouth and coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. Ah, well said. Thank you. Anyway, cough cough, I'll take my leave now, cough. Kong Joma was somewhat speechless, thinking, really, that was so on the nose. After speaking, Kong Joma only then noticed Aben staring intently at him without leaving, making a huge question mark appear in his head. Seeing Kong Joma look back at her, Aben immediately showed an annoyed expression and turned away sharply. Humph. Kong Joma smiled, thinking to himself, soon enough, you'll get a boyfriend. Just watch, smile, Aben. While at the same time, Saki Ryujo was sneaking up on him. Kong Joma suddenly raised his hand, curling his thumb and middle finger together. Without any courtesy, he flicked hard right between Saki Ryujo's forehead, making her see stars and cry out. Saki Ryujo, caught by the surprise attack, turned red with anger, tears even welling up. Hey! Just because I teased you a little to relieve boredom, you actually hit me? To which Kong Joma answered with an awkward laugh. Haha, because I sensed your presence, I reflexively reacted by instinct. Sorry. Saki Ryujo revealed the large red mark on her forehead, loudly protesting. My forehead isn't a gong. You know? Really, I came just to say. Suddenly she stopped, looking discouraged and turned to leave. Forget it. I'm going. While Kong Joma watched her retreating figure and thought, Saki Ryujo, I really don't understand what kind of person you are. He remembered her figure over the past few days. Lately she doesn't sleep much either, always hanging around near me. If I don't react at all, she gets even more annoyed, going back and forth until it drives me crazy. And Kong Joma felt somewhat helpless, thinking, I don't know what part of me she's interested in, but anyway, Ryujo is a true main female character. As he recalled when Speed Weapon couldn't help but ask curious, you interested in Leon? To which Saki Ryujo, lying with her head on the desk, answered, not anymore, and Kong Joma thought miserably. I don't want to build a relationship that's too close. Returning to the present, the spatial gate gradually appeared in the sky, accompanied by the echoing announcement over the loudspeaker. The spatial gate leading to Avalon Island is being activated. Please pay attention to safety and have a pleasant time. Kong Joma looked up at the sky, thinking, this time I hope I can just focus on my set goals and quietly get through everything without any trouble. Kong Joma's face was full of seriousness, his eyes determined, as the announcement sounded again. May the hero's blessing always be with you. As soon as that sound disappeared, Kong Joma's entire body was enveloped in a layer of purple light. Just a blink of an eye, Kong Joma had appeared somewhere else. Kong Joma walked forward leisurely, looking at the brilliant purple sky before his eyes, thinking, it's been a year since I fell into this world. Only now do I truly feel like I'm living in a fantasy world. Before Kong Joma appeared a massive tree with dazzling purple light spreading from its crown throughout the surroundings. This place was the sacred land of Avalon, and Kong Joma looked at the gigantic tree before him in amazement, thinking, this is the origin forbidden tree, Zuriso? Then muttered, well, sightseeing can wait. Yura and Saki Ryujo had also appeared in this land, both smiling with confidence. Aben's expression was serious, carrying the determination to explore this place. Chloe clenched her fists firmly with resolve, while Speed Weapon's jaw dropped in amazement. Leon looked toward the direction emitting purple light as the survival training on the deserted island began. Kong Joma smiled confidently. Let's try to find it. Just 1 minute. Kong Joma opened his phone and looked at the map of Avalon Island he'd photographed at the library. This was a map marking locations where one could sense the blessing of rebirth on Avalon Island. Kong Joma recalled his past life memories from playing the game and thought, based on my memory from playing the game and comparing it to the positions on the map, then muttered. I remember it's near some rock formation. The blessing location is near the lake in the center of the island. Kong Joma mentally analyzed the terrain in his head. In other words, to reach the rock area where the blessing is, I need to advance toward the lake where the world tree is and cross through the forest. Then muttered. All right, I still have 3 whole days. He associated this island with blocks, thinking. Besides, at the academy, aside from letting us play around, they also assign missions to find ORBs scattered all over the island. Frankly speaking, it's just like those treasure hunt games during field trips. The more you find, the more achievement points you get, plus you can use strengthening materials, so I'm planning to collect them along the way. Kong Joma rummaged through the luggage he'd prepared, thinking. Now then, first of all, according to Bear Grylls' book, he took out a long knife. That knife was the secret weapon, a 50 cm long machete, a grass-cutting and tree-chopping tool bought from the mountain climbing section at the supermarket. Kong Joma held up the knife and looked at it, thinking, I gritted my teeth and bought this machete just to use for this training session. I need to save the 50-second invincibility blessing, so I need to get familiar with this first. Immediately Kong Joma swung the knife down. Hup! He looked at the handle and muttered. The grip feels pretty good but still a bit awkward. Kong Joma pondered. In an emergency situation, I'll just use it like a sashimi knife. Just then, a rabbit appeared before him, peeking from behind a bush, staring at him. Kong Joma's eyes brightened as he looked at it, thinking, oh, I'm starting to get the hang of it. Next is, when suddenly his pupils contracted and he froze a bit, struggling to finish the remaining words. Securing food. The rabbit behind the bush finally stood up, revealing its full body, several times larger than Kong Joma, and a huge question mark appeared in Kong Joma's head, thinking, this clearly isn't a normal rabbit. Very quickly, Kong Joma reacted, smiling confidently and saying, if I could even take down a double-headed ogre, what are a few rabbits like this? Fantasydung. It's fantasy indeed, just cooking ingredients. Don't blame me. Immediately disappeared from his spot, shouting loudly, the sword god's blessing won't work here. He raised the knife in his hand high and charged forward, preparing a finishing blow. The rabbit's shape grew larger and larger in Kong Joma's eyes. In another place, Aben's figure appeared clearly in the rabbit's dark pupils. Aben was startled, with a huge question mark appearing in her head. Huh! She sat down and reached out to pet the small rabbit in front of her. Hello there. Food. No, rabbit. Soft rabbit in front of Aben suddenly went wild, biting her hand hard. Immediately after, the small rabbit turned its back and hopped away, leaving Aben frozen in place. Realized it was, so she drew her sword and quickly chased after it, shouting, hey, come back here. I was gonna let you go because you looked cute earlier. Now, Aben laughed excitedly. Sometimes this is even better. A good opportunity to test my special training results against a rabbit. But the rabbit's entire body turned red, suddenly increasing its speed in a way that caught Aben's guard, and then the small rabbit turned its head back to look at Aben as if making Aben think in astonishment. It can go even faster, hiding its true power like someone, and blue light appeared beneath Aben's feet as she declared. But no matter how fast you are, before the sword of Nibelung, be caught. And Aben accelerated, closing in on it with a confident smile. Got you. But the rabbit suddenly jumped high, and Aben proudly thought, I'm the granddaughter of Sword Emperor Jamja. When at that exact moment, Aben suddenly noticed something unusual and, in shock, losing momentum and falling downward, her face showing clear astonishment at how the terrain had changed. Splash! A heavy object hit the water, violently disturbing the surface and sending water everywhere as Aben gradually sank to the river bottom. Unable to react in time, Aben von Nibelung's eyes widened in disbelief at what she was seeing. The rabbit's silhouette on the water surface, turning its head to her, and suddenly Aben's vision expanded as if she could see Kong Jama's face with his eyes, and Aben gradually closed her eyes, sinking down, while on the island, birds startled by the sound flapped their wings and high as Kong Jama exerted all his strength to chase closely behind the rabbit, gritting his teeth and panting heavily, thinking, I've been diligently training my stamina, yet without the blessing my physical strength is. He couldn't quite believe it. Compared to my previous life, I was quite confident in this body. Now, Kong Jama stopped in his tracks, tilting his head back and gasping breath, exhausted and barely able to continue. Ha! Ha! Can't hear footsteps anymore. And the rabbit in front turned its head to him, and seeing the rabbit staring intently at him without leaving, Kong Jama decisively sat down on the ground, declaring, "Fighting like this is more exhausting than starving. I'll let you go. Leave." But the rabbit seemed to understand his words, suddenly pulling its mouth into a curve as if mocking him, and Kong Jama read in its eyes the words "loser," which made him angrily grab his knife, invoking blessing. And the knife in Kong Jama's hand gleamed with silver light as his eyes filled with killing intent. The sword god began to activate, while breaking through the dense canopy. Dazzling sunlight shone through as Rachel Zamura leaped high with her spear, shouting, "Leap!" with a confident smile as the sunlight bathed her in a glow, and Rachel Zamura landed on the ground powerfully, her enthusiastic momentum unchanged as she looked at the trees before her in confusion. Feels like I've been going in circles. Heh. Oh no, oh no. Now that I think about it, Rachel boldly called this a game. What should I do now? This is troublesome. Naya-ha? Rachel Zamura said, scratching her head with a laugh, when at that moment a crow flapped its wings across the sky and Rachel Zamura looked at it, associating the crow's jet-black feathers with Kong Jama's black hair with hints of silver. Wow! And watching the direction the black crow flew, Rachel Zamura muttered, "I remember black crows like shiny things, right? If I follow that direction, I'll find Jama." Sure. And Rachel Zamura crouched low to build momentum, thinking just wastes time instead of thinking just quickly. And with those words, she leapt from the ground soaring high, shouting, "I'm coming to see you." Meanwhile, elsewhere on the island, Saki Ryuzo wore a thoughtful expression. "I think I just heard Daytia's voice," holding her bow and muttering, "Quick equipment check. Tent, food, nutrition bars, blankets, cardigan, gear, all good. But as for Kong," Saki Ryuzo smiled, looking in one direction. "Haven't seen him yet," analyzing the situation in her head. "If you're playing a game, you can't afford to lose. I landed on the beach of Avalon Island, so I need to set a goal appropriate to this environment," thinking of the tree radiating dazzling light. "On this island, there's only one place that never changes. The tree." And standing on the beach with waves lapping at the white sand, Saki Ryuzo reasoned, with Jama's personality, he'd definitely prefer conquering something alone, and most likely he's deep inside the island where there are no people. Troublesome, but I'll just have to. Rolling her eyes and declaring, "Well then, I have to go. I don't want anyone else stealing me." And she walked cheerfully toward the world tree, smiling. "When we meet again, I'll pay back that head full." As the sun finally set, night mist descended, and stars sparkled in the sky while wolf howls echoed across the island, their eyes glowing fiercely as they bared their fangs, lunged, only for Chloe to draw her sword in a sweeping horizontal slash that made the wild wolves cry miserably, and Chloe laughed excitedly. "Wait for me, friend Jama, at least island. I'll be the first to find you before anyone else, so your eyes will watch me." When Chloe suddenly noticed something, her face filling with joy. "There are signs of someone nearby. Is it friend?" The yellow light in the darkness ahead became increasingly clear, and Chloe couldn't help but exclaim, "It's friend J." At that moment, Kong Jama sat by the fire roasting meat, muttering, "The hide is skinned. Now I don't have to worry about food, and the rest I'll make jerky." When he suddenly sensed something approaching and immediately looked toward vigilance, remaining silent and a bit uncertain. "But this isn't a beast's aura. Could be some force targeting me, so I mustn't let my down." And Kong Jama stood up, his hand touching his knife handle, ready for combat at any moment, thinking, "It's getting closer without stopping. The blessing is still preserved. The sashimi inside me is still in condition." And Kong Jama's eyes became sharp as a thought flashed through his mind. "Here!" And Kong Jama immediately drew his knife, prepared to attack, while at the same time Chloe closed her eyes and rushed forward to hug the person ahead, crying, "Friend J." But it was Rachel Zamura who froze in surprise. And Chloe's eyes widened in shock. There. The two stood facing each other, both showing great annoyance as they loudly questioned in unison, "Why are you?" In the darkness, Kong Jama's knife sliced through the air, drawing a brilliant arc when a Ben appeared right before him, her entire body soaked and exhausted, collapsing to the ground, and Kong Jama, now seeing her face clearly, froze in shock, his hand holding the knife mid-motion as Kong Jama looked at her with disbelief eyes, while Ben's face flushed red, her whole body shivering from cold, sat on the ground stammering, situation." And Kong Jama placed the knife on the animal hide as the yellow flames crackled, danced, while Eben sat curled up in a corner, thinking the fur looked so warm and she wouldn't starve with all that jerky. When looking at the pile of meat, she immediately realized. She suddenly remembered the hateful rabbit that made her fall into the water that afternoon, and her eyes immediately became sad. Even in this place, I've lost to you, Kong Jama, and Anne hugged her legs to keep warm, her whole body shivering as she bowed her head, thinking, so embarrassing, cold. When at that moment there was movement beside her, and she turned her head, surprised as Kong Jama draped the fur blanket over her, saying, cover yourself with this? And Aben gasped in surprise. While Kong Jama returned to the fire, and she adjusted the fur draped over her, her face flushing red as her whole trembled, white smoke from the fire rising high as Aben thought to herself, I must be crazy. I should have gone back, but I couldn't resist the fragrant smell. I'm an idiot. And after sitting for a while, Aben finally felt better, so warm, and she struggled to speak. When she felt a sharp pain and cried out, her ankle was swollen and red, her foot unsteady and a bit wobbly, and she said in surprise, I sprained my ankle. When did that happen? Now I remember. And suddenly feeling embarrassed, Aben's cheeks turned bright red as she stammered. You, what doing? As Kong Jama bent down to support her foot, pulling down the collar of his shirt, and Aben, embarrassed and trembling all over, couldn't speak properly. While Kong Jama explained, if you leave your ankle like this during your time here, it's infected. And Aben looked at him silently, seeming to want to say something, stopping herself as Kong Jama seriously wound, and Aben looked at her thoroughly bandaged ankle in confusion. And the atmosphere suddenly became awkwardly silent, with only the crackling sound of the fire. When suddenly Kong Jama asked, why were you wandering around alone? And Aben responded absently, huh? Oh, well. She suddenly remembered Daitaro Zamura's words from before. The first person to meet him will have exclusive rights to be deeply immersed in him or do him. Deeply immersed or whatever, nothing or whatever. And she suddenly remembered those words, her face flushing with embarrassment as she said, I also have things I want to do, and besides, being alone feels more comfortable. And Kong Jama accepted this without suspicion. I see, that's just me. While Aben secretly glanced at Kong Jama, remembering what she herself had said, I'll withdraw. Yet feeling disappointed as she tremblingly raised her phone to open the camera, wanting to secretly photograph Kong, and embarrassed to the point of her face turning bright red. She positioned both herself and Kong Jama frame, then immediately sent the photo she'd just taken to the group chat, which instantly produced a notification. Game notification from Daitaro, first sword on Avalon Island, and immediately Saki Ryuzo reacted, huh? What's this? Is my phone broken? While Rachel Zamura sent a message in disbelief. What is this? Ha ha ha. Saki Ryuzo hugged her phone and screamed, you said you weren't playing anymore, why? While Rachel Zamura stood frozen, truly a good cat, and Chloe standing beside her had a question mark head, while Aben stared at the screen, her face embarrassment, when suddenly Kong Jama brought her a skewer of roasted meat. Here, eat this. And Aben jumped in surprise, flustered. Yes. As white smoke and the fragrant smell of roasted meat hi, and Kong Jama looked at the fire, suddenly thinking, so awkward. While Aben sat beside him slowly finishing skewer, then suddenly spoke up, why are you so strong? And Kong Jama looked at surprise, thinking of how he'd easily defeated Nox Auditor, winning against his opponent in just 1 minute, and thought to himself, because I lived at the academy in that situation. Then made up a reason and replied, probably thanks to an excellent teacher. And Aben showed surprise, a teacher? And Kong Jama answered, there was a teacher who taught swordsmanship. While Aben thought of her grandfather. 17 years, though not a long time, I lived my entire life learning the sword from grandfather, and I used to believe I knew more about swords than anyone, but swordsmanship, I've never heard of or seen it before. And mentioning this, Aben suddenly became agitated. What did you learn that makes you so strong? What's your fame? Kong Jama lowered his head, looking at the fire. I realized this a long time ago. And Aben was a bit confused, so Kong Jama continued. Being strong doesn't mean win. The one who doesn't give up until the end is the true winner. The one who endures, overcomes, and survives to the last moment is truly the strong one. And Aben was stunned, looking at him, wanting to say something, stopping herself. And after a moment she couldn't help covering her mouth and bursting into laughter. Biffed! Ha ha ha! Sorry, but it sounds so hollow that I accidentally laughed. Kong Jama was speechless. Hey! While Aben continued, you sound just like my grandfather. Are you really 17 old? Aben looked back at him with a laugh. I suddenly remember when we talked on the stone bench back then. After that time, this is the first time we've talked, isn't it? But instead of answering, Kong Jama handed her another meat skewer. Eat this. And Aben couldn't react in time. Huh? Okay. As she took the meat skewer, her cheeks burning hot, muttering, "It's delicious." And the next morning, Aben's head bobbed, making 2 strands of hair and she finally woke up, her eyes wide open looking at the scene before. Ah! The fire from last night had gone out, and there wasn't a soul anymore, and Aben turned her head to look at the remaining meat jerky skewers, feeling sad. Leaving everything behind with bird. And she remembered how Kong Jama had bandaged her wound last night, her face red embarrassment, while Aben looked down at her carefully wrapped foot. Lost thought, when a crackling sound rang out and several drops of water fell down, and Aben was bewildered. Water? As tears uncontrollably streamed down. Huh? What? Crying? And Aben hurriedly wiped the tears from her face. Being cared for by someone, my entire life, no matter what happened, I always alone. Thanks for watching the Aben thought about the hardships she had faced before, like towering walls impossible to reach, but no matter how massive the wall, she had always persevered to the very end to overcome them. Even when she wanted to cry, she had to force herself to hold back, as she no longer had the luxury of acting. Aben raised her head to look at the sky, because that was the responsibility of the one who inherited the name Nibelung, and she murmured a name, Kong Jama. Why would you go this far? Just purple light from the world tree enveloped the entire island as Aben spoke to herself, admitting that she had always envied and resented those who gave kindness without expecting anything, and Aben gripped her sword tightly, reminding herself that there were still 2 more days. She finally regained her composure and Aben shouldered her luggage again. She looked ahead with her face full of confidence once more, saying she had to return it. The fur cloak flew up high as Aben wrapped it around herself and walked forward, telling herself to go on. At the same time, Kong Jama was using his knife to clear the vines blocking his path as he ventured deeper into the. He muttered that at night it was cold, but now it was really. Remembering Aben's peaceful sleeping figure from the morning, Kong Jama thought to himself that she must be awake by now, and she was quite Speaking of Aben, he couldn't help but wonder, but somehow it seemed like Aben didn't like him very much, though that was also a characteristic trait of Aben's character. A haughty young Kong Jama walked alone to the cliff face, thinking that after unexpectedly meeting Aben last night, he had helped her with a few things, not because he had feelings for her, but when seeing her miserable state, he couldn't be cold. Kong Jama looked down below, muttering that helping just once wasn't such a big deal, and now that he had left the forest, things might deviate from the main plot a little, but compared to before it probably wouldn't deviate. Kong Jama brought his knife and luggage and slid down below. He walked forward, thinking that today was the day Aben would begin to develop feelings for. Kong Jama looked around He raised his hand high to block some of the wind and light, thinking it wasn't like she would offer her leg to Leon, as he was a bit distracted, and he should have brought it. Kong Jama walked toward the world tree, telling himself to stop thinking about useless things and to hurry and find the blessing before it got. Kong Jama thought of that blessing that shone bright as sunlight, the blessing of rebirth, a spirit beast level blessing, 1 rank lower than the blessing of transference, which greatly increased recovery ability in an instant, but could only be used on the caster themselves, truly a blessing meant for self-preservation. For those who used the blessing of transference, the limitation of only affecting oneself was no longer an issue, as Kong Jama imagined using the blessing of rebirth and transference on speed weapon, thinking that unlike the blessing of transference, speed weapon would recover safely in the blink of. Kong Jama smiled confidently, thinking that even Sashimi, which spoiled very easily, could be restored to some extent, and at first glance it seemed really powerful. Kong Jama imagined the scene of Nox Auditor having the wrong arm attached, with him angrily roaring that it wasn't his arm, as Kong Jama thought to himself that it couldn't regrow a severed arm, but was just a blessing that helped wounds heal. Kong Jama thought of Leon, and moreover, this blessing was also considered a mysterious piece in the game, so it wouldn't have much impact on Leon's development, as Leon would become extremely powerful later on, so he absolutely had to obtain this. Kong Jama grabbed onto the rock. He pushed himself and tried to climb up, thinking it was so different from the image in the game, as in the game it was clearly some rock, yet he had gotten lost until. Kong Jama breathed heavily with each labored breath, thinking he had found it. Ha! Ha! The blessing of rebirth. Before him appeared a desolate, shattered place, and he looked at the shimmering light emanating from there, muttering what that sparkling thing was, as blessings should be hidden carefully. Kong Jama tried to see it clearly, wondering if it was a jewel. Was such a large jewel given as a bonus? Coming to find a blessing and finding a jewel too, he was really. Kong Jama cheerfully walked to that place, wondering if luck had finally come to him, as thinking back, he had been really unlucky until. He stopped not far from the jewel, thinking he'd take the jewel first then continue searching, as anything sparkling couldn't be passed up, and he hoped to find it before. Just as the words left his mouth, the threads wrapped around the jewel were suddenly cut right before his eyes. Kangjama's eyes widened in surprise. He was startled and couldn't react in time, wondering what that. From the darkness, someone was stepping out, saying they didn't expect to have to go in this deep, and asking if he was touring the world, as Leon suddenly appeared right next to the jewel, continuing to ask if he came all the way here to find the jewel. Looking at the person with cold blue eyes appearing before him, Kangjama couldn't contain his shock and exclaimed, Leon. Leon stood facing him and spoke up, asking if not, then did he come here for another Kangjama frowned unhappily, saying he just saw the jewel from afar so he came to get it. As the jewel lay on the pedestal shining brightly, and Leon asked uncertainly if he said he saw the jewel so he came to get it? So that's how it. In the darkness, a blue light flashed, and there was no other. Leon drew his sword, his entire body emanating a terrifying aura, saying then try to come and take it if he could. The sun gradually set toward the west as Kangjama and Leon stood facing each other, both ready for. Kangjama thought to himself about Leon. The moment he was born, half the world smiled. Suddenly he cried out that he had found it. The certificate of the reality was finally torn in. Now Jama and Leon were facing each other. He wondered in confusion what this situation suddenly was, as Leon should be with Aben right now, and today should have been an important turning point in the story. Jama suddenly had a speculation. Could it be that he had stolen the event from the two of them? So nothing happened all. He looked at Leon standing opposite him full of hostility and thought dejectedly to go ahead. With just one slash, the wall behind Leon split in. Jama was somewhat impressed with the sword Leon held in his hand, wondering if Leon had found it. The sword Ban Meng in its current. He opened his eyes wide in shock, thinking if it wasn't in complete condition then that was fine. Jama fearfully recalled the worst demon sword in this, the strongest among the crimson demon swords, Ban, and the blue gemstone embedded in the center. A catalyst that neutralized demonic power by converting holy power into the demon sword Ban Meng. The stone of cold sweat began to pour out as he thought that because the demon sword Ban Meng itself existed based on demonic power, even if neutralized with the stone of Ezer, it was still heavily influenced by the user's nature, and therefore, in the game, Ban Meng could become either a demon sword or a holy sword depending on how the user played, so could Leon. Leon suddenly spoke up, saying that's right, he should just think of this as a match. Jama analyzed a bit frantically that Leon didn't seem to know how to control the mind image yet. This was truly crazy, as now that sword was a demon sword, and he finally asked back if Leon was. However, Leon stammered that he wasn't good at. Jama gradually guessed that this guy seemed to be taking advantage of obtaining the demon sword Ban Meng and using him as a stepping stone. He frowned a bit irritably, thinking that although he could understand Leon's actions, it was just speculation. But it was certain that Leon wanting to take the jewel here was just an Leon gradually lost patience, raising his voice to say he was sorry, but he didn't have much. Leon gripped his sword and rushed quickly to Jama's location, shouting that he would start. Meanwhile, Saki Ryuzo suddenly shouted. Speed Weapon walking behind was scared out of his wits, angrily reproaching her for startling him and asking why she suddenly shouted and acted all mysterious. As Saki Ryuzo answered without a word that it was frustrating. She couldn't find the person she needed to find, yet she ran into him and Speed Weapon indignantly questioned her, saying, "Hey Saki Ryuzo, did she think he wanted to run into her too?" She grumbled and scolded him for being everywhere and following around so openly, and he only then curiously asked if she said she was looking for someone. Could it be she was looking for? Saki Ryuzo gave a bland affirmative, and hearing that, Speed Weapon asked in alarm if she had any intentions toward. She paused slightly, asking why he would think. He analyzed meticulously that it was obvious. Just last month he saw her lying at home all day, yet since being around Jama, she seemed unusually energetic. Plus, she originally hated things like hacking into computers or technology. Yet now for tasks no one assigned, she did them all perfectly, which was also. Speed Weapon didn't pay attention and bumped straight into Saki Ryuzo. He held his aching nose and reproached her for suddenly stopping like that. As Saki Ryuzo suddenly called out slowly, "Hey Speed." She moved her lips for a long time but couldn't say anything. Finally, Saki Ryuzo turned around with a red face and asked him if she expressed those things too obviously. Seeing her like that, Speed Weapon probed a bit confusedly, asking if she was possessed or under a mental magic. Saki Ryuzo angrily told him to shut up and landed a punch on his. Just then, a flock of birds frightened by a loud sound from the forest flew out, and she looked up at them then wondered what that was. What was that? Speed Weapon rubbed his chin and speculated it was an earth. Saki Ryuzo immediately denied it, saying no, the feeling was different. This was, could it be? The knife in Jama's hand had broken in. He was a bit panicked when he realized they had fallen from his. Jama frowned and cursed inwardly that this was. Leon slowly walked forward and questioned him, asking why he didn't resist, even knowing his strike would. Leon angrily challenged Jama, saying he had no respect at all, and told Jama to fight with everything. Jama looked at Leon helplessly, thinking honestly he hadn't been able to react in time, not expecting Leon to actually be able to wield the demon sword Ban Meng like that, and he couldn't participate in such an unreasonable provocation. Jama hesitated in his thoughts, thinking he had hesitated because if he summoned the blessing seal while hesitating, then with just one careless moment his head would fly off, as Leon was the master of the miracle blessing seal, and Leon on the opposite side called out loudly Kong. Leon demanded he pick up his sword, as sooner or later it would happen. Jama took out the sashimi knife from his bag, thinking about the one who possessed the miracle blessing. He looked at Leon rushing toward him while trying to convince himself in his mind that facing such a monster without any blessing seal was unacceptable, and he should abandon such careless. Jama believed the blessing seal would be. Both sides rushed at each other as sparks and excess spiritual power scattered everywhere. They tried to both attack and suppress each. Jama was knocked flying back. Leon took advantage of that opportunity to run over and attack. Leon slashed straight up with one stroke, but Jama managed to block it with his. However, it broke immediately after the. Leon continuously delivered powerful attacks that forced him to struggle to. Leon switched to gripping the sword with both. Leon's eyes became extremely. Jama quickly jumped backward to dodge while opening his bag to get. He continuously threw them at. Leon calmly knocked away countless knives, then charged forward to close in on. Just a little more and Leon would be able to wound. Leon didn't hesitate to swing his. This made Jama extremely painful. Sword stroke was slashed. The solid stone pillars were immediately cut in. In that rubble, Jama still successfully ducked to avoid. Paused his movement for a moment as if preparing for the next. Jama turned around and used the just broken rocks as stepping stones to run. He thought a bit angrily that he was completely different from midterms, yet the protagonist's halo had to have limits too. Could it be that only Leon leveled up while he remained stuck in? Jama suddenly looked up at something flying toward. He was facing a fatal slash from. The storm-like attack destroyed everything blocked. Leon's sword-gripping hand was visibly Leon was breathing heavily in broken gasps. Yet Jama still stood proudly before. Leon looked up resentfully. Only then did Jama ask what he was most curious about. Leon, why did he have to go this? Leon paused slightly, as if he didn't expect Jama to ask. Later, Leon looked up at the sky and said this world was full of suffering, and everything needed to be lived. Leon was like someone weighed down by thousands of words, with a voice always echoing in his innermost. Leon, if you always follow what is, then you can make everyone in this world. Leon suddenly burst into naive laughter. Leon once again gripped the sword hilt. Leon channeled power to the sword and growled that now he understood. Leon swung the sword before Jama and exclaimed about this. A surge of power was summoned, its aftershock causing the space to shake violently, as Leon continued to declare he would make the world change for. At this moment, Leon's eyes suddenly became wide. Jama had countered. He skillfully avoided the attack, then slipped past Leon to execute his tech. Power of the sword in Leon's hand gradually extinguished. Along with that came the sword hilt being destroyed, as someone's words always echoed beside Leon. I believe. The person whispered that Leon could do it, but now the result had been Leon sadly realized. Father, I can't do it. Leon looked ahead disappointedly, thinking that now he understood clearly that the chosen one was Kong. Leon thought bitterly that he was. Before his eyes, Joma was leisurely sheathing his sword. And there had never been any battle. The final fight had ended with Joma's victory. Calmly sheathed his sword. In that instant, Leon's silhouette behind him suddenly vanished. Joma, somewhat puzzled, turned to look. Where he had stood, only a single feather remained. He wondered in confusion. Disappeared? What was that? Joma gazed into the distance, thinking, a sudden duel. I believe it was an act to temper oneself and affirm one's position as a warrior. I have no intention of losing to anyone. Beneath the ground lay countless shattered blade fragments. From the start, the opponent didn't hold back at all. One careless move would have been dead. What a shame. He unconsciously recalled the earlier battle. I tried my hardest not to aim at Leon. I had to keep dodging all over the place. Even so, Leon's growth is truly worthy of being called the protagonist's. Joma felt somewhat proud of his achievement. It seems I accidentally cut the demon sword band Manga a little. It's also quite impressive. If I repair it and later collect more components, reaching its final form shouldn't be a problem. He imagined the brutal game overseen for Leon and let out a sigh of relief. At least I didn't cut Leon. Victory achieved. Joma walked over and lightly touched the magic orb. All right, that's a beam of light from within suddenly shone out. Seeing this, he exclaimed with joy. Found it. So it was inside. A notification screen appeared. New. Congratulations. You have acquired a new blessing. Blessing of Regeneration. Accelerates the growth of damaged cells for rapid recovery. However, severed body parts cannot be regenerated. Joma wondered aloud. Has it already been? He immediately grabbed a sharp object and stabbed his hand. The wound just created healed at an astonishing speed. Joma raised his hand to admire it, exclaiming in admiration. Oh, the performance is truly, he said to himself with some pride. At least I managed to get what I wanted. All that hard work. The sky transitioned to Joma sat silently by the campfire. He tilted his head slightly, wondering, but why, exactly? Could it really be because of... Joma recalled Leon approaching with his sword, unable to help tremble. Either way, it was bound to happen sooner or later. The situation was too urgent, so I didn't have time to ask. It meant. He poked the fire while muttering, Bacon is an entity belonging to this place, an existence of this world. What is Leon's true identity? Moreover, the being who threw me into this world in the first place is even more suspicious. For now, I'll just do what I need to do. Joma reminisced nostalgically about the past. Even in my previous life, I was a hothead. He pondered deeply. I'm more restrained now. Never ignored injustice. I've argued a lot with troublesome customers. A personality that doesn't back down. Perhaps that's also a kind of personal justice. Joma felt somewhat reluctant. The original plan was not to interfere with the main story. At some point, the goal shifted to self-protection. Even though it was just actions to obtain blessings without greatly affecting the main plot, today I had to confront even Leon. At this level, it's fate. He sighed helplessly. On top of that, now I'm being threatened with assassination. Joma had resolved that if his life were truly threatened, then he would probably have to kill people, real people, magical beasts, human beings. He fell silent for a long while, quietly looked up at the sky, wondering, am I doing the right thing? I should have known to do everything in moderation. In his dazed state, Joma seemed to hear Saki Ryuzo's teasing voice saying, you talk too much, just act true to your... He jerked his head around. Beside Joma, there were only dense trees, not a soul in... He wondered in confusion. Now I'm seeing hallucinations? I'm really tired. If Saki Ryuzo were here, he'd probably be dancing. Joma wondered. I wonder what those guys are... He imagined Saki Ryuzo and Speed Weapon each doing their own thing, even dividing territory, cross the line. UD. Rachel Zamura would be busy teasing. Ben might be bathing while gazing at the thing of this. Joma smiled again. Friends, he sighed, watching the wisps of smoke rise and blend into the air, then lamented. How embarrassing. Before long, dawn had... Joma sat dozing against a large boulder. The fire had also died. Footsteps quietly approached him. They belonged to the villainous assassin alliance. Under San gave a slight eye signal. Immediately, countless throwing blades were launched toward... He detected them instantly. Though Joma quickly dodged, he was still even just grazing, the blades left numerous... Seeing him dodge, the assassins cried out excitedly. Captain, is that guy really a student? Barrack exclaimed in amusement. Impressive, isn't it? Why don't we recruit? Lusun snapped at him. Shut up, Joma quickly recognized them. Those are He knew a bit about Lusun, leader of the assassin organization Undertaker, and later the first half-human, half-demon Leon would encounter. Originally a noble lady, but betrayed by family, exiled from the clan, and became an assassin. The resentment in her heart grew day by day. After becoming a villain, she was eliminated by Leon. A deeply tragic character. Yet Joma felt no sympathy. Even so, I don't feel pity for an assassin who abandoned humanity. Barrack across from him was still taunting. Hey, brat, who the hell are you? Even though I threw lightly, that's a level you can easily dodge. He even had an idea. Are you the assassin Nguyen Trang, a hired blade? That kid's no slouch. Captain, seriously, why try recruiting him? Lusun looked at Joma with some surprise. A child who can keep such a calm expression in this situation? She asked suspiciously. Hey, which side are you? This question left him utterly baffled. What the hell? You came here on a mission to kill someone, yet you're asking me which organization I belong to? Don't they see I'm a... Rick continued. Hey, you over there. Before you die, you should know you're actually pretty good. You know? It seems like the first time the captain has taken interest in prey. Isn't that right, Vice? Tae Peng rubbed his hands and said. Indeed. Judging by the way you move, you're no ordinary person. Thought the top student would just be a brat. If you can dodge this well, you could join the profession. Still, even if you don't dodge completely, you'll get cut up here and there. He stared fixedly at Joma, squinting with cunning. This feeling made Joma uncomfortable. Joma muttered softly. If you've come... He raised his eyes, his voice somewhat sarcastic. Then the one behind you is at least an elder-level figure, right? The extermination statement caused the entire Undertaker team to... Barrack shouted angrily. You bastard! What organization are you from? You dare investigate us? Lusun quickly stopped him. Enough! Tae Peng stepped forward closer. Seems like you know quite a bit us already. Joma wasn't afraid. Instead, he mocked them. Enough to call you butchers who kill... Boom was successfully provoked. That bastard just said the words the captain hates. Joma strode forward. He pressed close to Lusun and challenged. Just because you were once a noble, You don't want to be called a butcher by a special admission student like Tepung, Inraid, Sruapunch. You dead bat. Joma didn't flinch in the slightest. Quick as lightning, he slipped past him, already holding a knife in his. Tepung still gritted his teeth in anger. Just like that, only knows how to run. He took a moment to realize there was a slash on his. Tepung's head quickly fell. Even now, he didn't understand what had happened. Seeing this, the team members cried out in horror. Damn, Vice Captain, what the hell? That bat. Joma merely chuckled lightly. I've killed a He realized something deeply. Not in virtual space. Real life. Joma's decisiveness made the assassins utter two words. Terrifying. They desperately charged at him, slashing and stabbing. What are you standing there for? Beat him to. Joma's eyes gradually became cruel. The number 12.7 suddenly flashed with. Even Lusan was frightened by those eyes. She watched as the number slowly decreased. Joma's lips curled into a demonic smile. Not bad. The blessing of the god is with. Someone opened their phone to check the date and time. Then sighed. December 7th, 12:07. Time has passed so quickly. He told himself. Found it. Time to clock. He opened the refrigerator, searching for something. Where did I put my humanity? Inside, various beverages were arranged extremely. A moment later, Joma approached and looked into the fridge, then furiously exclaimed, What's this? Who arranged this? These bastards, he muttered helplessly. It's in there. I have to take everything out to. Joma suddenly noticed a change in the bottles. The characters on them struck his eyes directly. Joma couldn't believe it. Is this because of lack of sleep? But it seems the letters have changed. He stared at them curiously. Indeed, the text on the bottles had changed to different characters. A blinding flash of light shone out, shocking Joma. They seemed to want to pull him somewhere. Now, Joma's eyes held only murderous intent. The number stopped at 2.5, and in his ears, a voice kept urging. Someone kept screaming in his head. When the number reached 12.7, the thread of Joma's sanity nearly snapped, and deep his heart, he kept roaring. I wonder if cutting will sever it? And so Joma swung the knife and slashed. His smile gradually lost its humanity, accompanied by the agonizing screams of the assassins. Vice Captain, they cursed while desperately charging forward. This bastard. Joma also ran up to confront them head-on. The assassins still looked down on him. The opponent's just a brat. They had no idea when the enemy gotten so close. Joma wielded the sashimi knife with extreme proficiency. Each clean slash aimed straight at the opponent's weak points. Where he passed, enemy bodies were no longer in. Two other assassins continued charging into battle. Joma lightly flipped over them before he himself could be injured. He landed safely. Two assassins weren't so lucky. With just 2 slashes, Joma finished them. His left eye was covered by a black shadow, and his smile became even more. Over there, Lusan stood dazed before the bloody scene, with only the faint calls of her subordinates in her ears. You bastards! Snap out of it! It's just a brat! Attack to. Her face was filled with horror. Before Lusen's eyes, Joma continuously swung his blade, cutting down one person after. She was so terrified she doubted life itself. What is this? A student? Taepeng also asked in panic. Captain, is this real? He trembled with fear. Thought he was just. Taepeng turned back, wanting to say, that guy seems. Before he could finish, he was approached. Taepeng's fate was no better than his comrade. Before losing consciousness, he muttered. Not. Sun involuntarily stepped back. She deeply regretted this. Thought it was an easy. Lusen recalled Glady's generous promise. 100 million per person. The reward will be calculated separately. She gripped her weapon tightly, silently cursing him. That crazy old. Lusen looked at the bloody scene before her, trembling as she exclaimed, He's not human. She even thought, he's disguised as a. At this moment, Joma had already noticed this side. Without a word, he charged toward Lusan at a terrifying speed. While she was still judging, half human, half. Lusan gritted her teeth, forcing out each word. Before she knew it, she was lying flat on the. Joma held the knife to Lusen's neck and said, Consider it dead. She painfully coughed once. Joma raised the knife high. 9 seconds from Leon to Undertaker had taken quite a bit of time. Though it's a defensive stance, I hope I won't need to use it. He unconsciously recalled the earlier battle. A strange feeling, completely different from facing magical beasts. But the opponent was a human butcher who came to take lives. There's no reason to show mercy. There's nothing to regret. Joma looked toward the girl tied tightly to a tree. Now only she.
Lusen Romain.
He questioned her solemnly. Speak. Who sent? She still acted tough. You think I'll. Norma hesitated slightly in thought. This was an opportunity to discover who was behind the continuous assassination attempts on his life. In this situation, and use absolute fear to crush and force a confession was the most effective method. If he just beheaded her in an instant without hearing the truth behind it all, he would surely regret it. So he spoke mockingly to my Senator, is this stupidity or bravery? Hearing that, she angrily shouted back, do you mean? Yorma showed Lucien the corpses of those assassins and said coldly, your subordinates have ended up like this. Wasn't it? I was still speaking nicely that you should have confessed to make things easier for both of us? Only now did she furiously shout, damn demon. Lucien hadn't finished speaking before coughing violently. She suddenly broke into a smile, saying, now I understand why that old hired someone to deal with you. Lucien spitefully recounted, I should have realized from the start when all your personal information was completely erased. Relatives to even your relationship with your parents, everything. She angrily muttered, that old man dared to demand we eliminate a Philadelphia disguise. A student? If I'd known, I should have taken care of that council elder's neck first. Yorma didn't hear the rest of Lucien's words. He only focused on one thing. What? All information about my relatives and parents has been completely erased? He unconsciously recalled the faces in his subconscious, his parents. Yorma fell into panic, wondering, what do they look like? He immediately stood up and demanded, hey, you just say? Lucien frowned in confusion, asking, what? Yorma once again drew his knife threateningly, saying, you said I have no relatives. He looked down at her, adding, at first I only intended to hear the name of whoever hired you to then send you off peacefully. Yorma slowly drew his knife from its sheath and said, but now I have something I want to, and by the way, this isn't negotiation, it's a threat. Lucien saw the gleaming blade and trembled violently. Every word he spoke was menacing. One or two limbs still allows you to speak, doesn't it? Right at that moment, some kind of invisible pressure descended upon them. Lucien cried out in terror, what the hell? Yorma braced himself against it while anxiously wondering, what is this? This pressure, power appearing so suddenly? After a while it finally stopped. He quietly breathed a sigh of relief, saying, it stopped. When Yorma turned around, discovered streaks of blood gathering at one point, the blood of the dead assassins. They wrapped around Lucien's body, causing her to scream, panic. What? What is this? Stay back. Stop.
Lucien screamed desperately.
Even Yorma couldn't understand what the hell was happening. Elsewhere, Yahello, adjusting his fishing rod. He sat by the beach, reeling in while muttering, compared to just coming here to control things, this isn't all, just a pity there wasn't a single bite. Yahello sighed in disappointment, saying, not worth the high price at all. Suddenly, waves surged powerfully, which made him extremely delighted, exclaiming, oh, is it here? In an instant, hundreds of fish leaped out of the water. Ocean waves crashed violently against the rocky shore. Only then did Yahello realize the problem, thinking, this is, his face filled with disbelief, thought this level of magic power. Yahello unconsciously thought of one person, the captain. In the forest, Lucien was being penetrated by crimson blood. She still struggled and begged, I'll tell everything. Please, I'll confess everything. So please, Yorma had no idea what was happening. Lucien's eyes overflowed with despair as she cried, I don't want to die. A beam of light suddenly appeared from somewhere. Column of energy shot straight down where she was bound, sending earth and stone flying in all directions. The entire forest glowed red. The instructor in the room detected it, saying somewhat astonished, Captain? The emblem of the assassin organization undertaken fell to the ground. The energy beam gradually disappeared. Yorma gripped his knife warily. Lucien's body appeared faintly through the thick smoke. She tilted her head back and laughed once. Then, nostalgically, that's right, this is it, returning to the human world after 700 years. Hearing that, Yorma recognized with shock. 700 years, could it be? Watched as Lucien's body was gradually consumed by fire. Magic power so strong it made even mermaids seem like minnows, this turbid flame. Her hair arrogantly saying, hello, little brat. I am the demon of fire, ago, captain of the 5th Legion of the Demon Lord's army. In the sky, a pair of birds circled once with a gleeful laugh. Ha ha ha. After a hearty laugh, she landed gracefully on the ground, walked toward him with languid steps, stroked her hair and said, isn't this the proper way to greet someone? 700 years since I left the demon realm, so I'm not very familiar with human etiquette. I am Ago, commander, 5th Legion of the Demon Lord's army. Very pleased to meet you. After introducing herself, she asked with interest, little one, what's your name? Only stared intently at the magnificent woman before him. She remarked, what? Won't tell me your name? So cold. Meanwhile, his face clearly tension he couldn't hide. He concentrated his thoughts. Try to remember. Even seemingly useless fragments can sometimes become mirrors reflecting the future. Right now, from long ago came flooding back. He could be certain that what gave him the greatest advantage living in this world was his playing Guardian Magic Blur, and that memory reminded him how delighted he'd been when a new update appeared. Wow! Such an amazing character, so much so his friend asked in surprise, "You still play that?" He muttered the name once more. Ago. Her information was incredibly powerful. As follows. Ayahawa Ago, demon race, fire element, female gender. Notable trait. Among Legion commanders, not outstanding in physical strength but the best. Mental magic. He pondered deeply. I still remember Ago's basic characteristics I once read on the Camu wiki when I quit the game. I can't know why Ago descended after 700 years, and by parasitically possessing Lusan no less. There must be some purpose. Now look at the desolation all around. She indifferently stepped on a corpse and asked, Did you do this, kid? But her tone sounded more like to herself. She remarked admiringly, Wow! Really impressive. No wonder you don't look like an ordinary person. Seeing me and still standing there so calmly. So, she proposed, outwardly you may still be green but you have potential. How about it? On this occasion would you like to a contract with me? She asked, but given her naturally forceful personality, this question was more accurately a blatant threat. He exclaimed in shock, What? Said arrogantly, Consider it an honor, little one. I'll give you the special opportunity to become my slave. After all, you humans only pretend noble while judging and dividing each other anyway. She continued disdainfully, killing people for profit, causing each other pain. If that's the case, then don't you dream a more glorious dream with me? He seemed mesmerized by these words, thinking that's right. Thinking carefully, Ago is correct. In memories, there were miserable people, desolate children with no way out. She drew closer and closer while he remained lost in these thoughts. On speaking, if I want to survive, accepting Ago's proposal is the most logical thing. Moreover, if I join the Demon Lord's army faction, my ultimate goal, survival, will become much easier. She quietly observed his face, remarking, Quite handsome. Countless words surrounded him as he suddenly thought clearly. But still, snapped awake. The other party is a demon, the queen of the succubus race, Ago. This situation right now is, everything reversed back to order. Was stunned, saying disappointedly, Oh no, how did he break free? That was high-level magic. Could it be because of this lowly body? That bastard begged me to form a contract but did such sloppy work. How can I operate with a possessed body like this? Really? So
Augaludli. Ah,
she asked bewildered. Did you just laugh? He replied gravely, Yes, because I heard that long string nonsense and found it funny. A moment of silence passed. He was about to draw his sword while stating bluntly, That business about me, your slave. She was shocked. He emphasized, Not a chance. She silently assessed him once without showing pleasure or displeasure, remarking, How rude. First slashed his sword, splitting the first wall of flame. She snorted a few times mockingly, Humph, humph. Just as he was forming target, she instantly teleported, yawning and taunting. Ha! Right then he swung his sword and actually managed to strike her leg. She exclaimed, My!
Ten logo pruriosely. Ah!
At first I was only half joking, but now I'm truly interested. Thinking so, she called out, Kid. He looked up suspiciously. She launched a counterattack while saying, Big sister here wants to see just how far your abilities go. She encouraged him, calling, Come on, little one. Roaring flames engulfed him, but that was still nothing in this battle. She hummed appreciatively. He rushed forward in pursuit, thinking already surpassed human limits. Meanwhile on her side, How long has it been since I descended? Adaptation, still a bit slow. Seeing him close behind her, she realized the situation in shock. Huh? Caught up already? This fast? Thus an clash erupted. Heaven and earth turned to void as the two fought each other to the death. She easily blocked it while recognizing current weakness, conversing with satisfaction. Good grief, such an impatient personality too. No time to spare? Big sister here has plenty of time. He exerted all his strength with determination. Don't stop. I have no time to waste. None. He was filled with resolve and successfully broke through. Time closely behind. She thought with interest, getting faster and faster. And then another explosive clash erupted, an earth-shattering explosion. Then another, the time run just right. His face smudged. He tried to shield his face from the debris of the collision. She grew increasingly excited, licking her and monologuing, if not for that clause from 700 years ago. This piranha body still isn't used to it, making me feel almost human. Mused admiringly, what a waste if you're just a human child. that will burning itself like fire is so captivating. A bit brazen, yes, that blazing heat really appeals to big sister. She continued praising. At that age to reach this level might have even more future, one chosen as a vessel for that lord. Speaking of which, she burst into audible laughter. Ha ha ha! Well then, I've almost adapted to this body now. Little one, can you become the one who fulfills my wish? I'll test you one last time just in this and you pass. And then a flame ignited. Flamma! He stood dazed, clearly having exhausted too much stamina. She cheered. Little one, should at least be able to withstand this much. Klinger Siegfried von Nibelung rushed out to block the attack for him, simultaneously calling, out of it, the Sword Emperor, a supreme expert. She asked suspiciously, what? Who is this old man? Can you stay out of between us? The old man firmly replied, no, at the very least, this boy, absolutely. She directly cut him off, launching a lethal move, saying with relish, then protect him if you can. He seemed to sink into the void, completely drained of strength, thinking wearily. Dead? Suddenly he coughed a few times. Countless coughs made him aware of reality. A hazy figure gradually appeared in the vast white. He called out in amazement, Lord Sword Emperor. A rare talent cannot be buried uselessly in this place. He shone brightly atop a high mountain, warning of an immeasurable calamity. Therefore they became even more determined to resist, hoping to find a path to survival. Dead end through the holy sword. While joining forces against the calamity, he always thought this boy would surely become the hope to end. Flames grew larger and larger as they too reached the end of their strength. At the critical moment, that thought grew even stronger. Brutal cycle between humans and demons. Finally, they successfully avoided the great explosion behind them. Everyone's face was grimy as they looked backward. In that direction, he said with concern, cough cough. Awake a bit now? Rest to recover. The situation seems worse than I thought. Yorma hesitated, asked, Sword Emperor, your arm. He showed little concern, even somewhat jokingly saying, it's fine. Wielding a sword doesn't require both hands. Don't worry about, tend to your own wounds first. There was a shout. Hey, old man. They looked back warily. Ago asked leisurely, don't you find strange how you blocked my magic? Just a lowly human, yet, she sneered. The atmosphere momentarily stilled. He thought to himself, Ago, for a demon commander to be able to manifest. Then came encouragement. Go ahead. Blazing flames engulfed him completely. That was nothing yet in this. She hummed with amusement. Charged forward swiftly in thought. Already surpassed human limit. Meanwhile, on this side, how long has it been since descending? Adaptation is still a bit. She saw him closing in right behind. She realized the situation in astonishment. Huh? Caught up already? Thus? A bombardment around heaven and earth turned to void as the two fought a desperate life or death. She easily blocked it while simultaneously recognizing his current weakness. She conversed with amusement. My goodness, such an impatient personality too. No time? I, on the other hand, have plenty of. He strained with all his might and determination. Don't stop. I don't have time to. There isn't any. He was filled with determination and successfully broke. Time pursued relentlessly from behind. He thought with interest, getting faster and faster. And then another bombardment erupted. An earth-shattering explosion. One after another, time ran out at just the right moment. His face grimy. He tried to shield his face from the debris of the. She grew increasingly excited, licking her lips and muttering to herself. If not for that clause from 700 years, this red piranha hue still wouldn't be familiar, making me feel as if I were. She called out with delight. What a waste if you're just a mere human. That will like a self-immolating flame is truly captivating. Though a bit reckless, that burning passion really appealed, still praising continuously. At that age to reach this level, perhaps even more promising than the one chosen as a vessel for that.
Then burst into audible laughter. Ah!
Well then, now I've almost completely adapted to this body. Little one, can you become the one to fulfill my. I'll test you one final time. Just endure this and you. And then a flame ignited, stood dazed, clearly having expended far too much. She cheered. Little, you must at least be able to withstand this.
Cana Siegfried.
Nibelung rushed forth to block the attack on his behalf, simultaneously calling out, Snap, Sword King power. She asked suspiciously, What? Who is this old man? Can you stay out of our business? The old man replied resolutely, I cannot. At least for this absolutely. She directly interrupted, launching a deadly strike while saying with amusement, Well then, He felt as if sinking into the void, his entire body drained of exhausted. He thought, Am I already? Suddenly coughed a few times. Countless coughs made him realize a hazy figure gradually appeared in the vast white corridor. He was astonished and called out frankly, Sword Emperor, a rare talent cannot be buried uselessly in this place. He shone brightly atop the high mountain, signaling an immeasurable catastrophe. Therefore, they fought back with even greater determination, hoping to find a path to survival in the deadlock through the holy. While joining forces against the catastrophe, he always thought this boy would surely become the hope to end. The flames grew larger and larger as they too reached the end of their. The crucial moment, that thought became even more intense, the vicious cycle between humanity and the demon race. Finally, they successfully escaped the massive explosion behind. Everyone's faces were grimy as they looked back spoke with concern. Cough, cough. Regained consciousness a bit? Rest and recover. The situation seems worse than Kong Zoma hesitantly asked. Sword Emperor. He was unconcerned, even somewhat jokingly saying, "It's fine. To wield a sword, one doesn't need both hands. Don't worry about me. Tend to your wounds." Was a call. "Hey, old man there." They looked back vigilantly. Ago asked leisurely, "Don't you find it strange? How could you block my just a lowly human, yet..." The atmosphere momentarily. He thought to himself, Ago. For a demon legion commander to be able to they had to use flesh and blood as sacrificial offerings, loosening the boundary between the demon realm and human realm, then entering a mortal's body as a catalyst. Due to that transformation, even though she couldn't utilize her full power, this descent into the world would still be an unstoppable catastrophe. She continued muttering to herself, "Damn it, how frustrating. This body doesn't seem to suit me at all, not to mention that young man." But now she was struggling even against an old man on death's door. "What is this? Old man, whatever tricks you've used I don't know. But this, I won't lose another arm." Then Ago frantically charged forward. His eyes were sharp and fierce. Swift as lightning, he counterattacked, severing her other arm. Ago groaned in pain. He stood frozen after his successful counterattack. Meanwhile, the flaming arm continued burning fiercely. She bluntly exclaimed, "Impossible." He frankly exposed her. "You're afraid, aren't you?" She grew even more furious. "What are you saying, you rotten vermin?" Then furiously ignited the space. He held his sword before his chest, saying, "I don't know the reason you crossed from the demon realm to here, but I see clearly. In your eyes there's overflowing." And at the center of the flame carved a sword path, continuing his unfinished words, "Fear." Seeing the fire formation broken in half, she stood stunned. Her pride remained intact, mockingly saying, "Humph, even vermin dare to be arrogant, truly laughable. Just because you cut off my arm, you think you're my..." Suddenly a sword flash swept through. He once again swung his sword to attack. Ago couldn't help but remark, "Cack, to think a nameless old man could emit such dense killing intent." His eyes remained fixed on his target, her, asking in surprise, "That old man, those eyes, don't tell me he's a descendant of Aaron." The answer was clear. Ago thought with irritation, such damned bad luck. But even just an aged human past his glorious day. Thinking that, Ago released mocking words, "Humans are truly pitiful. The decrepit descendant of Aaron, with that frail aged body, you think you can dodge this?" And a fire pillar rose up as
Joyfully laugalot. Ah.
Both were startled. She found it quite amusing, taunting, "What's this?" He swiftly darted away, annihilated each rain of fire passing through. He softly called out, "Sword Emperor," and thought to himself, "I want to help so much, but now even staying conscious is beyond my strength. If I let go, I won't be able to grasp it again. Abandoning protection now is no different from suicide." He continued frantically attacking, danced in continuous combinations without pause, cleared away countless flames swirling around, mockingly remarked with interest, "Wow, this old man. Seems you're not vermin after all, probably more like a cowardly rat." The number of flames was countless. He both attacked and defended, saying, "You demons are clearly stronger than us humans in an unreasonable way. Even as a child, I resented this world, facing a wall that couldn't be overcome through effort. This age, I finally understood one thing." She kept her mouth difficult as always. "Humph, are you senile from old age?" Her heart remained vigilant though, but experience cannot be underestimated. He's getting closer. There must be a weakness somewhere. On the left side, where the arm was lost, there's an opening. Finally found it. She smiled with pursed lips. "Just keep attacking that spot." Still brazenly provoking. "Continue speaking, old man. Keep blabbering like before." He reasoned, "Cack, you despicable one, Ago, you know full well humans always evolve, always overcome even despair. That is what your demon race fears most. Also the reason you ceaselessly scheme to invade the human realm." The end of his words was the perfect opportunity to attack. He was momentarily surprised, displayed a sick smile, saying, "Not necessarily." Both frantically attacked. He was gradually losing ground. At this moment, from beneath the ground, Ago thought, then laughed with satisfaction. "Haha, unacceptable." Finally hit the mark, Ago excitedly shouted. Flames pierced through his abdomen. Her final arm had regrown, restoring her combat power as before. She yawned lazily with boredom while his face was surrounded by fire behind him. Flames burned his internal organs. He painfully coughed dryly. Cack. Elder. She arrogantly stepped on his head. Ha! In the end that's all you lot are truly the same whether 700 years ago or now, still boringly nonsensical. Anyway though, I'll praise you with one sentence. For vermin living less than 100 years, such dying words can be considered passable. He desperately called out, sword emperor. Oh, immediately turned around. Ah, that's right, the brat. Ah no, you're Kong Joma. Sorry huh. Kong Joma. I was careless for a moment. I should tell you the results of that test from earlier. He struggled with all his might. No, Kong Joma, run away. Ago said sinisterly, the result is you passed. He turned pale-faced. What dash? Ago said gleefully. Ha, your body will be used to fulfill our demon race's wish. Don't blame me now, see you in hell. You tried to resist, you're planning to turn your back and flee before the enemy? He's just a familiar student. Ago casually replied, what are you saying? Your stomach still has a hole in it and you're still spouting nonsense? But if you're not interested in playing with a living corpse like me, then just stand there and watch. Immediately she absorbed his life force. He powerlessly collapsed down, angrily cursed, you wretched evil demon. While she acted as if she didn't understand, what's this? Are you prey? Light flickered and spread. Demonic energy began from the seal mark, enveloped all the meridians. Frantic notifications appeared. Detected unauthorized intrusion from outside. Activating automatic defense program. An unexpected error, not initiate program due to user level being too low. The fourth world's level is still too low to activate the program. Thanks to Jirezo's catalyst, user level will be temporarily elevated. The program will use restraining force to recalibrate and synchronize the world. Accompanied numbers running frantically toward a near-perfect threshold. Filled the screen before finally stopping at a perfect number and the notification appeared once more. Conditions met to become. Meanwhile she was still mocking, moving so slowly, clearly visible. But how strange. Why can you still? Giggled mockingly. Ah, insects can still wriggle even after losing their heads, right? Ah. He gritted his teeth. Even if I must sacrifice this life, I will break both your legs. Ago. She was startled. The color of that aura stream is dash. Thinking to herself, from the battle 700 years ago, the Sword Saint's aura, evolving aura to the very moment of death, truly abhorrent. As I thought, that old man absolutely must die here. She excitedly surged forward. Lie still and die, descendant of Aaron. Sent flying in confusion, she angrily asked, what shocked, what is this? That brat, no, it's something else. This feeling is impossible, but this terrifying sensation definitely dates from 700 years ago. Inside him, the notifications hadn't stopped, forcing upgrade and releasing all user blessings. 100.0. Blessing of the Limitless God and Blessing of the Rebirth God activated simultaneously. Blessing of the Displacement God will operate both to prevent pain and tearing of the world's flow. She was extremely furious. Damn these cursed vermin. Again obstruct, grinding teeth and gums full of resentment. He finally completed with the words, Blessing of the Sword God has been removed. Please follow us now. On this side, the sky was still dark but Aben had awakened, carefully gripping the sword behind her, cold sharp eyes staring fixedly forward, muttering, today is the last day. Suddenly her heart felt uneasy. Someone looked at their phone screen, which now showed 6:58 a.m. Speed Weapon sat up bewildered, seeing her standing there and worriedly asked, what is it? The sky hasn't brightened yet, but you're already... Aben didn't bother looking at him, only coldly replied with two empty words, too late, and he was astonished. Huh? What did you... Her face showed neither joy nor sorrow as she informed him. The sun rose long ago. Speed Weapon clumsily looked around observing. Huh? Am I the only one seeing a pitch-black sky? She helplessly mocked, you're really second place in the written test. She emphasized, anyway, it's almost time to return to the academy, while at the same time Rachel, Jemiura, and Chloe were still deep in sleep, with her drooling while calling out Kong Joma's name repeatedly. Without waiting long, the urging voice spoke again. Quickly return to the rally point. Perhaps since yesterday, the other students have all gathered already, while the other classmates drowsily sat up, asking each other in surprise, has the sun risen? Aben turned her back to them, impatiently saying, hurry up, you slowpokes. Anyway, this isn't a good sign at all. Returning to the battle, in the sky dust and smoke were hazy, the scene extremely chaotic. Below, flames burning fiercely as Kong Joma staggered forward, a powerful force radiating around him. Seeing this, Ago ground her teeth furiously. Joaquin, impossible. Where did this suddenly appear from? Space suddenly contained a violent source of power. Lightning flashing along with brilliant radiant light, he coolly walked forward, his body emitting the protagonist's light. Ago asked herself bewilderedly, Wadash, brat, why? She frowned in recognition. That's right, I thought too shallowly, even though the feeling resembles a blessing, that Joaquin is still just human. How could he live this long? Terrible, this wretched torn body, it's made my judgment ability worse. What happened earlier was dash. She recalled in shock that Kang Joma, while Ago still didn't believe her eyes. Staring fixedly in that direction, Siegfried von Nibelung beside her, severely injured, also gaped, eyes and mouth wide in astonishment. His strength nearly depleted, weakly kneeling down. Very quickly Kang Joma stood before him, his eyes blank white and lifeless, the atmosphere extremely tense. Siegfried von Nibelung opened his eyes wide to look at him clearly. Suddenly his abdominal wound had a reaction, flesh there rapidly healed. He bewilderedly touched his stomach, then asked himself, "What's this?" Siegfried von Nibelung kept his puzzled expression. What exactly is happening? Kang Joma narrowed his eyes without saying a word. Slowly closed his eyes tightly. A surge of power inside him exploded. Invisible lightning bolts suddenly activated. His feet stomped hard on the ground, created a violent tremor. Ago witnessed this scene, her face turning purple with terror. Before she could react, Kang Joma appeared behind her, making her jump out of her skin. She ground her teeth thinking, strange, strange, truly strange. There's something very wrong. Can't see his form clearly. Is it because of this weak body? No, the current situation has exceeded even my perception. Go retreated, using all her speed to move while thinking anxiously, too dangerous, this one isn't human. If just as she spoke, her hands were accumulating flames. Sorry Kang Joma. Those words I spoke earlier. Her hands had accumulated enough essence. Without another word, Ago released that firepower violently, softly saying, perhaps I must take them back. She ground her teeth hissing, although this body is indeed attractive as a vessel for that lord. But if I don't deal with you here, it will certainly obstruct our demon race's path. Siegfried von Nibelung standing beside heard this and was unimaginably bewildered. Her words just finished. She used all her remaining strength to fight desperately with him. Terrifying flames rising, a massive fire vortex flew into the sky. Now the entire sky was enveloped only in the red of flames, raging and powerful, burning everything in its path. Siegfried von Nibelung seeing this also had to widen his eyes in shock. Kang Joma at this moment still showed not a ripple on his face. Ago grinned sinisterly, still talking, though it's a pity, just think of it as brief entertainment. She with a terrifying face, surrounded entirely by fire, confidently declared, "See you in hell, Kang Joma." Her words just finished, Ago swung her hand, using every ounce of strength to control those flames, forming a supermassive fireball heading toward him and Siegfried von Nibelung. Dust and smoke were hazy, the sphere at altar-like speed rolling toward them. He was utterly bewildered. This is dash. Kang Joma beside him remained calm. The system suddenly displayed a notification. The Sword God's Blessing will be removed. The Martial God's Blessing has been activated. The Rebirth God's Blessing has been activated, and the Teleportation God's Blessing has been followed by a soft voice declaring, I will. Kang Jorm still stood there, sensing the approaching fireball, and his hollow eyes began to. The images appearing in his eyes became increasingly clear, rendered in monochrome shades of blue, and as it drew closer to him, everything began to come into focus, and amidst the countless lines, densely packed red lines, finally those red lines converged into a single, precise look. After locking onto the target, he quickly drew out his prized weapon, the heavens. He raised the sword high toward the sky, his entire body radiating a brilliant, and gently slashed a path through the fire. The sword thrust straight toward Ago, who remained bewildered, not yet understanding what was happening, when immensely powerful force began tearing her fireball into fragments. Now only scattered remnants fell chaotically through the empty. Slash had split Ago's body in two. Her face still bore an expression of. The lower half, along with one arm, lay. Upper torso fell heavily to the ground. Yet there was no trace of blood. She lay there weakly, her mouth opening and closing but unable to form. What just happened shocked the students on this side. They all clamored, Hey, look over there. Vetro de Miura stopped and looked into the distance, asking, Wow, what? Aben also fell silent before the scene unfolding before his. Sweet weapon exclaimed excitedly, What is that? She turned her wide eyes coldly and replied, At that moment, above them, a beam of light streaked across. She also cried out in amazement, It's opened! The students were full of praise. Amazing! The sun is rising. Even the sunrise here is miraculous. On this side, Ago coughed weakly a few times. Cock! Inside, she was frantically worried. Cannot reject. She lay there helplessly thinking that it was as if the source of her magic had been severed. And if things continued like this, she would die right. At the same moment, Kang Jorm's entire body suddenly swayed. Exhausted body collapsed, and she saw this and, seizing the opportunity, Ago struggled to raise her hand, intending to do something. She couldn't die so meaninglessly. Kong Jorm's existence would be a disaster for our demon. She trembled as she deployed her flames once more. Even if she died, this was her only chance. Before she could act, a sword from behind pierced through, stabbing straight through her. Siegfried von Nibelung spoke up. Turning your back on the enemy? Commander of the 6th Legion, Barsman, you two are the same. She widened her eyes and turned her head back. No, 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 and cursed weakly. Damn it, you despicable bastard. Didn't let her counterattack, using both hands to push the sword deeper, while also offering praise to his opponent. But you're tougher than Bar. She refused to accept defeat, straining to curse. Damned descendant of. He didn't care and thrust even harder. Go to hell, you. Go helplessly screamed a few times. Ah! Then completely vanished into the. Siegfried von Nibelung stood there for a long. He tilted his head and said, I am not a descendant of Aaron, but Siegfried von After speaking, he looked over at Kong Jorm, who was lying face down on the. Siegfried von Nibelung approached and turned him over. By this time he had fallen into an unconscious. Looking at his face with a few scratches, he assessed. His breathing is still stable, although a few blood vessels are blocked. These aren't life-threatening wounds. Not at the level of fighting for life every. He recalled the young man's transformation and wondered to himself, Kong Jorm, what exactly are you? In that moment, I said yes like the unconscious action of a sword. Siegfried von Nibelung stared blankly up at the sky, pondering from ancient. Humans had always believed that all things in the universe carried within them an inexplicable will. Phenomena like storms, floods, thunder on clear days, or shooting stars across the night. Those superhuman and supernatural interventions always terrified people. Yet ironically, from those very transcendent powers, humans sought blessings and protection. They collectively called all these things calamity, paused for a moment, then stared intently at him and continued, Divine Spirit. In the forest, everything suddenly became silent but immediately after, a tremor appeared as if tearing through. Students swayed unsteadily, and everyone began to. A moment later it stopped, leaving everyone's faces Suddenly before them was an instructor shouting loudly, while in the distance, Siegfried von Nibelung was placing someone on an emergency. Among the bustling crowd, his face appeared briefly there. Saki Ryuzo opened her eyes wide to see, then glanced toward another. Over on the girl's side, an argument was breaking out. Rachel Zamura was trying to hold Chloe back, with an instructor block. Chloe didn't hesitate but argued directly with the instructor about something. She was seen shouting and Saki Ryuzo fell silent, her face showing confusion, then turned her gaze to Aben, who was frankly covering her. She was extremely moved, her eyes welling up as she stared at Siegfried von Nibelung's severed. Unable to bear it, Aben collapsed to the ground, and Saki Ryuzo approached to come. She just kept crying like that, her hands covering her mouth full of heartache. But Saki Ryuzo maintained her cold, stiff expression, only looking straight. At this moment, sound emerged from a phone screen. Humanity's ceasefire with the demon race cannot now avoid serious strategic losses after this incident with the Sword Emperor. Currently, only 4 of the 7-star heroes remain. Could there be another vacancy? The entire world is. Saki Ryuzo stared intently at her phone, her face pensive. I also have faint hope, but surely there's no news about Kong Jorm. He must be awake by now. Suddenly, a few male students chatted. By the way, why haven't we seen that special admission student lately? The person beside quickly chimed in. Didn't you see back then? That special admission student was taken off Avalon Island. Hearing this, the other was shocked. Really? What could happen on Avalon Island? The other male student said worriedly. I don't know either. I just heard he's currently in critical condition. The other was horrified too. My God, what if he actually died? Saki Ryuzo's expression suddenly changed. She furrowed her brow angrily, then shouted loudly. 2 male students who were called turned with eyes wide in shock. Senpai. The person beside innocently asked, are you calling us? What's... She turned her head back, looked at them with eyes sharp as knives and said, I'm sorry, but could you go talk over in that corner? I didn't sleep at all last night. The 2 male students reluctantly agreed. They quickly left, still giggling and saying to each other, then let's go talk over there. Ha ha ha. The other was also enthusiastic. Of course. Guys like us should go to that corner. Having resolved that, she turned back with a worry. Kong Jorm's handsome face suddenly appeared. She muttered, Don't joke around. Kong Jorm will never... Suddenly she glanced over at Chloe, who was sitting there wiping tears. Chloe had been in tears since that day. She sobbed while whining, hick, hick, hick. Kong Zoma couldn't. Seeing this, Saki Ryuzo's inner self was also stirring. I say that, but actually I'm also very worried. It's been over a week without... She recalled that time when the whole group went together. Speed Weapon asked in shock. Entry forbidden? We're students here. We just want to visit our friend who's hospital. But two black-suited guards had stopped them. Not allowed. This is a special order from the dean. Outsiders forbidden. But Chloe didn't care and charged forward. Move! Speed Weapon frantically tried to stop her. Chloe! The guards also swiftly gave orders. What? What's this? Stop her! She screamed his name in helplessness. Saki Ryuzo remained calm, assessing. If it's a special order, it must be related to the sword. Avalon Island had become as tumultuous as a volcano, and strange magic had been sensed more than. She carefully pondered each event. The lost left arm of humanity's strongest. There was only one most logical inference in this case, which focused intently on the search screen. A demon or demon beast has infiltrated, and the Sword Emperor stopped it, leading to. She frowned in frustration. To find clues, I searched through many servers, but found nothing. Not only that, but media said they would carefully review the situation before making announcements. So she cut off all external communication. Even the media couldn't access any info. At this point, she had no choice but to ask directly. Thinking this, she took out her phone to text Kong Jorm, but while writing halfway, she quickly deleted it. So frustrated, she sat dazed in her chair. Soft sounds of sighing. Once again, intimate images of the two appeared. She reluctantly thought, that time was the Her cold face looked up blankly, then spoke into the void. Kong Jorm, when will you come back? I'm very. The scene shifted to another place. Someone asked with concern, Aben, are you? Two girls sat beside each other, silent as. Rachel Zamura reminded him with concern. You. Only then did Aben recover and mumble a few words. Aben's sad eyes replied, sorry, I was just lost in thought for. Another corner of the classroom, two male students kept chatting with each other. It's fine. Is the sword okay? By the way, I know old Master Zhang. He also seems very concerned. Yeah, he's fine. Thanks for your concern. Sorry, Aben. Little by little you'll understand. A few images of him appeared in Aben's mind. Why did I volunteer to care for the injured Kong Jorm? Coming to Avalon, I don't know the details, but surely he was hurt because he helped Rachel Zamura beside her also seemed to sense the unease in Aben's. At the same time, a man was gulping down a bottle of. Angrily slammed the bottle down on the. His indignant eyes said, things are becoming deceitful. Disgusting vermin, he said while placing his hand on a newspaper with information about the latest. Back in the school office, someone was reporting. All the muscle fibers in his body were severed, and the nerves were completely Mia sat with legs crossed on a chair, clearly displeased, saying, definitely not stable at all. He quickly reassured. But now he's fully recovered and discharged. What's more, he might even be healthier than. Hearing this, Media immediately changed her expression, stroking her chin boastfully. Well, that's because I mobilized all the doctors and healing mages. Since I ordered that he be saved at any cost, of course everyone had to try their best. But hey, what are you saying? I sent you to protect him. He continued calmly drinking tea while gently advising. What's past is past. Don't be angry anymore. Frowning causes. Media looked up and sighed. Ha, fine. I won't talk about it. Okay. I need to think positively. Only then did she pay attention to him and inquire. Hey Jack, are you alright? It seems I've lived too long. All sorts of strange things happen. He replied neither quickly nor slowly. As you can see, I don't feel any serious inconvenience. Media suddenly recalled what the doctor had once told her. I've examined countless patients for over 30 years, but this is the first time I've seen something like this. He recovered at an astonishing speed. Even old ailments seemed to have vanished. She frowned, rubbing her temples, saying, I can only say this is a miracle from the divine. I can't understand what all of this is. Mia covered her mouth, thinking silently. Kong Jorm returning in such a terrible state is certainly Jack's fault, but during Kong Jorm's hospitalization, he didn't leave the bedside for a second. Furthermore, he paid the entire cost of renting a premium treatment ward with a massive sum. I've never seen Jack go to such lengths. What exactly happened between the two? She began crossing her arms in front of her chest. Using the blessing of a poet like me, and still unable to read what happened means it's beyond comprehension. Doesn't it? Now that Kong Jorm is awake, can you tell me what happened? Lately, the global media is hounding you to the point that I've lost sleep. He set down his teacup, then said slowly, I also need time to organize my. He closed his eyes tightly, his mouth smiling faintly as if contemplating the events, saying, what happened on the island will take quite a while for me to understand. She lost patience and asked, fine, now tell me, what exactly? Siegfried von Nibelung didn't answer immediately but gripped his lost hand. He slowly recounted. On Avalon Island ago, the commander of the 5th Legion appeared. The words that escaped caused the atmosphere to suddenly Media's eyes widened in shock, her mouth forming a perfect O, furrowed his brow, emphasizing, hard to believe, but it's the truth. She's the one who took my Media, hearing this, stood up abruptly in agitation. And Kang Zoma's severe injuries were also caused by her? Wait. So what about Looking at the hot teacup on the table, he calmly replied, already eliminated, though it hasn't been announced yet since the timing isn't right, but I witnessed it with my own eyes, so there's no room for doubt. She asked in astonishment. Zek, did you eliminate him alone? Hearing this, he chuckled. Ha ha ha. Does that sound reasonable? She seemed to understand something and let her massive frame collapse onto the Media thought in confusion. Has Zek truly gone mad? Even Zek couldn't eliminate a Go alone. Even if someone helped, the other party would have to. Thinking it through, she hesitated with a wild guess. The one who eliminated a Go is... Don't tell me. He remained silent, his lips trembling slightly as if in confirmation. Siegfried von Nibelung reached out for the teacup and continued leisurely. Very soon, when there's a gathering, I'll tell you everything, but... He raised the teacup to his lips, offering a benevolent smile. Before adult business, perhaps we should visit a place more suitable for a young man. Wouldn't you agree? Media sat there with a helpless expression in her eyes. She turned her head back and sighed. Oh God! Another lecture. She looked up blankly and muttered. Always going on. The scene shifted to the school campus, where someone hurriedly reassured. Now, pay attention. We can't stay dejected like this. Sweet Weapon excitedly pulled out a garishly colored poster, saying, I've made a club recruitment poster. See how eye-catching it is, right? It read in full, recruiting members for a club trip. We're looking for people to share friendship and romance, conquer fiery dungeons together, travel freely everywhere. Friends across Korea, come to our academy if you find life. Enthusiastically added, we've always relied on Kang Zoma without taking any initiative ourselves. So, what does everyone think? The other two were speechless at his foolish. Saki Ryuzo replied frankly, I'm genuinely surprised in many ways. Even if you ask someone else to make a form like this, they probably... Sweet Weapon, innocently missing the point, kept smiling. Saki, you have an eye for aesthetics. Posters need to be bursting with... He continued enthusiastically, to catch the eye of passers-by. But before he could finish, Chloe's slash tore the poster and his face darkened in anger. Hey, Chloe, what are you doing all of a sudden? She replied coldly. Can't let Kang Zoma see this, he shouted in frustration. I stayed up all night working hard on this, and you just rip it apart. What now? Chloe maintained her indifferent attitude. Good thing it's trash that can be... Saki Ryuzo gently touched the candy stick beside her. The more noise, the emptier it... She gripped it tightly in her hand and sighed. Even Yokan doesn't taste as sweet as before. Eyes filled with sadness as she thought. Kang Zoma, when will you come here? Suddenly, cheers erupted around her, but she still didn't notice. Oh, Kang Zoma's here. Kang Zoma, you've been discharged. She muttered to herself. If he's been discharged, then hurry. Only then did she realize and her face showed shock as she looked toward the... Unable to wait any longer, she sprang to her. Gaze turned to Chloe, who was asking Kang Zoma, your body's completely fine, right? Sweet Weapon chimed in. Yeah, everyone was really... Before he could answer, his head tilted, his eyes flickered with surprise. Then they squeezed shut as if avoiding... But all he received was a light tap on his... Saki Ryuzo maintained her position and said coolly, Bop, making him... Face suddenly became adorably silly in a way not seen in ages, her hand curving into a heart shape as she said, Welcome. He remained dazed, not Then the corners of his mouth gradually curved up into a blissful... He said excitedly, I'm back. Everyone burst into commotion together. Sweet Weapon announced enthusiastically, Oh right, we made a poster for the club. Chloe stopped him worriedly. Don't show Kang Zoma that pile of garbage. Saki Ryuzo agreed. Exactly, Weapon. That really is Ah! Just like that, everyone chatted together very happily. Please subscribe to the Ginmigo channel so you don't miss exciting videos.